my name's Tet, and this is going to be my little pseudo-tutorial for Crash 1 100% speedruns. The reason I'm making it sort of like a pseudo-tutorial is because someone did this for Crash 3 and it actually worked pretty well. The reason it's not going to be like a full-on formal tutorial with editing in segments and stuff like that is because that takes a lot of time to make. And also something like this is just something I can put together while I eventually want to finish the Google Doc guide that there is for this category, which I'll link in the description of wherever you're watching this finished tutorial on. So I guess I'll just get right to it. I made a list of things I want to cover for the general side of things, and then after that I'll go into covering individual levels and all that. So the first thing I want to talk about is the category. This is the 100% category. I assume anyone who wants to pick this up has completed this game 100% before, but if you haven't, you definitely should. Even if you have, you should complete the game 100% again before you pick it up, just to refresh yourself on the fundamentals of the game. But yeah, for 100%, once you 100% complete the game, you do have to go to the Great Hall and trigger the secret ending. A lot of speedruns do this, even though you do have 100% once you get all the gems. It's just something you have to do. I believe you can actually finish the Great Hall without all the gems, because it doesn't have color gems here, but you still do have to complete the game to 100% to have your run accepted. When I verify 100% runs, I do make sure they got every gem, so yeah. So yeah, not much to that. Regions. This game was released for 3 different regions. NTSCU, which is more known as the American version. It's the version you likely had as a kid if you lived in North America. USA, Canada, Mexico. There's the PAL version, which if you were European or Australian, you probably had that as a kid. And also the Japanese version, which is obviously just Japan. The fastest region of those 3 for this category is NTSCJ, the Japanese version. Now, it's only what we think it's about 50 seconds to a minute faster, so if you're stuck with the NTSCU version, the American version, it's not a big deal. You can still get super good times, and you can take most of the stuff from this guide. Anywhere where there's strats that only work on the Japanese version, I'll try and cover to the best of my ability what you should do on the American version. Now, if you're stuck with the PAL version, the European version, I advise that you switch to emulator so you can emulate an NTSC version of the game. The PAL version of this game is unfortunately a really terrible port. It's very much different. It feels like a different game to a lot of people, and there's not many people who have taken it, if any, at all seriously on the PAL version, so you don't have that good of references. And none of the current top runners of this game have ran on PAL, so we don't know like the strats and stuff, so we wouldn't be able to help you as much. So yeah. Yeah, the main reason why the Japanese version is faster, and it's I can actually show this on the map on this completed save file. So this level I'm standing on right now is Road to Nowhere. This level requires the red gem to get all the boxes because it takes you to a secret area to the right. On the American version and the PAL version, the red gem is all the way in Slippery Climb. But if you notice, when I go into Lost City, they actually move the red gem to before Road to Nowhere. And so what that means is we only need 1 visit to this level, which saves a big chunk of time. But yeah, we think, due to some other things that I'll talk about later that make the Japanese version slower, we think the Japanese version is faster by no more than 50 seconds to a minute. So like I said before, you can compete very well using the NTSCU version in this game. So I've talked about regions. I'm going to talk about versions, but it's actually kind of pointless to talk about it because there actually are no version differences in this game, only region. For NTSCU, there's the Black Label copy and the Greatest Hits copy. There's no actual in-game differences, so you don't need to worry about those things. Heck, even the Japanese version has like 6 different re-releases, but none of them actually have in-game differences, so you don't need to worry about any headaches involving that. As long as you have a disc with the region you want, you're good to go. Simple stuff. The last thing I want to talk about regarding this specific area is platforms. I'm gonna talk about these from fastest to slowest. The fastest platform, which is what I'm playing on right now, is a PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 came with a feature known as fast disk speed, And what that does is if you enable it before you start up your game, it makes the PS1 disc that's in your PS2 spin at a PS2 standard speed. And what that does is it doesn't make the game faster, it makes the loading screens faster. And it's been timed in any percent, and it saves 1 minute 40 seconds. No one's timed it for this category, but we think it's at least 2 minutes. But yeah, that's the only reason why the PlayStation 2 is faster. It does also have less lag than a PS1, at least it should. Though this may not be true if your console's really dirty or if it's a really early PS2 model, I'm not sure. There's not many people who have ran on PS1, so yeah. The second fastest version is the emulator, actually. The emulators that are legal emulate a PS1. They don't emulate a PS2, so they don't have any sort of fastest speed emulation. Yeah, it's basically, it tries to play like PS1, but it has way less lag and slightly faster loading screens than a PS1 or a PS3. But yeah, if you are going to run on emulator, which isn't a bad option, PS1 emulators aren't too bad. Just make sure you go to speedrun.com/crash1 and click view rules, and then there's a link to a forum post that tells you which emulators are legal. Now, I played this game on emulator for how long? How long did I run it on emulator? Maybe 1.5 years, a bit more on emulator. And I used, for the most part, EPSXE 2.0.0. That's the latest EPSXE version that's allowed, and I recommend it. I never really had any issues with it, so you can just do that. There's also like Minefin, Zebra, BizHawk that are legal options, I believe. So yeah. Also, if you want to make moderators like me have an easier job, put the emulator you're using in your comment when you submit your time to speedrun.com. Makes it a lot easier so I don't have to find you and ask you, which I've done many times before. Other platforms, obviously the PS1, which is what this was originally played on. It should play the same as PS2, except it doesn't have fastest speed, and it should have more lag. PS3 is one of the worst versions. It has poor emulation, lots of lag, and I've also heard of bad input lag, though I don't know if that last one is anecdotal or not. But yeah, PS3 is a very bad version, and you should use emulator instead, in my opinion. But none of these platforms are a bad place to start. You can still, like, learn a lot of things about the game and still get respectable times with the time that they lose. You can also actually play this game on PSP. Some people used to think it might have been faster, but someone actually tested it, and the PSP does actually have fastest speed, but it actually makes the loading screen slower for this game for some reason. It doesn't make sense, but that's the way it is. So yeah, it's slower. But if you do run on a PSP for whatever reason, you should use the standard disc speed. Don't do the fastest speed. And finally, I think the last platform this game is available for is the PSTV, but only the PAL version is available, so obviously, for reasons we stated before, that platform should be avoided. PSTV also, like I've heard, has a lot of problems with it, input lag and stuff like that, so yeah. PS2, emulator, PS1, those three are pretty good places to go. Pretty good places to start. I don't know much about model differences for any of these except for the PS2. On the bottom of PS2s, and you can also see it if you go to the BIOS at the startup thing for the PS2, you can see a model number. It's going to be like SCPH and then a 5-digit number. The best one is a 90,000, but the last digit can vary. The 90,000 is like the latest one they released, and it has the least amount of lag. It also has a built-in power supply, which is pretty convenient. Then it goes down to like 79,000, 77,000, 70,000, all the way down to like 30,000 or something. I rarely see people run with anything below that, so I don't know if there's actually one below that, but it's probably unlikely you have that anyway. But the good thing is with this game doesn't lag very much anyway, at least compared to other Crash games. So you don't need to worry very much about which model you have. You can still, I'm sure you can get world record in both categories with a 30K. and that goes to show. But yeah, if you have a higher model, you'll have a bit less lag, it'll be a bit less annoying, so it's a bit of a plus. Now, PS2s aren't supposed to be able to be region free, and I'm going to talk about this because it's relevant to this category, since the Japanese version is faster. Yeah, they're not supposed to be region free. It's not, the game isn't supposed to start up if you put like a Japanese disc into an American console. There are ways to get around this, but I'm not going to talk about them or advise them because you can really fuck your hardware up, and obvious other reasons why I wouldn't talk about this and that. But yeah, you can buy a Japanese console. It should work fine if you're in an NTSC country. I don't know how the power difference stuff works if you're in a PAL country buying an NTSC country. Buying an NTSC console, I mean, so you'll have to research that yourself, but there's lots of people in the community who could help you have those questions answered. But yeah, Japanese console can be pretty expensive to import. I know because I have one, and it was pretty expensive, but worth it for me at least. So if it's cheaper to buy an American PS2, then that's honestly a good option, because again, the Japanese version isn't that much faster. It's not as much faster as people think. And yeah, you could also, if you got an NTSC PS2, you could also run any % on the fastest version, as well as Crash 3 fastest version for every category in that game. So that's pretty cool. Alright, so I think that's all I want to talk about for platforms. Next I'm just going to get into movement. This is probably a good place to show it off. Better than Insanity Beach. So yeah, movement in this game. Crash's moveset in this game is pretty simple at its core and when you play casually, but when you start speedrunning, things get a bit more complicated and interesting, if you ask me. The main movement tech, and this works in Crash 1, 2, and 3, is zigzagging. It only works in the air, so keep that in mind, but basically if you alternate diagonals in the air, based on the direction in which you're going, you get a boost of speed. Again, it only works in the air. But yeah, say I'm going forward right now, so I want to alternate up left and up right on the D-pad. Now this game is supposed to only work on D-pad. If it lets you use analog, you probably have a third-party controller or like that one controller that can do it, where it's not actually analog, it's just a D-pad mapped to analog. A lot of people aren't very good at using those. Kojiro used one. He's a very good player of this game. It's perfectly legal, though I think you should use D-pad because it's just a lot better to use in my opinion. I tried one of the third-party analog ones at HDQ because someone bought them and I just couldn't do anything with it. I don't know how he does it, but yeah. Now, I have a separate video that I'll link in the description of wherever you're watching this on, whether it's Twitch or YouTube. Yeah, a video I made about zigzag itself and how to get into it, how to make it so you're not hurting yourself, stuff about controllers, and yeah. Since I have a video about that, I'm not gonna repeat myself a bunch here, just go watch that real quick. It's not a very long video. Yeah, I just don't want to be redundant. But yeah. Zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. I guess another good place I could go to show it off is boulders. Yeah, if you've played this casually, you'll know that the boulder in this game, like, it's supposed to be on your tail for pretty much the entire level, but with zigzagging you can just make it like it's not even there, pretty much. See, I'm already getting super far away from it. When you play casually, it's supposed to be right on your tail. But yeah, zigzagging's pretty cool. It's pretty satisfying once you get good at it, but like I say in the video that I'll link below, it takes some time to get good at. You just need patience. You need patience in speedrunning in general, so. Alright, so I talked about zigzag. Next I want to talk about different things you can do with jumping in this game. Some of these things you can actually figure out casually. By mistake, they are glitches. Or at least most of them seem like they are. But yeah. I'm going to show off ledge jumping first. Ledge jumping is one that I'm not sure whether or not it's considered a glitch, because it seems like something that's intentional. It's also in Crash 1, 2, and 3, and The Wrath of Cortex. I believe it's also in the Insane Trilogy. But yeah, a ledge jump, basically you have a certain amount of frames when you walk off a ledge to do a mid-air jump, like this. It's not a super huge window, but it's nice where you can do it 100% consistently. Now these are very useful in this game because this game doesn't have a slide. Yeah, very nice mechanic. It's helpful in a few spots, and I'll point them out as they go on, like where specifically they're useful, but you can do them pretty much anywhere. I'm actually not positive how many frames you have for this. I thought it was 10, but it might actually be more than that. But yeah, it doesn't really matter anyway. Like, you don't really need to know the numbers for this. It's easy enough. Yeah, it's a cool mechanic. Next I want to talk about submarine jumps. It was called submarine jumps because that's what Tasser called it. Basically, in this game, if you spin as you're falling off a ledge, and then jump within 10 frames after the spin animation finishes, you can get a mid-air jump. Like so. You can, if you've played Donkey Kong Country before, you can think of it as rolling, except it's a glitch and you can only jump like after the roll is complete. Yeah, the only thing you have to be aware of with this is you only have 10 frames to do it. I say only, but it's actually a pretty large window for a 30 FPS game. But you do also need to be aware and, like, engrave this in your mind. If you press X during the spin, you will not get a jump out. The logic behind this trick is that you're tricking the game into thinking you're still on the ground, and I believe that if you press X during the spin, the game thinks you're in the air, like it should, so you don't get the jump out. Yeah, the sub jump is very useful. You can use it to clear big gaps. You can use it to get away from stuff better, like the boulder. You can use it to skip cycles. A bunch of cool stuff. It's used for skips, to get gems early, and a bunch of cool stuff. I guess while I'm talking about this, I can also talk about spinning. Spinning is very important in this game. I think the first thing I want to talk about with it is the spin timer. Now, the spin timer in this game is kind of complicated. It's a thing they put in so you couldn't just spam spinning all throughout the game, because that would make it like too easy with enemies, I suppose. But yeah, when you spawn, or if your spin timer is fully recharged, you can spin 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 6 spins. Some people think it's 5, but it is 6. Don't let that misinformation get to you. 6 spins, and the best way I can describe this is imagine a meter, a horizontal meter, and it has 6 parts to it. Each time you spin, one of those parts gets drained in the meter, but every 2 seconds, one of the parts of the meter gets filled again, every 2 seconds. And so, if you use up all your spins and you start to hear this noise that it makes when you can't spin, you have to wait 12 seconds because 6 times 2 is 12. And that's relevant for this one trick later that I'll talk a bit about in Cortex Power, but it's also just relevant throughout the whole game because if you, say, have to spin an enemy, you want to be able to spin it or else you'll walk into it and die. And the same applies for spinning boxes, which is obviously a huge part of this category. But yeah. That's the spin timer explained. As you get better at the game, you'll be able to just know in your head if you're spinning too much, you won't need to count seconds or count spins. It'll just come naturally to you. But yeah, just be cautious of where you're spinning and when you're spinning, and know like how many times you'll need to spin later on in a level if you're spinning a lot. Now, with the zigzagging isn't the only thing you want to be doing in your movement to go fast. Spinning in this game is strange in that it makes you go a bit faster. And if you combine it with the zigzagging, it's very fast. And I'm going to explain air and ground spins to try and make this make a bit more sense. So, if you jump and spin in the air, like this, the spin is pretty quick, right? That's the shortest amount of frames you can get in a spin. But if you spin on the ground, it's a bit longer. Same with if I start the spin in the air and then on the ground, and it's super long. This is relevant for a few strats throughout the game. Actually, a lot of things, but very minor, but they add up throughout the run, and I'll point those out as I go on. But yeah, the reason you want to do that with zigzagging is, since the spinning is faster, you want the longest spin possible, which is done by starting the spin in the air and then connecting it to the ground, which makes it last for at least over 20 frames. I can never remember the numbers on these things, but they're not relevant unless you're tassing, so don't worry about it. But yeah, since zigzagging only works in the air, you can start the air spin and connect it to the ground, and just kind of like repeat that movement throughout the game. It all makes sense, if you think about it. But yeah, you just have to be aware of the spin timer, and you'll be good to go. So yeah, I'm trying to keep this as basic as possible. I hope the spin explanation for jumping and spinning and zigzagging makes sense. If you just combine these things, you'll be able to go very fast, especially as your zigzag improves. Alright, so what do we got next? Buffering inputs. I'm going to go to Insanity Beach to talk about this. Not many people may know that in Crash 1, 2, and 3 you can buffer inputs. I don't know what other Crash games you can do this in, but it is very useful. Now, yeah, I'm just going to go to the stairs so I can show it off. It can be a bit weird to explain without a visual aid. A buffer in this instance is pressing a button before you can actually do it, and having it still come out. Like the input gets buffered to like the frame you can do it. Now you don't have like an infinite window to do it. This isn't like Mike Tyson's Punch Out. If this were Mike Tyson's Punch Out, I could jump, press jump again, like at the top of my jump and get a jump out. It's not like that. It's a pretty small window to be able to do buffered inputs. Very, very small, but it is there. And the reason I'm at these stairs to show it off is because all these like quick jumps I'm doing are buffered inputs. It's not just me pressing X at like using my eyes and pressing it right when he lands or anything. It's not even muscle memory, to be honest. It's just buffering my inputs. It makes it a lot easier, way less of a headache. Yeah, very useful thing for something like this. Pretty much any sort of climbing like this is useful for buffering. Yeah, I'll show off where else it can be useful throughout the run. Third mass form. Now, don't get the idea that invincibility is always faster in this game. That is definitely not the case for this game. But it's also not like Crash 2, where invincibility is pretty much slower except for like one spot. Invincibility in this game, in this category, is only faster in specific spots, and I'll cover all of them. Usually it's only relevant for certain box formations that are faster to get through with invincibility, because invincibility can just break through them like butter if you do it correctly. Or also to make getting boxes in certain gem skips easier or doable, which I'll cover later, of course. But yeah, the actual movement you want to do with invincibility is different than the movement you normally do when you're just like how I am now, no invincibility. You actually want to walk on the ground, no zigzagging, like on the ground, because it just doesn't work in the air as much as possible. But when you do need to jump, you do want to zigzag. You don't want to move like this. This is very slow. Crash's base movement speed, you might be able to tell, is increased when you have invincibility, but jumping and zigzagging is still faster, and so that's why we choose not to get it unless it is faster, for reasons I said before. So yeah, when you're on the ground, you do want to be walking in a straight line, but when you do jump, zigzag and do a spin in the air. You also want to avoid spinning on the ground with invincibility, because it puts you back at your normal speed. Unless, of course, it's faster to break certain boxes, and I'll cover those. Alright, so one of the last general things I want to talk about is box mechanics. Now, there's a pretty cool thing in Crash 1, 2, and 3, specifically, that's pretty interesting. You can actually make it so you bounce off a box and also spin it, like this. This may be a bit tricky to get down, but once you practice, it's very cool, very useful, especially in this category. Yeah. You can also do it off TNTs and survive the explosion. Very cool. It's not only that, you can also do a submarine jump off boxes. I forgot to mention that with submarine jumps, it's not just like ground and platform you can do it off boxes, and certain enemies as well, and I'll talk about where that's relevant. With TNTs, there's a few cool ways you can destroy them fast. You can jump in front of them and spin them. This one's a bit awkward. You don't do this in a run, so I'm not practiced in it. But yeah, you can do it like that. Basically, it's not that complicated, like why it works. It's just that you're a bit faster than the explosion. It doesn't work in most of the new Crash games, to my understanding. But yeah. Definitely a good idea to get these down. Oh yeah, I guess I could mention different ways you can time it. You can time these by starting the spin early and then jumping a bit after. Like that. You can go back and slow down the video if you want to see that again. But yeah, that's one way you can do it. But you can also do what they call a Calibo spin jump in Crash 2, where you do the spin and the jump at the same time. I didn't really do it that well there. I pretty much never do it that way, so I can't show it off that way because I don't practice it. But yeah, I think you get the idea. Those are two different ways you can time it. I guess you could say you can kind of buffer it a little bit. But I will say I think the timing on this does differ a bit based on your input delay, so I can't tell you exactly when to hit it. You just have to get it down. It's not too hard though. There's quite a lot of leeway with it. I'm low on lives, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the easy place to get lives. This might be obvious if anyone who wants to learn this knows the game decently well, but yeah. If you have the green gem on your save file, you can go to Castle Machinery and get a ton of lives, which is useful for practice and learning. Oop, that's not Castle. Yeah, like I said before, you should 100% complete the game again before learning this, just to refresh yourself on the fundamentals, and to also get a 100% save file, so you can practice. But yeah, the last thing I want to talk about is, the last general thing I want to talk about before we move on to all the individual levels is cycles. Now there's, two main types of cycles. There's global cycles and there's spawn cycles. Global cycles are cycles that are moving as long as the game is powered on, not paused, or in a loading screen, or in this game's case, in a maskin. I'll talk about maskins after cycles, actually. This is a maskin. Cycles aren't going during this. Cycles also aren't going during this pause, or if I'm in a loading screen like this. And I think the reason they made it like this is to make some things quote-unquote random, but they're not actually random for obvious reasons. They're just always going. Now, it is important to note that every cycle in this game does reset when you die. They reset to a consistent position, and this will be abused in several levels during the run. You just have to be aware, though, that when you die past a checkpoint in this game, you can no longer get the gem, so that won't be done in instances like those. So yeah, if you see a cycle that seems to be in a different spot each time you go to it, then it's most likely a global cycle. But there are ways you can try and get them consistent by dying, and also just looking at other cycles as a reference, and some are also like linked to the level or linked to one another, so you can actually try and get them consistent even though they're still global cycles. The other main type of cycle is a spawn cycle. I've heard them also referred to as a proximity cycle, and those are cycles that start moving when you're close enough to them, pretty much once they're loaded. And those cycles should be the same every time, but they do still reset when you die, so keep that in mind. I guess I can also mention when you finish a bonus round, which in this category is relevant for the Cortex bonuses, they do reset after you finish those as well, regardless of whether or not you died in the bonus, and that's relevant for 2 levels. So yeah, that's cycles. There is another rare type of cycle. I call it a local cycle. It's in this level, Castle Machinery, near the end. It's this big cycle, this platform that goes up very high and takes a while, that starts moving when you spawn in this level. And that's the only instance of that kind of cycle that I know of, and it's only relevant to this level. So yeah. That's cycles. Before I talk about levels, I'll go into mask hints again. Now, mask hints are only in the Japanese version. Luckily, you don't have to worry about them on the other two regions. It's just one of those changes they made to try and make the game easier, or maybe that's more of a Japanese thing. I'm not quite sure, but yeah. Certain masks, when you pick them up on this version, you'll get a text box like this, and Aku Aku moves and looks at you and this kind of thing. The only two ways you can like skip these hints or like cancel them is to press X or circle. X is a jump button obviously, but circle is also a spin button. And so whatever input you use to skip these hints gets buffered into your first input when you skip it. So I'm going to use X, and so I jumped. And if I use circle, I'll get a spin. Oh, it goes away. Like it's mask hints like move when you die. I'll talk about that too. I guess I'll just re-enter the level. Yeah, I'm gonna press circle, and so I got a spin. But there's a few things you can do. I'm gonna get invincibility here. So I jumped into the hint, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to press X, and you might think, oh, do you get a jump out? Nope, you just get nothing. So that's one way you can try and make them so they don't make you screw up or fall in a pit. You can also do a submarine jump off them. I don't think I'll do a demonstration of that, but yeah, you can get the hint, do a spin, and jump within 10 frames after the spin animation finishes like we talked about before, and skip it. Also, if there's a box with a hint in it, you can break it and then it bounces out, then jump into the hint and you won't have to deal with an annoying jump. For most mask hints, I think I'll talk about how you can deal with them individually, and then you'll be good to go once you know how to deal with them all. They're only that annoying when you're first running this game, or if you don't run the game very much. All the good runners of this game know how to deal with each of them, and they very rarely like kill your run. But yeah, do note that if you do skip a hint, or if you die, they do sort of move. One place where this is really relevant is Cortex Power. If you get the first mask, then the second mask in the level will have a hint, but the third one won't. If you skip the first mask, the next two mask boxes will have a hint, and if you skip the first two, the third one will, and so on. You get the point. They move it. I guess they did that because they wanted you to always see the hint, even if you weren't going to get a mask for whatever reason. So yeah, keep that in mind. The place where they're probably the most annoying is this level, because often the boxes are near ledges, but you can deal with them, usually with sub-jumps. Is how I deal with them in this level. So yeah, I got that first mask box, so this one won't have a hint, as you can see, but the next one is going to. There we go. It's pretty simple stuff, but yeah, you can only use X and circle. They should have just made it so you could skip it with triangle, because that'd be way easier. But yeah, that's the way it is. You just gotta learn to deal with it. Alright, so I think I've talked about everything general I wanted to talk about. I did make a list and I covered everything, but if there's something I forgot, I'll just cover it in the tutorial when I remember it. So yeah, suppose we'll just get right into the run then. So timing starts for this game when you hit start. This one where my green triangle is start. That's what it says. That's how you start the game. Timing does start here. It does not start when you enter Insanity Beach or when you spawn in the level. It's a pretty simple timing. For the map in this game, you can, if you're on the NTSCU or PAL versions, you can only enter levels pressing X. But if you're on the Japanese version, you can enter levels by pressing X or circle. And so you can just sort of press both buttons and have a good chance at entering a level pretty fast. Just beware though that if you do use the Japanese version, and you enter levels with X and circle, and then you go do like any % on another version, make sure you're only pressing X or else you'll lose time to moving the map before you enter a level, because on NTSU you use square and circle to move the map, whereas on this version you use L1 and R1. It's a very minor thing, but yeah, watch out for that. One thing that's, I'm only gonna really say you could do it on this version because it saves very minimal amount of time and it's a bit different on other versions, but yeah. Basically, if you enter the first level and then go back to the title screen and then enter the map again, back to the title, and then start your run, the first loading screen will be much faster, like that. It seems to kind of vary how fast it is, but yeah. That's a very minor time save. It's not really that important, it saves like less than a second, and it adds a bit more time between resets, but yeah, you can go for it if you want. I just think I should still talk about it for sure. It works on all versions, but it works best on this version. So yeah, that's a little thing you can do. Alright, so first level, if you're on the NTSU version or PAL version, you'll get this little cutscene here, and you just hold triangle to skip it. Now you can kind of buffer it in the loading screen. You don't have to mash anything for this, keep that in mind. I can start holding triangle right now, and it skips immediately. Very simple. There's no mashing needed to skip any sort of cutscene in this game, so don't worry about that. Now the Japanese version has a mask at the start, whereas the other versions don't, so you do need to know how to skip that. It can be kind of annoying to skip, like if you jump at the wrong time, you won't have any momentum, and it'll be kind of slow. But yeah, I'm gonna tell you what you can do. So, like I said, no matter what version, you want to be holding triangle, and if you're on J, once you hear the sound of waves, start holding X. And then, most of the time, you will get a fast jump out of the maskin, have good momentum, and be in a good position to break these 3 boxes quickly. Also, that's really cool, Wingo. Yeah, I'm not going to be talking to chat very much during this, but yeah. I will answer any questions people have if I see them. I see someone asked a question earlier, but I think he's gone, and I covered that anyway earlier, so I don't want to be too redundant. So yeah, let's go over this again. You enter the level, X and circle, hold triangle, press X when you hear the waves, and you'll get a good jump. Good momentum. And then you should just need 1 spin to break all 3 crates. Now, you do need to be careful in this first half of this level, because of spin timer, there's a lot of boxes you need to break. Now here, what we want to do is we want to break this bottom crate, and also break the top crate while still moving forward and still zigzagging. This can be a bit tricky to get down based on Crash's position, when you hit jump, where you are in the air, but an easy way for me to do it, I always found, is to move a bit in the right. Like that. And you'll get it like that. A few different things can happen here. You can get it like that, where it's fast, but you can also get it where your Crash's head gets stuck in the box. But you'll get out of it. It's not like you're stuck there. It's just a very small amount of time loss. You definitely shouldn't reset over this when you're first starting out. Heck, I shouldn't reset over it either, to be honest. I'm the record holder at this time, but yeah. Once you do that, you move over to the left and spin that crate. Oh no, you didn't interrupt, don't worry. It's not a super formal tutorial. I'm gonna lose this mask. Bit to the right, very good. Now up here, we're gonna perform what's called a snipe. I should have talked about this in the general section, but whatever. A snipe is an intended mechanic put in by the developers. It's in most Crash games, actually. It's where you can spin an enemy into other boxes or even other enemies to destroy them. It's very useful, and it's done in a lot of places to break boxes or kill other enemies. In this instance, we're gonna use this crab to break a bunch of boxes up here. Now, there's a few different things that can happen. You can see 4 boxes here. It should always break the 2 crates that are directly behind the crab, and it should also break the mask crate. Sometimes it'll also break that question mark crate on the left, but not always. You just need to be prepared for that. So let's see what we get. I was a bit desynced because of the pause and the stopping and slowing down, but yeah, we'll try that again. Yeah, I'll pretty much only do like 1 spin here for just general movement, and I save the rest of my spins for breaking boxes. Alright, so we're gonna spin the crab. Okay, this is what usually happens. Sometimes the left question mark will break, but here I'm gonna talk about the different types of spins again. When you spin this crate, you'll most likely have the spin connect to the ground, which makes it the longest lasting spin you can get in terms of frames. And that means you have to be really careful with this mask. You do need this mask. This is a level where we want invincibility. So if you spin away that mask, I'd advise resetting because the strats for not having invincibility are pretty whack. So yeah, most of the time when you spin this crate, you'll have a ground spin. And so you kind of want to delay going to the right a little bit, or else you'll spin it away like that. So be very careful. Now, I have seen a strat that Koji has done in the past where he tries to get an air spin to break this so he can just move to the right as soon as possible, but it's very tricky, very precise timing, so don't worry about that. You won't always have to break this box. The crab might break it for you, but if you do, make sure, at least when you're starting, that your spin is fully finished before moving over here. And then once you get this hint, you can jump up here and spin, and you can actually start your jump before the back 2 boxes break, like you saw there, if you were paying attention. It sometimes messes up, but then you can just go down and break them again if you miss them. Very easy. And then here we want to bounce off this crate, and then break these boxes. I don't know how other runners break these boxes, but I usually press square twice and move around a bit to make sure they all break. And that's also usually pretty fast, like it breaks through them like butter. And now we're at the top. You shouldn't get spin timered here if you do like the same movement as me, but if you are going to get spin timered, you can actually break both this checkpoint crate and this mask crate in 1 spin like that, which can save you. Alright, first half of the level done. Just gonna go over it again, and then I'll cover the second half on its own. Have a mask again, I'll just lose it. Start zigzagging, 1 spin for movement. Move a bit to the right, break the top one. Very nice. Snipe the crab. Watch the ground spin on the box. Jump early there. 2 spins there. Buffered inputs on the stairs. I'm not going to get spin timered, so 2 spins there. And we have invincibility. Very nice. Very simple stuff. Alright, so I talked about how to move fast with invincibility before, but I'll review it again. You want to walk on the ground as much as possible, but when you do need to jump, you do want to zigzag and spin in the air, so make sure you do that. Now this turtle here, this turtle can snipe some of the boxes that are up ahead there, but it's not relevant, so don't worry about it. He can sometimes snipe like all 3 of these crates and the one that's behind that bit of scenery there, but it doesn't matter. For these crates here, you can just be to the left of them. Don't hit them from the back because that's slow, because you'll have to wait for them to explode. And then once you're over this, just move a bit to the right and that box will break. Now, this formation of boxes, there's a way you can have it so they break like butter, and the way I do that is I aim for the middle left, and then I spin, and I swerve to the right, and they break like butter, like that. Worst case scenario, if this doesn't work, these boxes on the left won't break, but you can just turn around and break them, and you'll still have time for the box bridge. Now here, when you go down this hill, you want to delay your jump because it's really slow moving in the air with invincibility, as I've said before. So yeah, delay your jump, and then you want to trigger this trigger box, which the invincibility will do for you, but you don't want to be too close to the bridge or else that first box will break and you'll have to jump onto the bridge and potentially either die or miss some boxes. But yeah, a point on this bridge where you can start walking is when the third box spawns, and you should have it so they all break and you won't die or anything. And you can walk a bit earlier there, of course. There we go. Just walk across it. That's an intended mechanic for sure. Yeah, there's some boxes back here we need to break. The way I usually break these is I jump and try to land for the back one and then do 180 spin to break them. Now do keep that in mind if you haven't figured that out while playing casually. To turn around in this game, it's not just turning, it's not just pressing the other direction. That'll just be awkward like this and you'll have no speed. You do need to do like a 180 like this, and it'll be very smooth, and it's relevant for strats like that. If you're too fast on the box bridge, not all of them will break. Something someone told me about a long time ago is that if your Wumpa count is not still increasing for a little bit after you get the last life, it means you missed something, but I don't think that's the case every time. So if you're not sure on whether they all broke, you might as well just finish the level so you don't have to waste an attempt and see if you actually broke them, and if you don't, just quick reset. And make sure you start zigzagging again when you lose the invincibility. And then there's a box over here. Again, don't break it from the front, break it from the side for a little bit of speed. And then land on the portal. I'll go over the level as a whole one more time, actually. What have I got? Oh, I forgot about the mask. Yeah, ideally this doesn't happen. Yeah, I'll just wait this out. Yeah, Insanity Beach is a pretty simple level. This game's early game isn't too bad, honestly. There's games with worse first levels for sure. It's not that boring either. Alright, so yeah, normally you get your invincibility here. You might have the turtle snipe boxes, but it doesn't matter. Move a bit to the right here, break these like butter. Middle left, and then swerve with a spin. Delay your jump here, trigger this, not too close. Third box spawns go, and you'll be good every time. Around here, I'm going to aim for the back box and then do a curve, and they're broken. And zigzagging again. And this one I break from the side. There you go. That's the first level. After you get a level with a gem, you get this. The best way I can advise on the J version to skip these screens fast is to press circle and triangle. Just spam those and you'll skip it quickly. If you're on other versions though, you do need to only press X to skip them. That's what works. So I'm going to press circle and triangle here. There we go. Skipped them fast. Now it is also important, you shouldn't have your memory card in your console when you run this, because it has been tested that having your memory card in makes the loading screens a bit longer, which might add up to pretty significant time save throughout the run, and it's free time save, so take your memory card out when you do attempts, or turn it off in your emulator before you do attempts. And it also makes skipping those screens much easier. Alright, when you beat a level, it does move you to the next one. And again, if you're on J version, you can just be mashing X and circle. And if you're on any other region, just press X. Alright, so Jungle Rollers. This is a level that the developers intended for you to have to revisit. But we have means that we have figured out to be able to get to secret areas that require color gems without said color gems. There are 4 levels that we can do this in. This level, Jungle Rollers, the Great Gate, Upstream, Cortex Power. The 2 that new runners should definitely do is Jungle Rollers and Great Gate, because they're both super easy and they're also both near the beginning of the run, which is easy to reset if you miss it. Cortex Power, these days, we have it pretty well like set out now. It's pretty easy to do now. New runners, if they want, could do that. But if they don't want to, they definitely don't need to. There's definitely more important things to focus on than that. And upstream skip, you should only do if you're at very top level in this category. That's all I'll say about that. Now, the skip in this level to get the gem early, there is a separate tutorial done by Whip CPL, and so I'm not going to talk about the skip itself in very much detail, because that would just be redundant, and I will link it in the description of wherever you're watching this on, whether it's Twitch or YouTube or whatever. But I will talk about everything else in this level that there is to talk about. So when you spawn in this level, you have this formation of 3 boxes. You can actually break them all without letting go forward like this, but you do have to watch your momentum. It's kind of weird to explain. I have sort of a weird way of going about it, but you can get it down. And this TNT, you don't need to worry about spin bouncing on it, you can just bounce on it. Don't need to worry about anything fancy there. For these boxes, I like to just break them both in one spin, though it's actually me pressing square twice. It's not necessary, that's just how I do it. Now here, there's a bunch of different things that can happen. I get that plant to spawn. Yeah, we have a bunch of skunks here, a plant, some boxes behind it, and a roller cycle that we have to worry about. Rollers are spawn cycles, so it starts moving when it's loaded, so it should be the same every single time. With the skunks, you can perform a snipe, and it will kill the plant, but I don't advise doing that. I advise just bouncing over the skunks, and then spinning the plant, which will get rid of the boxes, so you have lots of room here to get through this cycle. With this cycle, you do want to go to the right of it, but if you're just starting out, your movement may not be strong enough, so if you feel like you're just going to miss it, yeah, if you feel like you're just going to miss it, you can just go to the left. I'll show it off now. Yeah, I tend to just bounce on this first skunk, and then spin this, and then go to the right. You do have to be aware of scenery and jungle levels in Crash games, which is really annoying in every single one, so you do have to kind of watch where you're jumping. And also, spinning makes your hitbox bigger, which you may notice especially with these things. Don't spin while you're near them at all. Gotta watch out for that. Here, you want to be careful with doing spin jumps down slopes, because the terrain is weird and it tends to just eat your jump, unless you know specific spots that you can. So be careful with this box. You should try and just spin that plant pretty much. If you do lose this mask, we do want to get invincibility for the skip up here. If you do lose it, I believe White Paws also has a tutorial on how to do it without invincibility, and I'll link that as well. But most people tend to reset if they just lose the mask. Look at this. Yeah, you should enter this level with 2 masks after Insanity Beach. Alright, snipe the plant. And go. I actually tend to jump on the plant because it's actually a bit faster, but as a new runner it's probably better to spin it. This cycle you'll always go to the right. You shouldn't even need zigzag to do that. So this is the invincibility you want to get. You want to make it so your spin has you also land up here so you can pick it up. But do be careful when you walk off this, because there's a certain angle you can walk off this crate where you'll fall directly into the hole. And so what I tend to do, if people have noticed my attempts, I move a bit to the left before walking off this because I don't want that to happen. Here you want to jump onto the half pipe, so you have to do less jumping, which jumping is slow with invincibility, as we said before. So yeah, just do that so you get a bit more walking. And up here is the skip. Again, I'll link Whip's tutorial for this, so I'm not going to be redundant and explain everything when it's already being explained in another video. But yeah, my method for this is a bit different than what most people do. I came up with it myself years ago. If enough people want me to make a video of my method, then I will gladly make it. Just let me know. Yeah, you just have to make sure that checkpoint breaks, obviously. Now here, you're gonna have to go to the right of this roller. And as for the next ones, what you do with the next rollers is based on how fast you went. If you went really fast, you can go in the middle like this, and you'll go through them really easily without bonking. And that is a bit faster, but most of the time you'll have to go to the left. Or maybe the right if something weird happened with the skip. Yeah, that's what you do there. Now, you can just like hit this first skunk and it'll kill the other ones. In certain situations, you can have it so the skunks snipe into this TNT and blow it up, but that'll pretty much never happen. What you want to do with this TNT is the jump you use to jump over this half pipe that I'm over is you want your spin to break the life crate during that jump. And what I actually do, I don't think any other runners do this, but I think it's faster than skipping the mask in Great Gate. You can damage abuse in the middle of the rollers, so you don't have to wait on them. But do beware that if you aren't damage abusing and going to the left, you can only go to the left of them. Don't try to go to the right of them, because to the right of this box stack, there's some pretty bad scenery that gets in your way, so watch out. But yeah, if you damage abuse, you just do it, something like that. But you want to make it so you go through as smooth as possible. And your invincibility should be done by now. So there's a formation of like 5 boxes up here. What I like to do here to make it smooth is I like to snipe the top box with the plant. And what this does is it makes them super smooth to break. Bam, they just broke like butter. And the rest is simple. Break these boxes to the side, go through the middle. If you miss one of those boxes, sometimes I gotta drop spin input, you'll have to go to the side like this. It's pretty easy. Up here there's skunks. A few different things can happen here with snipes. You can have one plant be sniped, both plants be sniped, or none. So you just have to be prepared. But if the back one doesn't get sniped, you can bounce off it and then land on the portal. Alright, that's Jungle Rollers. Yeah, that's not a super complicated level, just the skip, so I don't think I'll go over it again. Alright, the Great Gate, this is another level that has a color gem skip. You're supposed to come back with the yellow gem for 2 visits, but we have a skip. The skip in this level, I think most people agree, is even easier than the one in Jungle Rollers, so you should be able to get this one down. But yeah, when you spawn in this level, you can hold diagonal, then do a curve onto these bouncy crates. And for all the bouncy crates in this level up to the first portal, you don't have to hold X. So don't. You can just hold X diagonal, and then start holding X a bit here. Now, the way I usually do it, if I damage abused in Jungle Rollers or if you get hit, is I break them like this. Land on that one. Let's try that again. It's a bit weird to do things while also trying to explain them. So yeah, diagonal here. Land on this, don't hold X. We're going to land on the left box and try and break both of those, and also bounce on this box while we try and get the mask that we need. You don't actually need that mask if you're not doing upstream skip, but since you do want at least one, and you could get hit by a spike or something, it makes sense to just get that. But if you're not doing upstream skip, then it might not be worth doing the damage abuse in Jungle Rollers, so keep that in mind. I can't remember the strat to break these if you're not getting the mask. Koji has a strat. No, it's not that. I might have I have the strats playlist open. Let's see if I can find the video of the strat. Don't think I have a video on it. I thought I did. Might not be in the playlist, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal anyway, so. Now here, this box formation kind of sucks. You can't jump around it. You do have to go over it or through it. what we want to do is we want to break the box and then jump off it. There is like a weird ceiling thing up there, so you sometimes get a weird bounce. You can catch yourself and turn around, or you can just add a bunch of zigzag to be able to do it. I like to bounce off this turtle and land on this plant and spin it. Fast way to break these boxes is go in between them like that. They break like butter, and you don't lose speed. These spinny things, I don't know what else to call them, but when they're... You can jump on them a bit. Like, you can jump on them while they're still spinning, if it's at the right time. But for most of the time while they're spinning, you can't, so you just have to get that down. There is also a strat to jump from this platform right onto the bouncy crate. It's pretty difficult though, no one does it. For these bouncy crates, you can also just hold X. If you want to be fast here, you can try and land in front of this checkpoint and get a ground spin in that, like, air to ground spin to break it fast. I want to land on this turtle. There's a few different ways you can do this. You can have just Crash's head bounce it, like that. You can also just spin it, like that. Now, another mechanic is what we call spin invincibility. That's how I survived that spin. It doesn't work for every hazard, but it'll point out every time it's useful. Sometimes when you bounce off that plant, you'll be able to bounce off that spike and just go right over it. It's pretty cool, but generally, you don't really have to do it. It can just make you screw up the skip later if you lose your mask. It's more of an any percent strat. See there, I got a much smoother bounce than last time. I've never had a visual cue for that, I just learned how to deal with it. Sometimes it's better to have that than memorizing cues, to be honest. I think that's more practical. There's that fast checkpoint break. I'm gonna get this. Oh yeah, if you have to get this mask, you can get it, and then land on the plant. Just not like that. That was silly. Another thing you can do with spikes that's a bit weird is you can do spike boosts. If you spin them on their corners, they can give you a bit of a boost. It's hard to actually show it off when you're trying to do it. But yeah, see, there I got a very quick boost to speed. Just be careful with the spin timer and be careful with your mask. See there, I got a double one. TAS does that. It's pretty cool. These, you just do one spin and a jump, and you can break through them pretty easily. Now these Islander jumps, they start moving when you're on the same platform as them. And what you want to do is you want to bounce off them onto the other platform, onto the next platform. But like that, I'm glad I got a bad jump so I could show it off. You can sometimes get bad jumps off them, and you either need good zigzag to fix it, or it just might not be makeable at all most of the time. So you might not want to go for them when you're first starting out, or if you get a bad bounce, you can turn around and catch yourself and survive. But yeah, ideally, it's something like this. Like that. For some of them, you do need kind of strong zigzags, so it's not too advised if you're new. It's not a huge time save, and you might not save cycles anyway. Alright, these platforms move Crash, these mossy things. And whenever you're in something like this, like a conveyor belt, that's going like in the direction you're going, you want to spin on them, because it's super fast. Just be careful of your spin timer. And here's another upward section. This is a good spot for buffering your inputs, so you spend more time in the air and you get less slowed down. It's a very minor thing, but it can make the difference between making a cycle and not making it. If you're worried you're gonna get spin timed, you can bounce off that monkey. Here's another Islander jump. This one's a bit easier than the last one. Watch out for this flame. This flame is a global cycle, so it may be different each time. The spikes are also global cycles. Alright, not gonna talk about this skip too much either, because WebCBL also has a tutorial on this one, also with input display, so yeah, go watch that. He covers everything you need to know. Oh, whoops, I'm going into the bonus. If you ever do accidentally enter a bonus, you pretty much never should, you can just die. You'll keep any mask you had entering it, and you won't lose a life. You can fall from there pretty early to have more zigzag time, but if you're worried, don't worry about it too much. So now we're in the secret route without the yellow gem. Here, you want to break this box in the air. You don't want to bounce off it. You want to do that. There's a few different ways you can go about setting that up. One way is get a low bounce off this. And what I mean by a low bounce is don't hold X for too long on that first bouncy crate. And try and land on the next box from as far left as possible. Or rather, as far right as possible. It's not too difficult. But if you do get a weird bounce off it, you can react and then just bounce off it, so you don't fall all the way down. Once you break that, get up here. I believe you can bounce off this crate and then spin jump off the spike, but I never do that. It shouldn't be necessary. Yeah, don't worry about that. Here you do a simple snipe with this plant. Jump over these spikes. You can time your X input here, sort of buffer it to not get slowed down by like the plant or the moss. Here we want to bounce off this islander. You should always bounce off this islander. It's a very small jump. And then you want to snipe the plant. The plant should break the first box, and then you do a spin jump off the bouncy crate to do a bit of a, I guess you could call it a sequence break. I missed it. If that happens, you just bounce on the crate and then do a spin jump off. But if you miss the spin jump, you can do this. Well, not that, but yeah. Oh, I don't have a mask now. Let's just redo it.
What have I got? What have I got?
Yellow gem path is kind of important to talk about, so I do want to go back there. Yeah, pay attention to how I bounce here. Like that, I landed very far right. I don't know how I fell behind that. I've like rarely seen that. I guess that's the thing that can happen. Oops. Alright, that's off. Oh, I missed the snap again, but I'm sure you can infer what's going to happen. You want the first box to break, and if that happens, you just zigzag, land on the bouncy crate, spin jump off, and go over. And if you do miss it, you can do that. Except actually making it. I rarely have this happen to me, so I'm not like practiced in this, but yeah, you can just do that. Oh, there is actually one more thing I want to talk about on the second floor. There is a crate back here. It's easy to miss. Make sure you just spin there. It's after this thing, if you want like a visual cue. Yeah, you can do a bunch of zigzag back there. Don't worry about spinning on this moss. Just buffer your inputs here. Another easy islander jump. It seems like a lot of the time you do need a lot of zigzag to make this flame, but if you have to wait on it, just wait on it. If you're doing upstream skip. But if you're not doing upstream skip and you still have a mask here, the lucky thing is you can just damage a piece off this flame. Because you won't need the mask unless you're doing upstream skip. Do a turn around here. Remember, don't do it like this. No, just touching the other direction. You want it to be curve on the D-pad. These bouncy crates need holding X, but not for the whole time. The shorter the amount of time you hold X, the faster you're going on these. Also, a strat you can do is you can break this bouncy crate, or you can break that wooden crate while also still going up into the next bouncy crate. I rarely go for it. It's kind of weird. I never really had a setup for it, but it is a thing you can do. At this point, I'm just messing around. Yeah, I'll go over that level one more time. Oops. Yeah, see, I have the memory card in and I didn't press the buttons fast enough, so I have to wait for this. Remember to always have your memory card out when you do speedruns. Alright, so diagonal spin here. Curve onto these. Don't hold X. Start holding X here. You can do these strats for the boxes. Start zigzagging. Time a good jump here. React if you get a bad jump. Bounce off that. Land in between these to break them like butter. Here you want to position your landing where you're not going to edge against the box before going on it. That's slower. You want it to be clean. Like this. There, I didn't bonk at all. Very fast. That was a good checkpoint break. The thing I want to show off is, if you kill this turtle by accident, you can actually do this. You can do that. It's kind of tricky, but I've used it as a backup in runs before. So yeah. I think that's all I'll go over. The rest is pretty basic. And don't forget about the skip. I'll link the tutorial for that below, and wherever you're watching this. Alright, boulders. Boulder levels don't take away your mask. I think it's different in Insane Trilogy, I'm not sure, but yeah. Again, boulder levels show off the zigzagging quite well. There's a few different ways you can go about the boxes in this tunnel. Burger has a pretty fast strat where you break them all in one bounce, but it's a bit weird because of the terrain. It's hard to see, but it's like kind of bumpy, weird terrain in this tunnel, and so sometimes it just doesn't give you a jump. Yeah, I tend not to do that strat because I don't want to lose time to having to go back. Yeah, it's like that except actually hitting this and doing it in one spin. What I tend to do is still pretty fast. It's like that except actually hitting this crate. You will break the crate like when you're past it though. I see it ate my jump there because of the terrain. It's kind of annoying, but it's not a big deal when you're starting out. So yeah, you do want to be spinning a lot in these levels since there's not like enemies to spin, but you do have to be aware of the boxes. Little optimization you can kind of do is trying to break the boxes from the side while also still zigzagging. You don't really need to memorize the layout of these levels, though it might help a bit. I'm not sure, I just kind of know what they look like by now. Again, don't spin jump on slopes or on bumpy terrain. Not advised. Spin jump there, break the checkpoint, simple. And here you can just stay on the left and you'll be zigzagging to break that. Then you go diagonal and you can just break that box. I like to spin jump off it, just for fun. And the last relevant thing for this level is to jump onto the portal. You can do a ledge jump, a normal jump, or you can do a sub jump onto it. But you just want to jump from that green platform onto the portal. Alright, Upstream. This level does have a revisit skip you can do, but again, it's only advised you go for it at top level, so I'm not going to talk about it, but it does also have a video tutorial by White Paws, which I'll still link below. So yeah, I'm going to talk about... for Upstream skip, I can talk about everything besides the actual skip itself. But if you are doing the skip, you do get the mask at the start, because you do need invincibility for one spot. If you're entering this level with no masks, you can re-enter to get another one you need, but yeah. When you get it, you do want to do a curve out of it to turn around quickly. Sub-jumps are very useful in these water levels because you can do sub-jumps on the boxes that are near holes and not have to worry. It'll never eat your input, pretty much. Buffer jumps on these hills. Here, the fast thing to do for pretty much like every box formation that is two boxes, one stacked on the other, what you want to do is you want to do an air spin on the top one, which will make you land on the lower crate. And the reason it's faster is because you get more zigzag out. This one's a bit weird, but I'll try and show it off. Yeah, you do exactly that. If you're not gonna do that though, because you don't like the strat or whatever, then land on this, have your momentum stop, hold up for a little bit, and then bounce off. Knowing air control and momentum stuff in this game is really important. It'll save you a lot. But yeah, that's a good way you can do that. Now do beware, if you land on one of these plants with the green tentacles and then bounce off, like go backwards, you'll notice it doesn't like bite. But next time you land on it, it will instantly eat you. This is a really stupid glitch, but if you're in this situation, you can just do a ledge jump and do that, and then the glitch will be reverted. So yeah, keep that in mind. You may also notice if you're used to PAL or NTSCU is the platforms in these levels are bigger. I guess that's a change they made to make it easier, but yeah. It's only relevant for a couple things, and I'll talk about those when I get to them. Do them all at that strat. I'll re-answer to get masks and stuff to explain the upstream skip stuff. Just stuff involving what you do differently than, like, visit 1 if you're not doing it. But I'm not going to discuss all the crazy stuff about the skip, because that has its own tutorial. What have I got? The nice thing about the platforms being bigger on Japanese version is you have more room to zigzag and not go off the side, which is pretty nice. Alright, so with upstream skip, you have to get this invincibility. To make it a little bit faster, you can move up before you get it, so you're already facing the correct direction, so you don't need to move. Buffered inputs up here. This is skip stuff, covered in the tutorial. Now, you do this big jump here on both visits. Invincibility doesn't necessarily make it easier, but if you're not doing upstream skip, you do this with a submarine jump. But if you are doing upstream skip and you have invincibility, you want to do it with just a ledge jump, because spinning with invincibility, as I said before, spinning with invincibility makes you back to your normal speed and not the increased base movement speed, and so it actually makes the jump harder. Same applies for this. Don't sub-jump for this one. And then this is skip stuff, blah blah blah. That's covered in a video. Not gonna talk about it. But yeah. Yeah, I guess that's it for Upstream 1 stuff. Or just upstream skip stuff. Now, if you're just doing this level and not doing upstream skip, don't get this mask at the start. It's not going to help you anywhere. We're just going to be doing the level any percent. You do want to jump off these leaves earlier than not, obviously. A little bit of zigzag. Save you some time. Oh yeah, if you're on the NTSCU version, or PAL version, you do want to death abuse on levels that you can't get a gem on or are not doing a skip for. And the reason is that if you die after a checkpoint on those versions, you can skip the box at the end of a level that tells you how many boxes you missed. And those box screens can get pretty long on certain levels, so you do want to do it. You only have to do it once. Keep in mind it does reset cycles, so I'll tell you like which checkpoints you should death abuse on the relevant levels. But for this level, it doesn't matter too much. It's just that this one is a bit closer to the hole. The one thing though, waterfalls in this game have death triggers in them, so you want to death abuse like this. Do an air spin on the checkpoint, curve around, and in there. The animation for drowning is a bit slower. So there you go. But if you're on the Japanese version, death abusing doesn't work. Instead, they made it so only one box falls on your head, regardless of how many you broke. Up here, there's a cycle skip with this blue tentacle plant. The blue tentacle plants are spawn cycles, so it's the same every time. The way I recommend breaking these boxes is not with a sub jump, but just jump and spin. Depending on how your zigzag is, it may be a bit tight, but if you're struggling with it, or if you like miss a box and have to go back, you can clear this jump in just one jump. I don't think you can on the American version though. I'm not sure about that. Just practice zigzag and you'll be fine. Yeah, as you can see, this checkpoint is farther away, so it'd be a bit slower to death abuse here on NTSCU. Don't go for this jump if you're not on the Japanese version, because I think it's possible, but it's very, 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 very difficult, so yeah. You can still do it with the ledge jump, like with Invincibility, but I'd advise a sub jump. Just a quick one. The lily pads do respawn if you're in a situation like that for some reason. Oh yeah, that leaf's a bit different. The leaves are spawn cycles as well. That one happened to be triggered. It's not about them being on screen, it's about when they're actually loaded. It's okay if you don't go for that jump, it's a bit tricky if your zigzag is off. You also want to sub jump this one. That one's easier, I think most people should go for that one. You can also do that one on NTSCU. It's a bit harder, but still doable. Alright, very nice. That's Upstream both visits, or if you're doing the skip and if you're not. So yeah, if you're on the Japanese version, you'll get this screen where one box falls on Crash's head. One falls regardless of how many you missed, and if you're on NTSU and PAL, you should have death abused on the first checkpoint, which will skip the screen. You'll just go directly to the loading screen. Alright, so we're coming up to the first boss here. Bosses in this game are pretty simple for the most part. They're pretty much auto-scrollers. Something that's relevant version-wise for this boss is that they gave him 2 more hit points on the Japanese version, so he takes a bit longer. That's one thing that kinda decreases the amount of time it saves over other versions, the Japanese version that is. This boss has a cutscene. You can't skip it. As you see, I buffered triangle and it does nothing, so don't worry about that. What I like to do for the first hit is I jump in his chair, so I know I'll have good height to bounce on him. I don't have like visual cues or anything for when to hit him, I just sort of know. I didn't really get a good hit there because I was trying to show the chair thing, but yeah. You can only hit Papu once he stops flashing. It might be hard to see on like a CRT, but once he stops flashing, you can hit him. You spawn with 2 masks in bosses, but you actually lose them when you exit, so it's not relevant for other levels, like you can't carry them. But also, I'll talk about this more in Ripperoo, but if you die in a boss, you only spawn with 1 mask on the Japanese version. I don't know why they made that change, it's very stupid, but it is a thing. So yeah, wait for him to stop flashing. There you go. Stops flashing and hit him again. His hitbox can be a bit weird, like you can bounce off him and he'd like slide off his back. But yeah. Normally the fight ends here on other versions, but on U and J version he goes a bit faster and stuff, so. Another thing I want to talk about for Papu, and I'll talk about this for Koala Kong as well, there is a soft lock that can happen. If you get hit by his falling corpse on the correct frame, you'll be soft locked and you won't be sent out of the fight and the level won't be beaten. You can exit to the map and try again, but it's like pretty much a reset if it happens. Oh yeah, you're also like, his club doesn't hit you when he first swings, so you can just like stand beside it if you don't want to get damaged by it. But yeah, don't go near his fallen corpse when you defeat him, because if you get hit by it on the wrong frame, I think it's the frame when he's supposed to say like Yeehaw or Yate. If you get hit on that frame, it will soft lock you. So watch out. It can also happen in Koala Kong with touching the lava at the wrong time. Alright, so I've completed up to the first boss. I am gonna take a washroom break, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so Rolling Stones, this is the first level in the run that we're supposed to come back with a color gem for, but we don't have a skip that anyone knows of, so we do have to do 2 visits, which means the first visit will be an any % visit. Now, right off the bat, there's some important stuff in this level. There's this plant here and this wall of boxes. What I like to do is bounce off the plant, bounce off the boxes, and then I'm over the roller. You never have to worry about the roller, pretty much, but something some other people do is they snipe the plant into the boxes and then just go through them. I guess I'll try and show that off, though I never do it. Yeah, I guess I can do that. Both work just as fine. Now, optimally, what you do at the start here is you want to skip the next roller. Oops, drop my controller. You do need quite a bit of zigzag and also spins to be able to make this. This is the cycle you want to make. That's a bit tricky when you're first starting out. It's pretty easy for top level runners, though. I wouldn't expect a new runner to go for this, and so if you're not going for it, what you want to do is you want to just get this mask. Because, especially if you're on the Japanese version, you'll have this mask throughout the rest of the level. Or you can just damage Vista on this. This one's easier to make, but if you're gonna get hit by it, you'll have the mask at least, so you won't have to worry. You re-enter the level again to show off the proper cycles and where they should be, if you're not doing the cycle skip. I jump into that hint so it doesn't get buffered. Yeah, that one's not too difficult. This one you'll pretty much always have to go to the left on. So yeah, this is an any % pass to a level, so if you're on the American version or PAL version, you do want a death abuse. Optimally, you can do an air spin on the checkpoint, spin it and fall in the hole so you don't land. You can miss the checkpoint, so I guess it's a bit risky, but yeah. If you're on the Japanese version, you don't worry about it. You can do like a sub jump and go over. Here you want to snipe that mask with these plants. Sometimes you'll miss it. Here you go in between these. This part's pretty simple. Don't swag on these TNTs. Don't try and spin them like that, because that causes lag and that's slow. Swag isn't swag when it loses time. Yeah, this part's simple. Something kind of silly with this level is the second checkpoint is very close to the first one, and then there isn't like a real checkpoint for the rest of the level, so dying far away from this checkpoint is very punishing. Optimally for this next set of rollers, you want to go to the left. Might be a bit tricky, but it's not about zigzag, it's about timing your diagonal properly. But if you don't want to do that, you can just go in the middle. These should be simple. Do a bit of spins here. You want to go between both these rollers, it's pretty satisfying. Here you want to damage abuse with the mask you got earlier from the snipe. If you've gotten hit here, I don't advise going through it without a mask, it's very difficult. But if you do want to, you can go to the right. It's very difficult though, I never go for it. Here you want to, I don't know why I bounced on it, but you want to snipe that plant into this mask. You should be able to get it. Yeah, I'm just going to die and try and show this area off again. Again, I want to show off like the proper cycles you would get in a run. These are all spawn cycles again. Yeah, so I don't have a mask here, so I'm just going to wait on these, not a big deal. Snipe this plant optimally. This is a bit tricky, I don't recommend going for it. If you are fast enough, you will go to the left of that roller without bonking, and it's pretty fast, but normally you want to go in the middle. You might have to slow down a bit to be able to do it though. You do want to be very careful in these levels if you get hit by a roller, because you bounce up. And when you bounce up, there's a lot of like off-screen scenery in the ceiling of these levels that you can get stuck on and then die trying to save yourself, so do be very careful. Make good choices on where you land. I'm gonna die again. I forget where that roller is supposed to be. It's all muscle memory. I'm gonna run out of lives at some point, and I might just switch to my save file for the tutorial, which is no big deal. Snipe this. I'll try. Yeah, you want it to be like that, except sometimes you get hit, which is actually better because you get more zigzag. But ideally, you just go in the middle. Okay, yeah, you go to the left of this. If you're too slow, you'll have to go to the right. And as for these rollers, you don't have to worry about these. Trying to do anything fancy with going to the side of these, according to White Paws, it doesn't save time, and I believe him, so yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about having to keep a mask, though, because, at least not for the first visit, because the next level, Hog Wild, takes away your masks, so. Another thing I'll talk about is these box screens. There is a bit of RNG to them. This game does not have very much RNG, so don't worry, but after the last box falls on Crash's head, Crash looks to his right, and the amount of times he looks to his right is actually RNG, which loses a bit of time. I don't know why it's in the game, it's just one of those stupid things, but yeah, it won't matter that much until you're like super top level. But do also note that global cycles are going during these screens, so same with gem screens, so that may be relevant as you get better. Another change they made for the Japanese version is this level has the green gem, but it's not relevant, so it's like whatever. I think the reason they moved it to this level is because this is a very easy level to get the gem on, so they wanted the player to be able to know that the color gems exist a bit easier than the Lost City. Alright, so these levels are fully on rails. They're just auto-scrollers. You can't save time. Zigzag does not work in them. But do beware that if you are on a lower model PS2 or a PS1, every time you move the hog it makes a sound, and I've heard that that can cause lag on those models, so maybe that can be a very tiny time save for you. You cannot buffer inputs on the hog. I don't remember. You won't need to, but like, I think you can still do ledge jumps. Yeah, you can jump off scenery and stuff, but none of it saves time. Just make sure you pay a decent amount of attention in this so you don't miss a box. That's all you have to do. Pretty easy level. A nice one to have before like Native Fortress. Now here, this spike here, the one I'm about to come up to, there's a glitch called Spike Glitch. I've never gotten it before. I think it might be based on lag or something, because I've only played on Emulator and 90K, which are like the least laggy platforms, and I've never gotten it. But I've been told that sometimes this spike can just randomly kill you, even if you're holding fully right. I've never had it, so I can't really explain much about it, but yeah. And you always hold right on that last guy. Everything in that level is spawn. None of it's like global stuff. Very easy. Probably didn't even need to show that level. Just explain stuff about the hog. But yeah, you don't even have to worry about corner cutting or anything because it's all fully on rails. Alright, this is the second level that has an area that's only accessible with color gems and we don't have a skip, so first visit is going to be an 80% visit. Now this is a pretty tricky split. It's a pretty hard level for being only like the 8th level besides bosses, even casually. There's lots of global cycles everywhere, but it's a good way to improve reacting to things. Sometimes I feel like a better skill in this game is being able to react to like any global cycles instead of just memorizing all of them, memorizing every reference you could have for predicting later cycles. Sometimes it's better to do that, of course, and I'll point out those situations, but it's very useful to be able to react to global cycles and not choke to them. But yeah, these bouncy crates on like Grid Gate, you do want to hold X for a certain amount of time. And off this one, you can actually land right on the turtle. It might be a bit tricky depending on where the turtle is in his walking cycle. I do advise getting the first mask on this first visit unless you're doing something crazy like the second checkpoint death abuse. I mean, that's not too crazy. I want to implement that someday, but yeah. New runner, good to get the mask here. It'll help you out, and you can do the out of bounds and not have to worry about the dreaded second floor. First floor of this level is pretty easy. Got some moss here, do a spin, buffer your jumps here for speed. You can spin under that spike if you need to. Oh, it's unfortunate I lost that. And you don't have to worry about the next flame pretty much. You can always bounce, you can always jump over it. You can get stuck here in this wall on this turtle, so you might not want to hold like a diagonal against the wall or hold up. Just sort of like be in the middle of the plane. It doesn't happen that much, it seems, but it is a thing, so watch out for it. You can always get out of it though, like you can't necessarily soft lock there. Here, I like to bounce off this checkpoint, bounce off the plant. You can always get over that spike. You can use the spin invincibility we talked about before to get through it. Remember, you can jump off these while they're still spinning, but only after they've spun for a little while. I like to bounce off these turtles most of the time because I can save my spin timer. You can bounce off this checkpoint over this flame. It's pretty tricky though. I don't advise it if you're not good at the game. It's honestly pretty annoying. Here is a application of a submarine jump you can do. We haven't seen many submarine jumps yet, but there's a lot more submarine jump applications when we get to the third island. So watch out for that. But if you want to do a submarine jump here under the spike, if the spike is going, what you want to do is you want to bounce off this islander's head and then position it so you're going to bounce off you're going to hit your head off the crate. And if you've done it correctly, you'll now be able to walk off the shield guy and then do a submarine jump once you're on the ground, like so. Bam. So you can see that like hitting your head off the bouncy crate kind of cancels the bouncing you're supposed to have off that guy's shield when it's like over his head, like this. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Now, even if you time this sub jump correctly, it can just eat your input. I know other runners get it too, so that's another sort of risk. I guess this area is maybe a bit laggy. It's hard for me to tell on 90K. Here, depending on the cycle, you can spin jump off the top of this and bounce over. Or if it's in a different cycle, or if you just want to get the checkpoint for safety, you can do another thing which I'll show. There's the sub jump again. just wait for the spike so I can show it. You can spin the checkpoint, do a short spin, and then bounce off the top. And then you can land on this to do the out of bounds, which I can't show off right now because I lost the mask, but I'll show it off again later. Or you can have it so you sub-jump under it. I don't really advise sub-jumping under this one if you don't know what the cycles are. Oftentimes, like, if you have to sub-jump onto this spike, you'll have to wait on this flame anyway. At least in my experience, that does seem to be how the cycles are sort of linked together most of the time. So honestly, if you can't do the out of bounds, then I would just wait on the spike if you have to. It's not a big deal. I guess one thing I'll show off. Oh, I know. Yeah, I'll just re-enter since I'm on the third checkpoint. There's something relevant with the second checkpoint you can do. Oops. Yeah, that strat doesn't work every time. Sometimes you won't have the correct height. Yeah, first floor is really simple. Second floor and third floor is where it can get nasty. Bounce off the turtle, save your spin timer. That's especially important on the second visit. Yeah, I probably won't demonstrate it, but you can die on this checkpoint, and if you go extremely fast, you can catch really good cycles, and it's really fast. But it's not advised. No one goes for it currently, but in the future we might have to go for it. The out of bounds I'm going to do up here is very similar to the one in Great Gate. In fact, it's the exact same concept. It's just that you have to go a bit higher, and you may have to hold the diagonal for longer because of the situation, but if you watched WhipCPL's tutorial for the skip, you should be able to do this fine. Just be aware though, with this, unlike Great Gate Skip, you do have these spikes. These spikes actually can kill you, so you do want to jump over them and also spin, and you should survive them each time. Now, I never really knew if this was placebo or not, but I found that I wanted to always make it that I could see Crash's shoes when I'm here. I always thought that if I could see Crash's shoes here, the spikes wouldn't bother me, but I still always just jump and spin over them. And the way you make Crash's shoes show is if you go more towards the back wall. Yeah, I'm just thinking. Yeah, it's probably placebo. Probably don't have to worry about it, but yeah. Like I'm sure WhipCPL's tutorial talks about how if you hold the diagonal for too long when you go up off the spike, you'll fall through the wall. Or if you don't hold it for long enough, you'll just go over the spike. If you're not doing the out of bounds, you can just do these strats here. You break this first wooden crate and the life crate in the same jump. If you can't let go because the spike's there, you can bounce and avoid. You can jump off the metal crate and avoid the TNT. I like to jump off this monkey most of the time because I don't want to get spin timered on these wheels you have to spin. That's especially important on the second visit. But yeah, if you are doing the out of bounds, you do just jump out at this point. You don't want to do it at this point. Alright, so that's the second floor covered. There is a mask over here if you want it. You should avoid trying to get it because you shouldn't need it. Just practice. You can make this jump onto the turtle. You pretty much only need to do that on the second visit for that box. And yeah, this is an intended area. This isn't a glitch. This is just like a secret. It makes this part a heck of a lot easier. Now there are things you can get stuck on back here. I have to like refresh my memory. Let me just go back. It's all like engraved in my mind. Yeah, there's this thing you get stuck on. For the second thing you can get stuck on, I try and be in the middle, because if you're like too close to the back invisible wall and like this wooden wall, you'll get stuck, so just aim for the middle. But I think, yeah, I think for the first part you can get stuck. For some reason I'm like not getting it right now. I just try and be against the sky, and then in the middle for this one. Now this flame's kind of interesting. You can like go by it even when it's going. I was never the greatest at this. I like never practiced it. I usually don't get on a cycle where I have to do it, but it is a thing you can do. Yeah, kind of like that. So if you're on the American or PAL version, you do want to do your death abuse to skip the box cutscene here. You get pretty good cycles, and also it's very close to a pit, so it's very fast. You want to like land on this platform, then do a 180 on your D-pad to fall on it quickly. Also, you can cancel bounce animations on the bouncy torches by spinning. That one's not really necessary, but I prefer it. There's a lot of stuff you have to do up here, so it may take a while to get this down, but yeah, first thing you want to do, you want to bounce off the monkey's head, zigzag over the spike. You can spin in the air if you're worried you're going to hit the spike and you'll survive. And then you want to jump on to the first spike to the left here, and you'll go over the flame and the next spike. And then you want to do that bounce. You can spin down the moss if you need it. I'm going to die. Yeah, because it's hard to like go fast and also like pause to talk about stuff. Yeah, I'll show it again. First part. Yeah, you can spin off the moss like that if you feel you need it to make that flame cycle. You have quite a lot of time to get over this spike. And you can just do this. Here you can bounce off this plant if you want and jump over. Or you can do a submarine jump and kill it. Like that. And you'll have to wait on this cycle. You can make this cycle, but it's kind of like... It's something like that, except you actually make it when that last flame goes out. You shouldn't go for it. It's dumb. But everything here, you can definitely go for. It gets pretty easy once you get it down, and you have adequate zigzag. I prefer to bounce off this plant, just because I don't like the sub-jump. It gets pretty close to the death trigger. If you are in a nasty situation here, you can go back here for safety. But you actually have to like be kind of behind there, I guess. I like never am in a situation like that. That spin I do in the air after going off the spike just makes you go a little bit faster. It can make going over the spike and the flame a bit easier. Alright, just more of these wheels. Oh, you do want to be holding like diagonal against walls while doing this. You don't want to do it like this. That's way slower. And then we're done. I'll get some lives here. I do want to show... Yeah, I guess I'll try and show this thing again. Oh, I also want to show a glitch cycle. Yeah. You can go back here if you're in a nasty situation and then just do a curve jump onto there. Alright, sometimes if you die again at a checkpoint, they'll get what we call a glitch cycle. I'm not getting it now, but if I was getting it, this flame would be going in out. I would have to wait a little bit. You can either wait a little bit for it, or you can just die again to put them back to normal. It's honestly more relevant in practice than it is for actual runs. Here's the sub jump you can do. Again, I prefer the bounce, but you do need to know how to position yourself appropriately. Alright, that was Native Fortress. There's a lot to take in that level for sure, but I think I'll do another run through and try and properly show off the out of bounds. I'll try and reset as much as I can. They'll bounce off this. Do need to hold X. You can zigzag onto this turtle. Break the mask in the same bounce. Get this mask for the out of bounds. Spin some enemies. Spin on the moss to go a bit faster. Buffered inputs. And spin past the spike. You can always jump over the flame. Bounce off the plant. You can always survive that spike. Just do a spin if you need to. Spin invincibility. Hold X for a bit here. Not gonna make that. I like to bounce off these turtles, so I save my spin timer. You can bounce over that flame if you need to. It's a bit tricky though, so watch out. Bounce off the enemy first, bonk on the life crate, and you'll be able to do that. You can spin jump off this, or do this, except landing on the Highest crate. Here's the out of bounds. Again, might be placebo, but I always like to be able to see Crash's shoes at that spot. So I know I'm safe from the spikes, but still jump and spin over the spikes. I sometimes like to bounce off that monkey, so I save my spin timer, so I don't lose time here. Gotta hold X for a bit there. Mask there if you are really scared. Secret area here. Watch out for things you can get stuck on. Oh, I would have showed past the flame if I didn't get stuck. If you're on the American version, Death Abuse here. If not, on J version, you gotta react. Though actually, I should have mentioned, pretty much, if you get to this checkpoint and you'd have to wait on that flame, Death Abuse anyway, because the cycles are usually faster and you end up saving time. If you are Death Abusing, whatever version you're on, these are the strats you do. I also cancel the jump on that if you prefer that. Either bounce off this plant or sub jump. And if you don't zigzag this, you can just do the jumps like that, or do spin bounce cancels. All diagonal while you do these. Don't just do left, right, left, right. And bam, that's the first island. Oh, if you saw there, if you were paying attention, I actually got bad RNG because Crash did a double take on the wall. Again, I don't know why they made the game like that, but it's a very small time loss you might sometimes get from RNG, but it's like never worth resetting over. Alright, up the creek. Much simpler level than Native Fortress at least. There's no need to get this mask at the start because there's nothing that should like kill you in this level that isn't just like insta-kill water death. And the next level after this is Ripperoo, which you'll lose your masks after anyway. So yeah, don't worry. I tend to just jump and spin them. Again, the platforms in these levels on J version are bigger than the other versions, so it's a bit easier to zigzag. Now here, there's a trick. When you land on this leaf, you want to tap down and make it so the camera moves back. And make sure the camera is moved back until you're on this. And what that does is it allows you to be able to not have to wait for this plant. I'll show off what happens if you don't do that. It's a very small trick, but I think it's pretty cool. It's not something you'd notice when just watching her run. Alright, so I'm not going to do the trick this time, so we're going to see what happens. I'm going to try and bounce on the plant, and it kills me. So as you can see, you do save an entire plant cycle if you do this trick, and it's very easy. Now, the way the camera works in this game, it's not about, like, jumping. And I'll show what I mean when I get back there. You just need to press down and have the camera be moved back. Like this. I see some people do like a jump like this. You do not need to do that. That's not how the camera works. You just need to have it down and you can do whatever kind of jump you want off that. It's very simple. There's some other applications with camera and loading cycles, some other levels. Alright, so I've tapped down, so all I need to do is just jump on, and I don't have to wait on this plant. Fast thing to do here is that. Again, that's a box formation, that's two boxes, one stacked on the other, so the fast thing to do is to do an air spin on the top one and bounce off the second one. If you're not comfortable with that, you can just do a spin jump like this, or a submarine jump. Now this monkey, you have to be careful with the monkeys in these levels. If you spin them while they're rolling, they will knock you to the side and you will die. Now they stop in the middle to do their dance thing or whatever that is. So just know their pattern. You do have to zigzag a bit for this plant. I don't remember how much, I just like am always zigzagging anyway, so I never think twice about it. This monkey you just jump over. Watch out for that plant, shouldn't need much zigzag. Alright, there's a bit of a gimmick up here. Over here on the land over there, to the left of the waterfall, there's wireframe crates, but they're not displayed for some reason. It's just a weird Crash 1 thing. So these are lily pads. They sink when you touch them, obviously, but we have to go back, so we want to leave enough lily pads to be able to backtrack and not have to wait for them to respawn. What I like to do, at least on J version, is I do this leaf, or this lily pad, that lily pad. Just do it in that order. Do a curve jump off that, and then if you want to break these boxes fast, you don't need to, but it makes it easier. You want to jump over this first lily pad, because the strat you can do here is land on the TNT, land on the bouncy crate, and then land up here. If you don't have this first lily pad spawned, it can be a bit weird and you might fall in the water and die. Or I used to do a dumb thing where I tried to land on this one, which was risky because I had to move up a bit sooner, and there is a death trigger in this waterfall, like that, so you do have to watch out for that. So I'll show it again. This lily pad, this lily pad, this lily pad, curve, zigzag over the first lily pad, jump off here, land on the TNT, bouncy crate, bam. I have 2 lily pads here to stand on. Pretty easy. Now, if you land on the TNT, try to land on the bouncy crate but fail, you do have these lily pads down here to save you. And you can also, if you aren't doing that strat, you just want to do a diagonal jump onto here. I don't know if this strat works the same on NTSCU. I can't remember how much it matters with the platform sizes being different, but I think you can still do the same lily pad order that I do. So yeah. I want to do that again for those boxes. If not, do a sub jump or a spin jump if you're scared of that. Again, the reason those are faster is because you get more zigzag. Up here, this doesn't necessarily save time, but it makes things easier. You can snipe this fish into 2 crates, and you only have to spin 1. Just a bit easier. This crate I like to do a sub jump. Again, sub jumps are very useful in these water levels because boxes are very close to edges. If you know how to time a sub jump properly, you don't have to worry. Be careful jumping to this portal early. Pretty much everyone who runs this game, like, misses it at some point. I did die in that level showing stuff off. I think I'm just gonna load a fully completed save file. So I also won't game over probably. Or maybe only a couple times. Yes, I have a billion save files, I don't know why. Again, a useful place to get lives for practice and learning is Castle Machinery. You just need the green gem. Once you get the last life, you can just exit. You don't have to wait for them to increase the counter. That's only relevant if you're about to game over, I think, and then it won't count. Alright, I don't think it's necessary to show that level again, so I'll just go on to Ripperoo. Unlike Papu Papu, this boss does have a skippable cutscene. You just start holding triangle during the loading screen. And what I like to do is I like to stand over here, because the TNT we use is going to be used here. And then once Ripperoo jumps from that lower left tile, that's when I jump on it. That's my visual cue that I've always had. It's always worked. And then here, wait till Ripperoo starts to face left before spinning him. And then that'll make this easier. And hit him when he's close to that TNT. Pretty easy boss fight. His pattern changes every phase, but his pattern is the same, like each time. It's not random or anything. Now, it is actually faster if you delay skipping the cutscene a bit, but the fight does change a little bit. And I've like never learned those strats, so I'm not going to talk about them. But yeah, I'll show it off again. Keep in mind as well, if you are on the J version, if you die in this boss fight, you will only spawn with 1 mask. It's a very silly change. I don't know why they did it, but that's the way it is. It's only really an issue for this boss since you need the damage views. But yeah, he jumps off the left one, then I jump on it. Go over here to the right. wait for him to turn left and then spin it. And wait till he's close to that one. If you want to be swag, you can die in the water and have the death be cancelled by the animation. Just don't mistime it or else you'll have to redo the fight with one mask. Yeah, pretty simple. Again, it doesn't matter how many masks you keep out of that fight because you don't keep masks out of boss fights anyway. Alright, so yeah, this level has the red gem. This is why the Japanese version is faster for this category. You only have to do Roads Nowhere once. Now, this level has the first respawn cycle that optimally should be done every time. And what a respawn cycle means is dying intentionally to reset the global cycles to fast positions. Some of these cycles might be tricky, but I think you should at least try them because they're fast. And you can also get this mask at the start if you're not doing it, but this is like, I don't know, avoid like too many safe habits. You do want some speed. I pretty much never get this mask, even in races, honestly. It's not that needed. Just learn how to deal with the bats appropriately. But yeah, I guess I'll talk about mainly the Death Abuse cycle. You want to do curves around here. I do a sub-jump out of that. This pusher, you can jump around it, or you can do a submarine jump around it. Or you can just go really fast with your zigzag and just skip it, but that doesn't actually save time. That's the sub-jump way. That's how I do it. Do a 180 in there. A bit of zigzag here. Now, these bats, there is the baby bats that are the ones that are flying, and there's what I call the mother bats, which are the big ones that are stationary. If you kill both the stationary mother bats, all the baby ones die, and they no longer spawn. Now, you don't have to do this here for the strats that you'll see here, but I prefer it personally. So, what you do is you start your spin on the ground there, so your spin lasts long enough to fall down here and kill the bats. And before you jump into that cave thing there, you want to be holding a diagonal against the wall. For some reason, that makes going past the bats easier. At least in my experience. I've found that I die pretty much every time where I don't, like, hug the wall there. Bats do suck. They'll kill your runs sometimes, but you can learn how to deal with them better as you just get better. So yeah, kill the mother bat, hug the wall, ground spin, 180, and you want to zigzag jump and spin there so you can get through here. And if you killed the first mother bat, when you kill this one, all those bats will die, so you don't have to worry about it. I think White Paws doesn't kill the first mother bat. It doesn't matter, but I personally prefer this way. Because the thing is, if you're spinning and there's too many bats in your hitbox, they will actually kill you regardless of whether you're spinning. It's kind of silly. It's probably unintentional, but yeah. Once you do that, you go in here and there's a hidden exclamation point crate that you do need to hit because it triggers this box here. I guess unlikely, but some people may not know, you don't need to do the Nitrous Brio bonus round, so don't worry about getting those tokens. The boxes inside those bonuses do not count. I'm gonna redo this because I want to show the proper cycles. Sub-jump around. Again, you want to do 180s to turn around on your D-pad, not just touch the other direction. Kill the mother bat, hug the wall, curve, and kill that. Hit the hidden trigger box, and that's a bit easier for a little bit. And now here, this is one of the trickiest parts of the level, just because it's just easy to die in because bats suck. But one trick I figured out, like last year maybe, was if you land on this platform from as far left as possible and then hold X, the bats actually spawn higher. And the reason that makes this easier is because you have more leeway with how many frames you can hold X. So you can kinda, you'll never like go under the bats, but like you won't have to worry about trying to tap it as quick as possible. Yeah, just make sure you're also spinning. This cycle, you'll make it if your movement was good, but sometimes you won't. It doesn't really matter that much. It has a hidden mask that you can get, which might be nice, but in terms of the actual cycles, that cycle does not save time, so don't worry about it if you don't make it. It can be a bit tricky to make. It's mainly because of these cycles up here. You have to wait on these cycles. Actually, it's more about the ones after it. Because if you fail this cycle here is a bit tricky. That one doesn't lose time. to fail because I have to wait here anyway, as you can see. This exclamation point crate, it's fully hugging the corner. You can just hold like a diagonal or hold left there. You won't fall. There's never any worry. Alright, so now we're at the pulled board jumps. These boards, when they're in the wall, you can actually still jump on them. It's a 3-frame window, and you also need to do it while you're turning around, because that's where you need to go next, obviously. 3 frames isn't the worst thing ever for a 30 FPS game, but they do take practice to get down, and there will be days where you feel like you just can't get them. The timing on them will vary based on what input delay you have, and I know this for a fact because I lost my skill in them when I switched to CRT from a flat screen, so yeah. But basically, they're just done kind of like that, except not failing them. Not bonking either. Yeah, I should have warmed up on these. Yeah, 3 frames. That's what you have for these. I'm definitely the worst at these out of the top runners, but if you're doing the respawn cycles in this level, and also going for proper cycles in Temple Ruins, these only save 4 seconds, so it's not the end of the world if you don't get them. If you're really inconsistent at them, I advise don't go for them, because you'll just lose more time than you gain. But yeah, that's how you do them. It's the only spot where they're needed to save time in the game currently, in this category. I think White Paws does it to like the beat of the music to help him press X at the right frames. I don't know much about that, I just sort of try to get muscle memory. I think that's better than cues, personally. But yeah, that's that. If you get those, I'll tell you what the cycles should be. For these crates, I do an early spin to break the left set of crates, and then another spin for the next. I hope that makes sense. This section's pretty straightforward, and here, easy trick, just spin, you don't have to jump. You'll have to wait on this cycle if you got the pulled board jumps. And I believe if you got the pulled board jumps, you'll have to do the cycle like this. Yeah, actually you will. The cycles will be like this. I'm trying backtrack here, it's a bit weird. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can jump around these. For this pair, you either do it like this, like I did before, or you just go when they're both out. That's how you're supposed to do it casually. These, when the first 2 are out, you can jump around, or when all 3 of them are in the wall. And these are just basic. If you kill the lizard, there's no way that we're aware of to get that box. Other than you could do the out of bounds, the any % out of bounds using these, which is done by, I don't know what. Yeah, you can do this. The thing is, though, the reason I got that easy just then is because I spawned on a checkpoint which puts you on the right plane for it. So if you miss that lizard and have to do that, it's very unlikely that you'll get it, but I guess you might as well still try and save the run. But if you get it, you can jump out of the out of bounds. Yeah, just mash X, keep holding left, and then you'll be walking on the ceiling, and then you can try and get the box like that. That's the only backup that we know of. Very, very inconsistent, because for that trick to work, you need to be on the right plane on like the Z-axis. So yeah. There's another box situation similar to this later in the level, but there's a really easy backup for that, thankfully. These bats, I tend to wait a bit to make the more bats pass by, because as I said, if there's too many bats in your hitbox, they will kill you regardless of whether you're spinning or not. And it doesn't matter for the cycle later on if you're not doing pull board jumps, or if you're doing pull board jumps. I don't remember what the case is if you're not doing them. But with this lizard, if you want, this is a bit slower, but again, it doesn't matter on the cycle. You can hold a diagonal here, or actually just be like near the wall, and this lizard won't hurt you. If you prefer to do that over this, except actually landing up here, it's a bit faster. I don't advise spin jumping on these, because weird shit can happen. Like that. Yeah, don't spin jump on those. Except maybe in the middle if you're really confident. And this, what you want to do is at least this is how I do this, I think different runners do this differently. I like to land on this little peg, and then just hold left, and when I bounce off the guy I can move a bit diagonal, and then I'll hit that. The boxes back here explode when they spawn for some reason. I don't know why, but I'll take it. You take those. If you do kill the lizard though, what you can do is you can land on this peg again, and then do that and you'll break the box. Simple. Alright, that was the Lost City. It's a pretty difficult level, at least if you try and do it fast. Definitely a run killer, but at least it's not too far into the run. Try and show it off again. Yeah, if you don't do the respawn cycle or you're not confident in it, you will get like global cycles, but at least it'll teach you how to react to them. It's a good skill to have in this category, reacting to cycles. It's good to listen to for box sounds for ones that are like in those cave things or whatever, because sometimes you may not see them break, but you can hear them. Oh, see, I just died to those bats. Those bats are awful. But yeah, do keep in mind the trick I mentioned. Land on as far left as possible here, hold X, and they will spawn a bit higher, and I'll make it a bit easier. And if you do make this cycle, there's a hidden mask there. Just beware it has a hint on the J version. Really stupid, but you can deal with it. Don't try and do anything fancy with this cycle ever. This not in this category. Any percent you can do something with it. Try the port jumps again. Alright, there I got him. Those are actually, even though I'm cycles behind now, those are the ones that you do have to do on the respawn cycle ideally. So you can practice those ones specifically. Just fall off here. Don't try and like do anything else there, you only need to do that in 80%. Wait for the first two to be out, then jump around. Also do a sub jump there if you want. Wow, I'm bad. Yeah, these aren't the cycles you normally get here, but yeah. It's good to know how to react to all of them. Zigzagging here is not really advised, I'm just really confident in my sideways zigzag being straight. And there we go. Pretty hard level, it'll take a bunch of practice, you'll lose runs to it, but it's pretty satisfying when it goes well. Alright, I think I'm gonna take another quick washroom break, because I also need to just rest my voice with all this talking, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so Temple Ruins. You can carry the global cycles that have been reset from Lost City into this. More of a high level thing, but you can try and read the cycles as you do more runs. There is what you do for those boxes, just watch out for the hint. Here you want to snipe the snake into these crates and then break the rest. Oh, and also you can use spin invincibility on these spears. Very useful. Sometimes the spears are like in the air in a jump you have to do. It's a bit more complicated spinning through those because your spin lasts for less time in the air, as we learned earlier. Here, depending on the cycle, you can do two different things. If you need to catch the cycle and be quick, you can spin it, but just actually like not getting hit like an idiot. Like that, very good. I will show off what else you can do if you don't want to do that, or the cycle doesn't require you to do that to make it. Like if you would have to wait on it, you can just do this. There is only one box on top of that TNT on NTSEU, so it's a bit easier. Yeah, like see, 3 spears to jump over if you want to jump through this in the air. You should pretty much always wait on it. You'll probably get hit or die. Don't spin this box on top, because sometimes it just doesn't break. It's just weird. This part here is pretty cool, with how you can do it fast. You can spin either stack of boxes directly to Crash's left or right, but what you do want to do is you want to spin the spider into these boxes here. Sometimes it doesn't always work if you're not fully straight at it. And hey everyone in chat, by the way. I'm not talking to chat too much in this, but hello everyone. Yeah, that's what you do there. It just makes sure your spin timer is appropriate. You should have a mask here from the start of the level, or if you have the one in Lost City, so you just want a damage abuse. And what you can do here is you can just do that for the boxes, and the same spin that you do to get through the spears should be timed appropriately to kill the snake. And that flame is already going while you're back here, so you can kind of buffer your speed a little bit so the flame isn't going. And if you're near runner, it probably won't be going anyway, but if not, what you can do with all flames that are like this is you can stand on the right side. It doesn't work on the left side though. As you can see, I'll die. Yep. It has to be the right side. TAS can do some weird stuff with those, like going on the lower sides of it, but obviously that's TAS, it can do it at once. That's not really a thing for RTA. But luckily in this category, none of those flame skips are actually needed. They sometimes make cycles a bit easier, which I'll explain in Jaws of Darkness. But they're not actually needed in this category. Any percent they're more needed and they're run killers, because you're maskless. Crash games have a glitch where sometimes you walk off a crate instead of bouncing on it, and that can kill you here. It's happened to me before. Just try and make sure to land in the middle and hold X. And that shouldn't happen. Here you want to get this mask every time. The thing that sucks about this cycle, it's kind of hard to see from far away, like it's loaded, but there's like a fog kind of effect going on here, except with darkness. Alright, so we're approaching the end of the level, so there's a gimmick. Gimmick isn't the right word, how do I explain this, but there's cycles near the end of the level that are linked to parts of the level that are before it. And what that means is that even though they're global cycles, if you do the same things each time, the cycles will be the same. And that becomes relevant after that flame that's on the right side of the screen there. But first we have to do this invisible box bridge. There's faster things that we can do here, but they're not necessary. And here there's going to be this isn't so much a camera trick like Up the Creek, but it's still similar in that we're trying to manipulate how we trigger a cycle. Before we go to break these two crates, we're going to move Crash a bit to the right, and it will trigger the flame, and by the time we actually go over there, do a curve to break those, it won't be going. And we'll be able to keep this masked for the next flame. Again, no flame skips should be needed in this category. You could save this mask for the next 3 levels, but you don't need to, so you can just damage abuse. These cycles here should always be the same, pretty much. They're a bit weird right now because I was trying to show off stuff, but yeah. They added a box here on NTSCJ, so what you can do is just do a diagonal spin like that and you'll be fine. But do beware that if you are like dawdling, or if you have to go back for boxes, these bats will spawn again eventually, so be careful. Yo, Hypno, thanks for the host. Yeah, hey everyone in chat. I am like focusing on the tutorial, but I can still like answer questions if people have them. But it may take a while before I actually look at my screen, or look at my monitor to look at chat, but yeah. Hope your stream went well, Hypno. You got the 50, let's go. Shoutouts to Hypno, CTR legend. So yeah, what I tend to do for these boxes is I spin into a quick little curve, so I can land in the mask and do watch out for the hint. Snipe the snake into those boxes, use spin invincibility. Here I'm not going to have to spin the TNT, so I won't waste my time with that. Not waste my time, but waste potentially a mask if I screw it up. I don't advise spinning through those spears. Itchy. Don't break this box from on top, because sometimes it doesn't break. Follow these strats here. Very cool, very easy. Damage abuse on this flame. And if you're new, you probably won't have to dodge this flame. But make sure the spin you use for the arrows is the same one for the snake, and you'll be good. What have I got? Ooh, oh. Wish I could get a nice cycle like that in my runs. Move a bit to the right here to trigger the flame. Very minor detail, but it's important, so you can keep this mask. Oh, and here I forgot to even mention this corner skip. That's a little bit risky, but it's not too bad. Give it a shot. And again, these cycles upcoming here are linked. So you do want to be kind of quick here. These rotating things are spawn cycles, don't worry about those. Yeah, these right here, these are what the cycles should be every time. Good, that was very quick. Very good ending. That's how the cycles should be pretty much every time. Yeah, the tutorial's going pretty well so far. It's crazy how it's almost 2.5 hours and I'm at only road to nowhere. Alright, so yeah, Temple Ruins. It's not that bad of a level. It's one of those levels where it's just easy to die in because it's all just like one giant hole with small platforms. It's definitely, I'd say it's a harder level in any percent though, because you have to do those flame skips to go fast, maskless, whereas in this you pretty much always have a mask throughout the entire level unless things go bad. Alright, Road to Nowhere. This is the level that, again, makes this version faster. Because the red gem was moved to Lost City, so on the Japanese version we can do it in one pass. I will cover both visits, or both regions, like if you have to do 2 visits, I'll cover like the 90% visit, but first I'll do the 100% visit. Now, I discovered, actually, I think it was yesterday, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was yesterday, but I discovered a thing that if you die at the start of this level, play it really well, play Boulder Dash well, and go to Slippery Climb, you actually get fast Slippery Climb cycles. Now, I don't advise this because it's a very new thing, I'm still looking into it. I know it's fast, like it's like the fastest way to do Slippery Climb at the moment, I think, but you have to do a bunch of TNT strats in this level maskless, and you need to also not just like mess up something that makes you go slower or also miss the cycles. And some of the ones in Slippery Climb itself are kind of risky, so yeah. But yeah, when you spawn on this level, you may have a mask here depending on if you got the one in Lost City, like the off-screen one, but just get this mask every time unless you're like me and you want every bit of time save as possible. There's a very cool strat here for these boxes. What you want to do is you want to land on the like you see on the left, there's the pole, and the rope is wrapped around it. You want to jump off the highest part that's wrapped around. I don't know how else to describe that, but if you do it, you can do that. It's a really cool strat, and honestly, it's not that difficult.
What have I got?
You just have to watch how long you hold X for. If you hold it for too long, you'll go over it, and if you don't hold it for long enough, you'll get hit by it. Now, most people know you can also walk on the ropes in these levels, but I'm sorry to say it's always slower, unless you're a task, because if you try and zigzag on these, you're gonna mess it up. That's just how it is. It's a very skinny thing. It's also a bit whack in that you have to like jump over these knots on the bridge. There's other stuff that gets in the way, and yeah. Just avoid the ropes, because it's faster to zigzag, and you're not going to be able to zigzag on the ropes. Plus, you have boxes to get on the main path, and as the level goes on, there's also ice that's faster to go down, and yeah.
What have I got?
Just avoid the ropes from the start. I never, like, even think about them, pretty much. There I knew I was going to screw it up. Now, this is very important. If you are either not doing this strat, or you mess it up, you do need both TNTs to be set off, or else one will not blow up. This has happened to runners countless times because they don't know about this. Not sure if I'll be able to show it off, but I'll try and show off only setting one off, and then backtrack. Yeah, if you listen closely, I don't know if you could hear it on the stream, but there was only one explosion sound. See? If that happens, you do need to set both off. So, definitely do that. Very, very, very important. Especially if you're on the NTSEU version, and you have to do this level near the end of the run, you really don't want that to kill your run at the end, for sure. Another strat Skylar came up with is you can... Oh, I just accidentally did it the proper way, but another way you can do it is, like, doing a spin jump off the top. I've never, like, tried it myself, but he has a strat video on it. I thought, personally, I don't know, this might be just because I've practiced the normal way. But, yeah, you can do it like that as well. And you might be able to zigzag onto here. Zigzag breaks these levels in a pretty useful way. Like, you can make jumps, you don't have to use turtles and stuff like that. It's very nice. Now these hogs, boars, pigs, whatever you want to call them, they are spawn cycles. They're the same every time. So you just have to know where to jump, when to jump, and you'll be fine. I would actually say the hogs in this level are more of a problem than in the high road. But this one, you can just walk a bit here and you'll be able to jump over it. Do a spin jump there. This one, I like to land on this third brown platform, spin over the hole, and then jump over it. Now, it's actually optimal here. Running out of platforms. Yeah. What's optimal to break these boxes is doing an air spin on the top, because it's the correct formation. Like that. It's a bit weird, though, because you have to jump quite a ways. But you can try it. Try and save some time. Again, it's faster because you get more zigzag. Alright, here's the red gem. A few different things you can do here. You can spin, land on it. I think that's the fastest way. But you can also land here, then jump on it, but I think that's slower. Just bear in mind, if you do the first way, you do want to spin the checkpoint before touching the gem, because if you're riding it like this and trying to spin the checkpoint, it seems to not work. So watch out for that. Alright, red gem path. There's a lot of different ways you can do this part. Fastest way is this way. At least that we know of. That's the fastest way to do that, I believe. A safer way to do it, which I would advise doing if you don't have masks or aren't very good at TNT spins. At least I think this is how you should do it. Yeah. So. Yeah, let me try that again. I haven't practiced these, like this method in ages. but I think you want to go under the TNT. Oh, and for those boxes, the fast way I like to break those is by, like doing this, doing 180s. I feel like this isn't the right backup way to do it. I'm struggling to remember. I'd have to like look at one of my old PBs or something before this fast way was found. Or maybe I did something like that. Maybe the case. No, it's the same thing. Well, if you're in this situation, you can do this. That's kind of risky if you don't know those kind of mechanics very well. But yeah, the fast way to do it is this. This part's actually pretty risky, but the way I like to do it is I like to spin it and then like kind of move away from it. It's a bit easier to show it if the trigger box is actually there. I definitely don't advise doing it this way if you don't have a mask, because it's risky. Quite risky. But yeah, you can do it kind of like that, you just have to make sure you don't go off the edge like that. So yeah, you land on the peg, and then do it like that. You can see you get really close to the TNT. Oh, I'm actually going to get this mask. I have a separate video on this, but if you fail to hit the trigger box that's inside here, what you can do is you can damage abuse off this, land up here, jump up here. You have to keep jumping up here or else you'll fall, and you can land up here. It's a pretty nice backup strat, but you do need this TNT to be triggered for that. That's the only backup I know of. Insane Trilogy, they can do like this to trigger it, but that doesn't work on this, so. I think I actually am gonna look at one of my old PBs to try and see what I used to do before these faster methods were found. I'm sure one of my like 106s has it. Oh wow, I skipped to almost the exact right part. Okay, I did the first way that I thought I would. Okay, I do it like that. Oh, I used to damage abuse. Okay. Yeah, because back then it didn't matter as much if I lost time to get masks. Okay. Now I can show off the safer way to do it. So you do it like this. I'm gonna get this mask just because I needed to show the damage abuse. But yeah, you just do that, and that's the safer way to do it. The first TNT spin isn't that bad. It's not that hard to time, so I think anyone could do it, to be honest. But yeah, back to the main level. And yeah, you can walk across one space gaps between the brown boards. Like this. But if you do that, you want to be spinning, obviously, because it's faster. You can spin jump off that for swag if you want. The rest of this is just a bunch of zigzagging. Here there's a weird fast way to break these boxes that I found by mistake when running any percent a while ago. But the easiest way to do it is just break them from the side like that. You shouldn't need any of these turtles. You can even sub-jump off that one if you want. Now, you don't need to ride this red gem over the portal. What you want to do is you want to land on it and then bounce, but be careful because if you jump too far, you will land on the portal. When you land here, this first board, this is the only board that's here. And for the rest of them, there's two, except the last one, I think. Yeah, it's only the last one. And you break those life crates, do a 180 and go back. Oh yeah, don't spin jump off these. They will eat your input. I'm getting lucky right now, apparently, but they can eat your input, so only spin in the air if you want to go fast. Yeah, things will be done in J order, but I'm still gonna talk about NTSEU stuff. So I'm gonna talk about the first visit now. If you're on NTSEU, you shouldn't need the mask because you're gonna have to death abuse anyway if you're not on J. So you can do the same strat here, like you bounce off the same thing just without the spin, of course. We're gonna want to death abuse on the 4th checkpoint. It doesn't really matter, like it doesn't matter in terms of cycles, but I think the 4th one is the fastest way to die. Here you can bounce off this checkpoint, it's fast. Just break through that top one like butter, he won't bonk on it. Yeah, like see that checkpoint's a bit farther away from the pits than the next one will be. Yeah, here you want to die and just go over the rope, don't hold X. And that way you'll skip the box cutscene quickly. The rest of the level is like the same, I think. Yeah, I think any percent I bounce off that box. That won't be a checkpoint when you do a run, it's only a checkpoint because the save file is completed. And the bonuses are like complete. Alright, pretty simple. Yeah, that's how you do that level 80% if you don't have J. Pretty basic. You can do a lot of the same jumps in the same order. Alright, Boulder Dash. This is a level that, it's one of those levels where you need a color gem, but we don't have a skip for it. So it's going to be an 80% pass. It's a very simple pass, but I'll show off some small things, whatever I can. Gotta be careful zigzagging at the start there because the camera kind of sucks and you can't really see crash the whole time in the air. Again, don't spin jump down slopes unless you're like me and you know a couple safe spots because they'll probably eat your jump. Oh, if you're on NTSEU, you want to death abuse on this checkpoint. That's very important because the next checkpoint doesn't have a hole. It only has the boulder to die to and TNT, both of which are slow animations. Here, you can jump over these poles. It's a very minor time save because you get a bit more zigzag. It's kind of cool. It's not risky either. Be careful of your spins here because you probably want to break this checkpoint. And don't break the checkpoint too close or else you'll die to this TNT. Or get hit if you have a mask. Also remember, when you're going diagonal, don't zigzag. It doesn't work while you're going diagonal. It doesn't make sense. You want to alternate diagonals, not alternate a standard direction and a diagonal. Some of these small platforms you can jump twice. Sometimes when you bonk on a fence or a pole it won't break, they just have weird collision, I guess. Careful at the end here, it can eat your input. Yeah, it's a very basic pass, but I wanted to talk about the tiny things. There's more important stuff on the second visit. Alright, so this is Slippery Climb. On the other versions, Sunset Vista is here. I'm still going to cover Sunset Vista, it'll just be at the point in which it is on the J version. Now you can still use the same strats on J and use Sunset Vista, so don't worry. But yeah, I am going to cover Slippery Climb right now. Slippery Climb is definitely a harder level in 100% because, kind of similar to Native Fortress, it's all about reacting to global cycles. Unfortunately, resetting the cycles isn't an option unless you do it in this level, which, as I explained, is a new strat anyway. Still being kind of researched in. Like, I know it's fast, but it's also super risky. You need things to really go well, and you have to do a bunch of maskless TNT spins here. But yeah, let's get right into it. You do not need the mask at the start, but if you have a hunch on what cycle you are going to get, you could get it and have it not lose time. But yeah, it's pretty much only for safety. Like, you don't need it for a strat or anything, but you can get it if you want. Can someone in chat tell me if that mask is there on NTSEU? I don't think it is, but I just want to confirm. That mask may not be there on all versions. Alright, so in this level, we have these stairs. These stairs suck. When they're down, you will slide down them. I think you can get like frame perfect jumps off them, but I've like only seen that kind of thing in TAS. or in clutch, like highlights or whatever. So it's not something you can rely on at all. It shouldn't be something you need to rely on anyway. So with these spikes, if you need to, you can do spin invincibility. You do have to bounce off them though, like the ones in Great Gate. So watch out for that. But yeah, for these boxes, you can just break them quick and then go out of the caves. If you get a bad cycle here, if you're confident in your knowledge on spins and your ability in zigzag, you can do something like this. Not recommended unless you really know how to do it though. Now what isn't faster is, I'm just gonna die. Something like this. This is not faster. It never will be faster. It's only faster if you can do that and catch the cycle. Like, these platforms move way faster than Crash will. And you also need to get these boxes anyway, but yeah. I've seen people kill runs to being silly on these spikes. It's really not necessary. If you're confident in spikes and stuff, you can try and catch that cycle if you get a bad one, but if not, just wait for it. It's not a big deal. But you do have to spin jump off that one. Now these platforms, sometimes that left platform will be out for you to use, sometimes it won't. If it's not, you can spin jump off. I press square twice for that. And if it is, obviously you just land on it. Now sometimes it can be hard to tell. Like if you're like me and you want to go fast and you don't want to slow down, so you have to like react midair, it can be difficult. I can try and get an example maybe. Yeah. You gotta have quick reactions. That's why if you're a newer runner, it might be better to have a mask in case you get a bad, like a weird cycle here. Like it may slip from under you and then you get hurt. But if you are spinning, actually, you can, yeah, you can skip that hole between those spikes with a spin, and you'll survive. Like, you won't fall in the pit. It's not something you should try and do, but if it happens, you can have that and survive. It happened to me a few days ago, I believe, in attempts, because I got a weird cycle there. If you get a cycle on these, like, pairs of platforms, where you would need, like, a tiny jump to jump to the next one, don't bother, just ride it. And if you do that, you'll have to do that for this one as well. But sometimes you get in a situation like this, where it's clear that you should jump to the next one. Here you land on this, go in the window, and land on the left. Just think right to left, that's how you do that. Here, usually you can just do this simply, like this. But sometimes you can actually jump all the way to the middle one. Takes a little bit of zigzag, but it's not bad. This box also might not be on NTSCU, I can't remember. But if it isn't, you can do a sub jump to clear this jump. Or on J, you just bounce off it, it's easy. You can bounce off this hand onto the bird, I wouldn't recommend it though, it's kind of a bad habit I have. This checkpoint isn't here on other versions, I know this for a fact. It's not a good thing though, because if you die here, you lose a bit more time than the other versions, because you have to re-enter the level. It's not? Okay, thanks, Polar. Yeah, just quickly go in. Make sure you do a jump for this one, because if you just do a spin, the bottom crate, or the top crate likely won't break. Oh, I shouldn't have killed that bird. Looks like I just died. I'm gonna try and clear this jump so I can show something off. There we go. Noticing a pattern? Look at the bird and the stairs. There, they're both on screen. Noticing it yet? The stairs change when the bird is at its lowest point. This is very helpful for predicting these stairs. It's something you should know right off the bat, and you can look at the bird as you're going past it to know if the stairs are going to be good. There's no way this mask is here on NTSCU, I doubt it. Now, if the bird goes to its lowest point and the stairs are still up, it hasn't changed, that means you got a glitch cycle. I'm not going to get it right now because it's loaded properly, but if you get a glitch cycle, you don't have to worry. You can go up the stairs and you'll have like 50 years to do it. It's pretty nice. Like, we call it a glitch cycle, but in this instance, it's a good thing. In other instances, a glitch cycle is a bad thing, but in this instance, it's very good. So yeah. Just pay attention to the bird. It's very nice how it works out this way, so you can predict the stairs. It's at its lowest point. So like, if you see the bird's about to go to its lowest point but the stairs are up, you should wait for just a moment, and if the stairs stay up, that means they're glitched, or if they don't, then you can just wait. And if you're on J version and you have to wait, you can just get this mask, like you might as well. Now if you get on these stairs early and you have to wait a bit before going on this platform. And the reason you want to do that is because it doesn't actually make things like faster or anything, but it makes it so it's a bit simpler to time the jump onto this. Like, you can just jump off when that platform reaches the top. And when you get to here, you want to just do a spin jump like that, except not mess this up. The cycle's a bit weird because I was sitting there explaining stuff. Also, if you're in a situation like that and maybe you go right instead of onto the spike, the birds do respawn, but they take a long time. It could be up to like 10 seconds when I think about it. They definitely take a long time to respawn. Alright, now you ride this thing up, and now I'm going to show you a little safe spot. Here you can stand here and the stairs won't push you into the spikes, and you won't fall into the spikes. Now this can actually be abused in a certain way here. Try and get it to line up. Like that. You can get up there a little bit faster, and most of the time, I can't really show it off now, but you can jump onto that platform a bit earlier and save yourself a cycle. Like that. All you have to do is hold a diagonal and you'll go up it. I'll try and show off the whole thing again. This is something you have to do if you carry the cycles from dying at the start of Road to Nowhere, as I figured out yesterday. Yeah, it's hard to show this off when I'm not on the correct cycle where you need to do this, but yeah, I think you get the point. If you want to do that, you can land in the corner, just hold the diagonal. Yeah, and TSCU definitely has the mask at the end for sure. Alright, first floor might have been a lot to take in, so I think I'll actually try and show it off again. Or, well, like, first floor and the climb as well. That was pretty much just the climb. Alright, I got a good platform. Didn't need any shenanigans for waiting. Oh, and that window. I didn't even talk about that window. Some people like to just spin and jump out of it. I've always done a sub-jump. Oops. It's just preference. Oh, I guess you can also make this jump. I've never thought about that. That's why it's good to do tutorials like this. You can even teach yourself things about the game that you already know so much about. Oops. You can spin jump out of this, you'll still have enough height. Beware of the birds. Sometimes they can be a bit too high. They can hurt you to the touch, but usually you just fall through them. If you do fall through them, here's a backup strat. Oh, I failed to get on top of it, but yeah, if you fall down there and the bird's still alive, you can actually save yourself. I've done it before. It's pretty consistent. Yeah, slippery climb is a lot to take in for sure. It's a pretty difficult level to go fast in this category. You also have to react quickly to global cycles. Oh yeah, you can spin jump off that spike if you need to, if that board isn't out. Yeah, there's so many options for stuff you can do in this level. Yeah, I rarely have to like jump to that middle platform, which I'm glad because it's a bit strange. Alright, I'm gonna try and show this off again. There we go, that's a backup strat. But yeah, the bird does need to be alive. You'll get spin timered if you're down there waiting for it to respawn, because as I said, the birds take forever to respawn. Alright, I'm not sure about this cycle. Yeah. If I was in a run, I wouldn't go for that, because I know the stairs are about to change, but if I saw they weren't going to change, then I would have gone. It doesn't really matter for the upcoming cycles. Sometimes these are a bit desynced. This might not happen on non-Japanese versions. Cycles are sometimes a bit weird in this level on this version. It's just due to how they move the levels, like something got screwed up. But yeah, if things look a bit desync there, it's not a bad idea to wait. Safe spot. You can do this. It's pretty useful. Jump to the top step. Jump where I jump here. These stairs are a bit weird. You can it looks like you're not going to get to the top step, but you do. It's just weird how ledges kind of work in this game. And then you actually do want to spin jump off that. And here we get to relax a little bit. Unless you're a TAS or insane, there's not much you can do to make this part go faster. Alright, if these stairs are bad, you can jump over them and spin jump. But if not, obviously you just jump on the stairs. Now, something I found a long time ago with these scientists that throw the vials, their hitboxes are kind of dumb in that you can do this. You can just hug the wall and dodge them. But it won't work against this wall, as you can see. You also still have to worry about the explosion. But still very useful. You can even dodge the enemy, but obviously you should still just spin him. These stairs, if you're on the American version in TSCU, they're glitched most of the time, which means they're up an extra cycle, so you don't have to worry about them as much. But on J version, they're a bit more weird, and I find harder to predict. But you can still get to it, and do this to see if it's glitched, and then jump onto it. I'm not going to talk about other things you can do to try and predict those, because I've had issues with them in the past where they haven't worked as they should. And again, this might only be an issue on the J version, but because I'm still a bit confused in this area, I'm not gonna discuss it. I still tend to wait on these stairs just because sometimes they just don't make sense to me. It's just one little thing. It's not a big deal. Here you can always jump to the next platform. Here you might want to go a bit fast because you might be able to save yourself a board cycle. You can break both those crates in one spin. It can make making that cycle a bit easier. Here what I like to do is I like to jump and land on this step. Kind of that last step on the left, and then it syncs it up well. Oh, in one of my PBs, I had 2 Brio tokens here for some reason, so I tend to hit triangle to make sure I don't have 2 Brio tokens, because if you do, and you spin these crates, you'll go into the Brio bonus and have to go Death Abuse in there. If you are in that situation, what you can do is jump, spin the mask, and then bounce off the Brio token box and then spin it away. And sometimes you can make this cycle. You can make them when it's pretty high up, actually. Kind of like that, yeah. But the good thing is with that, I'm gonna die. There is no risk with that, going for that cycle at all, and I'll show you why. Sometimes don't even need to dodge the vials using the glitch. Sometimes you can just jump over them or go under them. Just be careful spinning the scientist, because if he's already thrown one, you'll get hit by it. Alright, we're getting back to that spot again. Alright, so I'm going to try and go for the cycle when it's really up high. Oh no, I missed it, but oh, it's okay. It's fine, I landed on that. That'll happen every time. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I never really noticed there was a spike up there. That's funny. But yeah, if you try and go for the cycle and you miss it, you'll land back down here. There's no risk in trying it, so you should pretty much always try it, unless it's really clear it's way too high up to get it. Now here there's a strat. It's not too difficult, but maybe if you're new and you're still learning sub jumps, you may struggle with it. But if you quickly bounce off this platform, curve do a sub jump, you can bounce off and go on the same platform without having to wait for this one. It's a little time save. Some people might not sub jump. I do a sub jump. They might spin and then bounce out. But yeah, if you're not doing that, this part sucks casually. I'm sure most people struggle here casually to do this weird jump. What I do is I do a 180, as you might be able to tell, because that's a good way for air control in this game. Just like that. Now sometimes this first bird can be a bit high. If it is, you can just do something like that and it'll sync up. You can 3D range this file again, and I tend to spin these crates and use the same spin for the scientist. And there we go. Yeah, Depp, thanks for the host, dude. Hope your stream was good. Hey everyone. Unknown crash spot. I know people have talked about crashing in slippery climb on touching the birds, but I've never had that. But I know it's a thing that a few people have had. I'm not too sure what to think about it, to be honest. It might be PAL only. Maybe that's why like none of the top runners seem to have gotten it, because we all play NTSC versions. I think I'll go over that level one more time, because it's a ton to take in.
What have I got?
Again, you can do some maneuvers to catch that cycle if you're gonna miss it, but only do it if you're confident, or else you won't save time. But you should always spin jump off this one, it's very easy. React to this one, you can spin there if you need to. Spin here. There I would have needed a small jump, so it's not worth it. So that means I can just do that for that cycle. Let's see what we get here. Oh, this time I am going to have to go in the middle. There we go. That's a thing you can do. I find that I rarely have to do that though, so I might not need to worry about it. Here I'm going to react to the birds. Alright, stairs are up, so yep, it's glitched. That is a glitch cycle. I'm glad I got it so I could show it off. As you can see, the bird that we use as our reference went to its lowest point, but the stairs didn't change, so that means they were staying up an extra cycle. We were able to abuse that. And there I used the safe spot and used the sort of ledge bug you can do. Those were glitched. Did that little weight thing I talked about that you can do to tell. You always jump from the left one to the right one there. You can do these in one spin, unless you're bad like me. It makes getting that cycle a bit easier. Land on the low step there. You can make the cycle. If you fail it, you land on the lower one, so there's no risk. Always jump these ones. You can go for this strat if you like. I do a sub jump. Saves you a cycle. Make sure the bird's not too high. Oh, if the scientist is about to throw in, I wait a bit before, for reasons I explained earlier. First lab assistant after the climb. Yeah, I've never had anything about that. That's weird. A few times. Yeah, it might have been a disk issue or something. But yeah, that slippery climb. Again, Sunset Vista is here on the other versions, but I will cover Sunset Vista at the point it's at on this version. Alright, Koala Kong, you can hold triangle to skip the cutscene, but in this fight it actually doesn't save time, because he still does this dance thing anyway. So if you don't want to, you can just sit back and watch it. But what you want to do for most of this fight is stay on the right. And you can go a bit into the lava to get closer. I'm actually not sure if it is faster, like if he goes to pick up his next rock faster, but everyone just does it anyway, because it looks kind of funny. But yeah, now the kind of crappy thing about this fight is that the amount of time that he spends stepping to the left is RNG. Now it can be manipulated, but the thing is it cannot be manipulated consistently. It's believed that every single input you do manipulates it, but you can't control how it gets manipulated. Like, it's either in your favor or not. It's pretty weird how they did it, but that's how it's done. The minecarts, however, are consistent every time. They're not random. Nothing you can do about those. But yeah, when he throws the heavy rock, you just spin it back at him. Don't try and jump forward and spin it, or else it will go through him. I'm not even kidding. It's really funny when it happens to people. The TNTs that fall should also be consistent. In the last two phases, they start to fall when he's throwing the heavy rock. Yeah, see, this is bad RNG. Now, if you need to, this is a thing they left from the prototype. You can actually move the rocks to be able to spin them a bit faster once a minecart's out of the way. Not always needed, but yeah. Basically, in the prototype version of this fight, you had to do that. Like, the rocks didn't just home in on him. You had to do that, but I guess they forgot to take out that mechanic, or they didn't care. So it is a thing you can still do. You don't always need to spin TNTs, but most people do them since you spawn with 2 masks anyway. It's not risky. Now, these 2 minecarts, there's a few times you'll have 2 minecarts like this. If you get really good RNG, you can have it so you can spin back the big boulder before any of them get in the way. We call it the cycle skip. See, here I have to wait a little bit. If you get really good RNG, which actually is kind of rare, unfortunately, you can spin the rock at him before that. And this phase is pretty much the exact same. And yeah, if you hit a minecart, you have to redo the phase. Same with if you do the thing I'm telling everyone not to do, which is to jump over the lava and spin it, because then the boulder will go right through. Alright, so we are 2:59 in. We covered the first 2 islands. At least all their first visits. In under 3 hours, that's pretty cool. I think I'm keeping this at a decent pace. But I am going to take another quick break to rest my voice, use the washroom, and also get more water, because I don't want my throat to start hurting with all this talking, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so now we're at the third island. Third island's probably my favorite part of the run, including the backtracks. I think it's some of the more cooler levels. First two islands have plenty of cool levels too, but I feel like this category really shines on the third island personally. It's also the island I'm the best at probably, so. Alright, heavy machinery. I just want to say that there is ancient strats that involve 3D range, like this, but you should avoid those because they're way slower because you're not zigzagging, and you'll create bad habits, so don't do that. Don't really need to worry about this first camera robot. Spin him if you need to, but the second ones actually can kill you sometimes if you're not paying attention, because remember, a spin in the air lasts for way less frames than on the ground, so you'll often need 2 spins and time them appropriately. These robots, I think they have similar properties to turtles in that I might not be able to show it off, but their hitboxes are like you can sometimes brush up against them and they won't hurt you. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to show it off. But the turtles have the same thing too, which actually helps you in Great Gate Skip. Yeah, just do this movement here. Here you want to get this mask because we want invincibility. Break that. You're not supposed to be able to go down to this area like this. You're supposed to come down from a different point, but that's faster. Get that mask too. Yeah, here with old strats, they would start doing 3D range strats here for like this entire section, but it's really slow. You kind of do it here anyway, but it's just to break that box from the side. Here I like to jump around that one, but go over this one. It doesn't make that much of a difference. Here it's a bit faster, a little bit faster if you can land on both pipes. It's a little bit faster. And how your jumps are synced and also not getting slowed down by like bumping into them. And you want to do these strats for these boxes, but ideally you want like how that second one went to go for both of them. Like you don't want to get stuck on the top bouncy crate, but it doesn't really matter that much. It's the same thing as the Insanity Beach boxes, but yeah. That reminds me what just happened there. If you do mess up, that spike robot will be in the way. He does seem to be a spawn cycle. Gonna die again to get another mask. Oh yeah, I guess I can say, there are no pity masks in this game. That was only added in Crash 2. So if you do need masks for practice, you do need to actually get them. But you can like enter a level and exit, and you will keep the masks, unless it's a boss. And the only levels that'll take them away are Hog levels, the 2 of them. You can jump on that cold pipe over that previous robot, but I prefer only doing it for the second one. Alright, good, that's how that should go. And here is a very minor optimization that might not even like matter based on the cycles, but when you spin that camera robot, you can time it so it's a ground spin, which is good because there's a conveyor belt. Again, things like moss, things like conveyor belts. It's very fast if you spin on them if they're going in the direction that supports where you're going. So if you time that robot kill and have your spin connect on the ground, you get a nice boost. You do need to be careful with spin timer here. Sometimes you can just dodge these last 2 robots based on where they are, like not even spin them, like that one, just to save yourself a spin timer. Also, it sucks I got hit there. Okay, I didn't know that could happen. that there wouldn't like happen in a run, it's just because I was messing around. That spiky robot I got hit by should be a spawn cycle. But the fact I was messing around up there, he was loaded and had time to move, so that's fine. There's that little speedy thing. Here you can always just do this, and you'll always be able to jump over that robot unless you mess around like I did. Here you're going to want to jumping between this pipe and this robot. You can clear this entire jump, but it's pretty tricky. I never do it personally. But yeah, you do want to get invincibility later on, so. Here I like to spin that camera robot and that other gray robot at the same time. Here there's a lot of different things you can do. You can 3D range these, as you can see. You'll sometimes have to do something like this, depending on what the steam cycles are, like their global cycles, but if you do, you have to land on other steam pipes or this, because or else that will happen. It's pretty weird. It's as if they stick out. So do watch out for that. You don't always have to do it. I think, try and do the 80% thing. Yeah, right now, I don't have to, but it's most of the time if you try this in 100%, you'll have to only land on the steam pipes. So right now I'm in that position. Even then, it's a bit sketched, but you won't have to do that the whole time. Like, in 100%, you can just go back into the main path when you can. You can walk across this little gap. It's a little thing that might be useful in some situations, but little sequence break you can do is a submarine jump over this hole. It's not recommended if you don't have OK zigzag, because this pipe can actually get in the way. I've gotten pretty good at avoiding it over the years, but yeah, if you zigzag in a bad way or if it veers off towards the wall, you'll bonk on it and you'll lose a bunch of speed. You can still sometimes make the jump, but most of the time you won't, so watch out for it. I don't blame anyone who doesn't go for that. Some simple jumps here. Here, I want to talk more about that fall and how I do it. Oh yeah, here. There's invisible walls here, so you have to go down on these colored platforms. Don't jump all the way from here down to here, because if you're too fast, those bottom platforms won't be loaded and you'll fall through the ground. Another thing that can happen is the camera won't follow you. Like, you can see it delayed following me there too. So I tend to never zigzag onto these lower platforms. I only do it like kind of every other platform like that, yeah. Don't go too fast there or else weird things can happen. But if the camera doesn't follow you, you can just, like, say if the camera wasn't following me, I can just go back up and it'll start following you again. Sometimes you'll be able to skip this cycle. But when you fall down, what you want to do there is you want to start falling, and then, like, you keep holding down from when you were falling, and then you start holding upright. And then you're good. Now these steam vents, don't try and 3D range these, because there's an invisible wall in front of that conveyor belt for some reason. Yeah, fall, and then diagonal. That's how I do that. I think it's the easiest way to do it. Be careful spinning this enemy. Again, spinning makes your hitbox bigger. And if you're in the wrong spot, you'll get hurt by this or die if you're maskless. There's invisible walls here, so you don't have to worry about falling off the side zigzagging. Do it as much as you want. Then here you should get invincibility. But I guess since I don't, since I'm showing stuff, I'll show off what to do if you don't. If you don't, you want to bounce on the right here. Try and break as many of these as you can. If you do it really well, you'll only have one box left and you can just do this and go. But if not, you just bounce twice. Don't bounce all the way up again and then fall. That's slower. Oh, sometimes you can get stuck on these. You just have to react before you fall. You can break that box like that. These steam vents you can 3D range again. You can actually spin and you're fine because you're on like a totally different plane. Don't always have to do it. It is slower if you have to do it compared to beating the cycle, but you're not always able to. Now up here what you're supposed to do is ride this slow platform, but you can do a submarine jump. And you might think, oh, why do I need to do a submarine jump? I can clear that jump, can't I? Well, there's an invisible ceiling here for some reason, so we do have to do a sub jump. I think you have a couple frames to do it with a normal jump, but that's obviously silly when you can do a submarine jump. Just like this, and you can do it with invincibility too. It's faster if you jump from that pipe to this one, but if you're not confident, it's not a big deal. Just jump on that platform first and then the red hot pipe. Here, there's fast things you can do with that crate, but I don't advise them. Just jump down here and then down there. Oh, see there, I brushed up against the robot. I told you can do that. I don't recommend spinning these robots because you want a full spin timer pretty much for this section. These platforms are pretty interesting. They're kind of glitchy, but something you can abuse is if you spin at the right time, you can get an immediate bounce without having to start falling again, which is obviously faster. And what you want to do in 100%, in any percent you can hold X the whole time just like this. Like I'm not holding X there at all, that's the fastest way to do that, but in 100%, they start getting a bit glitchy in the order you have to do them if you hold X, so I don't advise holding X in this category. But for 100% you do want to go up here. Like that, fall back down. And just like that, oh I missed one. If that happens you can do a sub jump like that. Nice, I'll do maybe another run or two of that level, because there's stuff to take in. I also need to show the invincibility. It's fine. I have an extra mask, I'll just lose it.
What have I got? What have I got?
Oh, you can sometimes use spin invincibility on red hot pipes. It's inconsistent though, I'm not even going to try and show it off, but if you're ever like about to get hit, you can try and spin and you might be able to keep your mask. Again, it's very inconsistent. Most likely won't work every time. You can always jump over that spike. Look at this whole jump if you're feeling frisky. Sometimes you don't have to spin that camera robot. Oh, if you use your ears properly, you can tell what cycle you're gonna get. I like misread it there. 180. Don't go too fast here or else you'll fall to the ground. Don't try and 3D range those, there's an invisible wall. Alright, now we have invincibility. Zigzag this fall. Here, you do the same thing, except without spinning pretty much. I guess you still do spinning, but just hold X the whole time and they should all break. Like, consistently. If you're in that situation, don't, like, run through the steam, because you'll bounce up, and again, being in the air while invincible is really slow. That's the fast thing you want to do. Here's these strats again. Okay, I'm glad this worked out well. If your invincibility was fast, you can have 2 masks out of it, but if you're a bit slow or maybe you got bad cycles, you'll have 1 mask here. It's not a big deal though, because Cortex Power does have plenty. I'm gonna try the strats here again. These take quite a bit of practice. Sometimes they bug out too, like they won't bounce you up, or you'll get stuck on them for a sec. Yeah, that's heavy machinery. Alright, Cortex Power. This is the last level in the run that is supposed to have a second visit, but we have a skip for it. This one isn't as easy as Jungle Rollers and Great Gate, but it's way easier than Upstream. And at this point in time, I think that a new runner could go for the skip from the start if they wanted, but if they don't want to, that's not a big deal at all. There's definitely more important things to focus on, so no worries. Now this level skip does also have a tutorial. It's actually by me. I'll link that in the description of wherever you're watching this, whether it's Twitch or YouTube. So yeah, I'm not going to be too redundant on covering the skip, but I'll still talk about it a little bit maybe, and I'll cover everything else in the level besides the skip. I will also cover the any percent visit if you're not doing the skip. Yeah, I'll talk about the skip visit first. This robot always snipes that. You can spin through electricity. Again, though, if it's in the air, you don't have as many frames for it, so it is a bit risky if you're maskless. Depending on this robot's position, he sometimes snipes both, but if not, it's not a big deal. But if you do want to get this mask, actually I'll just die and show it off here. How I tend to get this mask. I tend to do a turnaround like that, and it syncs it up, and I have fast momentum. This robot, you want this robot to be a little left or a little right. It doesn't matter which side, but you don't want him to be in the middle. Or just screw it up like that, okay? But yeah, you want that robot to snipe in a certain way, so it leaves a formation of boxes that are really fast to break through.
What have I got?
It's definitely harder to do stuff like this when you try and slow down and talk about it. Yeah, there we go. You want it to be like an L shape, like a tiny L shape kind of thing. And it's much faster to break through than 4 boxes. Now remember with mask hints, if you get the first mask, then the next 2 masks will have hints. Or yeah, if you get the first mask, then the next hint will have a mask, but the third one won't. If you skip the first 2 masks, the third one will, and so on. The hints move. It's pretty important to remember for this level. These stairs I like to jump on every second step, and then you're up here. Here you can just zigzag into this guy, wait for him to hit you, and then spin him, and he'll snipe into the boxes. And then you can trigger this. This box here triggers the box bridge at the end of the level, so you do need to hit it. If the enemy doesn't snipe the boxes, you can just do a spin in the middle and break both of them. I'm pretty sure both TNTs usually are set, but if one of the TNTs isn't set, then make sure you watch it blow up, or else it won't count towards the box when you go away. Also, you can see there's a red hot pipe above me. This is why you want to kind of jump a bit late here, or else you can hit it. It's really stupid how it's there, but yeah, just gotta watch out for that. Where these robots are depends on if you're doing an 90% pass or if you're going for the skip, or if you're on the box gem visit. If you had to go to that area on the right with the guy with the guns, you'll have to go on the right, but if not, you'll go in the middle. Here, you can do a sub jump. That robot will be in the same spot every time. Can't say the same for the platform. Here, this route here is kind of risky. I don't really advise doing it this way if you're not confident in how this next thing I'm going to show works. If you're not confident in it, when you're near the end of the level, go through this hallway from the back and break this life crate instead of sniping it. Because it's a bit weird how this platform works. Like, I've triggered this platform, you would think, oh, it would be sunk by now, but I guess it, like, I don't know, I guess it, like, deloads, and then you come back and it's still in its state. But yeah, you do have to get off it, because it does sink. And you can do different things here based on where this platform is. Like, you can, yeah, the robot should be out of the way. Yeah, see, that was... Yeah, this section's weird. This is why I advise, like, people shouldn't snipe if they're not confident in it. Yeah, you can do stuff like this. Like that kind of cycle skip. If you want to go fast. Alright, this is skip stuff. Again, my tutorial will be linked. I'm not going to be redundant and explain it here, because it's already explained.
What have I got?
You can sometimes skip this cycle as well. Sometimes you need like a sub jump. Yeah, like if it's going back, you can do that. Now the fast thing to do here, oh, it's a bit desynced. That's the fastest way to do that. That's kind of a recent thing I figured out. Before we would always just wait on the spikes, which I'll show.
What have I got?
What pretty much everyone else does is just wait on the spikes and then spin the TNT. I can't remember if like if you just set the TNT by jumping on it and going away. Like I would assume the boxes don't break. Regardless, you should make sure. Just learn how to do TNT spins. It'll help you a lot. What else was there? Yeah, be careful with the TNT spin. Don't be too close to the robots or else your spin will hit that instead of the boxes. If you're gonna go for the generator room respawn cycle, like Death Abuse cycle, which I'll talk about in that level, you want to damage abuse here. You can just jump over and set yourself up for the skip. Just waiting for the blue gem to get out of the way. This isn't a... This box in your run, if you're on J version, will be a question mark box. It's for a Tana bonus, but since this file is completed, it's a checkpoint. This checkpoint's very convenient for practicing the skip. I'm gonna re-enter the level to get the box bridge back. Also, this level has a cutscene at the start. You can skip it just like any other cutscene in this game by holding X during the loading screen to buffer it, and it'll be frame perfect. Oh, see, that time it didn't break it. That snipe's a bit weird. Snipe a bit to the side. Fast box formation. If you're gonna do the generator respawn cycle, you want less masks than more by the time you get to the skip, because we have to death abuse on something that's not a hole, so we don't want masks. But if you're not doing that, then definitely get masks, because this level can suck. Especially if you're newer, it'll might kick your ass a bit until you get better. Ah, I missed that. If you miss that snipe, don't try and go back and hit it, just break the box from back to front. So that shouldn't happen.
What have I got?
Very nice. Yeah, normally I wouldn't have a mask here, I just got more to show that you should definitely get more when you're newer. You don't want to tap down too much for this, as I'll explain if you watch my tutorial, so I'm readjusting myself. Alright, box bridge. It's definitely good to practice this, because it can be pretty easy to mess up. You can hold X for it. It's not that big of a deal. A lot of average runners will just hold X for it, but to be honest, personally, I always found not holding X easier. Just have to hold up for a little bit for each bounce. And make sure you're not going to get like spin timered here. You probably won't get spin timered, but just make sure this last box breaks before going onto the portal. I think I covered everything for box jam visit there. So I'll cover any % pass if you're not doing the skip. Most of it's similar. Oops. It's less of a need to get that mask back there since they're just doing less of the level, in my opinion. Oh, you can go to the side of these, but I guess it's a bit more risky if you don't want to miss the checkpoint. And, yeah, normally you'll go in the middle, but I dawdled a bit back there, so I would have had to go to the side. Again, make sure you're not zigzagging while going diagonal in these diagonal hallways. It's slower. Yeah, there, you should go in the middle if you're doing an 90% pass. If you're on NTSCU and you need to death abuse to skip the box screen, you should death abuse on this checkpoint. You can do it really smooth, just like that. And you get these same cycles every time, so you can practice them. I like to jump over those lasers. You may not have good enough zigzag to do that, so you can also just spin on the ground for them, because you'll also have lots of frames. Yeah, pretty simple first visit. This level would take a lot more time to cover if I talked about the skip, but yeah, I don't want to be redundant, so just check out my tutorial on the skip if you want to implement it. Alright, generator room. This level is pretty much like a temple level, except a different atmosphere and theme. Like, it's pretty much structured like one, as you'll see. Now, the fastest thing to do here is the death abuse cycle. And the fastest way to die here at the start is walk onto this N, and then hold diagonal. A lot of the scenery in this level can kill you. For some reason, it's just all electric. It'll all electrocute you. So yeah. What you want to do from the start is a curve jump to spin and break these boxes. Just do that. Do this. I like to sub jump to break this. Triggers this box bridge. Break these boxes in this order. Break those boxes like that. Break a few and then do a curve. Jump, spin. You shouldn't have to kill that enemy, you might have to sometimes. If you zigzag decently there, you won't have to deal with those robots either. When you do this diagonal jump... That camera's weird there, Jesus. When you do this diagonal jump, always spin. It's on a weird cycle now, that won't be when you're doing the respawn cycle if you do it, but yeah. Always spin, because it can make you survive if you touch that thing. Like, you can brush up against it, but you won't die if you're spinning. On this respawn cycle, you do need to be very careful of spin timer. I sometimes do a spin here for a bit more leeway on later cycles. It's not that necessary though, if your movement's okay. Yeah, if you do spin that robot, do an air spin. Don't have it be a ground spin, because that's a very bad thing to do on platforms that fall when you stand on them, like lily pads and stuff. This robot, you have to jump around him. Maybe if you're super fast, you don't have to, but here, break those boxes like that. And here, when that yellow scenery to the right there is a bit on screen, that's when I do that jump. It's a submarine jump, and I try to aim a bit right when I do it. It's kind of a weird setup. You might, if you do that, that setup might not work for you, but that's how I do it. Another 180 box thing. You can skip this robot if you're fast. Buffered inputs on these. And that TNT spin isn't necessary, but sometimes it just happens, which is kind of cool swag. If you miss that, what you can do is face diagonal, if my controller lets me. Face diagonal, snap that robot into it, and it'll blow up the TNTs in all the boxes. Kind of a neat little backup strat. That there you won't ever have to do. Another strat that's an option here, but it's like not really that worth it honestly, is that it barely saves anything. It's called the GDQ jump, because apparently in HDQ 18 it's when it was found. Alright, and here we have red hot strats. They're called red hot strats because he found them. They save 3 seconds. They're really, really risky in this category and not that worth it in my opinion, but if you do want to try them out, start going diagonal when you're on the N, do a sub jump. Here, you can sub jump off scenery on the right or the left. I prefer the right. That's how you do it there. And the third one, good luck with it. It's kind of shit. I think it's more about how much you zigzag. But yeah, it kind of sucks. And if you're doing the respawn cycle, you'll have no masks here, so you can't like get hit by it and save yourself. So yeah. But regardless, when you jump over this cold pipe, you can just jump right onto the next end platform. You don't have to wait. I'll try and show off this trick again. If you look closely there, you can see I timed the sub jump, so it's like a ground spin. Well, all sub jumps are ground spins, but I time it so the spin is going to land on that scenery, so I can survive it and also get closer to make it a bit easier. And you do damage abuse off this red thing. Should be the last mask you have if you're doing respawn cycle. Yeah, that's that. Again, once you're over the cold pipe, if you're riding the platform, you can jump onto this and then spin these like that. I think I'll show off Respawn Cycle again, and then try and maybe say what I can about global cycles, which is what you should do until you're top level. That diagonal jump after that last wood box bounce, careful with it. I've had a few times where I've hit the diagonal too early and I fall. It's just a basic mistake. Just watch out for it. Time it correctly. Jump around this robot. 2 180s here. Sketchy diagonal jump. More diagonals. Ah, drop my input, nice. Whatever, I think you get the gist of that. I'll show off the red thing damage abuse. But yeah, if you're just doing global cycles and not the respawn, you just start by breaking this. I think sometimes you can do this incorrectly and one of these boxes won't break, so it doesn't hurt like if you're just starting out to make sure you broke them. I think I've had it where one of those camera robots has sniped this. It doesn't save time, but it might happen every now and then for you. I know it can happen. This is all the same. If you're scared of the diagonal jump, you can just do this. Wouldn't advise going for this diagonal jump if you don't know what the cycle's gonna be. AKA if you're not doing the respawn cycle. Here you just have to react. Sometimes they can be smooth, like you don't have to wait on any. If you're not doing the diagonal jump, you have to react to what this is. This might be a bit scary for runners. Especially like if it's in the middle. I don't blame anyone if they wait, but that one moves when you stand on it for a while, so that's the same jump every time. You can fall here, so be careful when you do this movement. And again, the normal movement. Actually, I want to show off the camera robot back up properly. Yeah, just face diagonal and... oh, don't miss it. Okay, I didn't even know it was possible to fail that. I don't think I've ever failed that when I've had to back it up. Alright, whatever, you get the point. If you do it correctly, it snipes into that. I'll do one last playthrough of this level. Sub jump. Get this box bridge down. This platform does fall when you're on it, but it takes like 10 years, so you probably will never have to worry about that. Oops. Yeah, don't do that corner jump if you don't know what that cycle will be. You can also jump off this thing. It's like, it doesn't save time though, so but I guess I'll make people aware of it. You can also break these boxes like this. I don't think it really matters which method you do. I prefer the other method. Oh, I'm glad I didn't forget this. If you only break the wooden crate there, make sure you hear 2 explosions like that. If you hear 1 explosion, then you're gonna have to go back because one of them didn't blow up. It seems pretty rare, but it's happened to someone before. And yeah, that's the damage abuse you do. Ideally a bit earlier. I forgot about it because I was too busy rambling on. But yeah, that's generator room. Get some lives. Alright, we're almost done the pinstripe levels. Making pretty good time. Toxic Waste. This level is pretty basic at its core, but it's actually a pretty easy level to die in because of the zigzag, and you'll see why if you try to zigzag well in it. Happens to everyone. Now, if you're not doing the generator death abuse cycle, you should get Invincibility here, like save masks from Cortex Power to here. I forgot to mention that during Cortex Power, but if you are doing the generator room death abuse cycle, you won't be able to have Invincibility here, but I think it's still faster. So, yeah. If you don't plan on going for generator room respawn cycle, which you probably won't, unless you plan to get to top level, then practice Invincibility here. But I guess also practice non-invincibility just as a backup. It doesn't hurt. Alright, so the beginning strat here, there's a few different ways you can do this, or I guess a couple different ways, but you want to do that just with not failing to break the left box. Like that. It's pretty tricky to get down. But you can also do it like that, a sub jump. I think that's what Burger does. A little bit slower, but it doesn't really matter that much. Do it how you like. This mask has a hint, so be careful. Here you can just do this movement. If you go too fast there, that won't sync up properly and you'll have to wait for the barrel. Oh, I think you can... Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can spin this guy before he throws it if you go fast. I just forgot to do good enough movement for it. There I do 2 square inputs to break those. Just do a ground spin. Nothing fancy. The barrels are spawn cycles. They should be the same every time. But if you mess up and have to go back for a box, depending on what's loaded, you'll have to go back. You'll have to react. Alright, so this TNT, it's that formation that I love, where it's a one box and another stacked on top of it, so that right there is the fastest thing to do. Here it's faster to go over the barrel, but it was a bit desynced because that was showing off stuff. I'll try and show it when I play the level again. Now here, you'll be doing some things a bit differently here depending on what version you have, or what region you have rather. If you're on NTSCJ, you can do these strats. Make sure both of these wooden crates break. You'll have to learn how to time that spin. Right, that's what you do there. Oh no, I got the checkpoint. Oh well. I'll show it off. I'll show off the NTSCU way to do it when I finish the level. Again. Alright, so strats. Start. Yeah, there's a few different ways that can go wrong. It's very tricky.
What have I got?
Yeah, the reason it's easy to die in this level is just because, yeah, these barrels were a bit distinct because I was too fast. The reason it's easy to die in this level with the zigzag is because, you're just going left and right constantly, and any sort of veering off in the wrong way can just send you off the side. It happens to every runner. This one you can just go under. It is a bit faster to go over the yellow barrels too, but it's a bit weird sometimes, so... I don't think this mask is here on the American version. Okay, if you're on the J version, or no, sorry, if you're on the American version, on top of that TNT, on the top of that 4 stack of boxes, there's a metal crate. And what that means is you don't have to bounce on the top one, because the metal crate landing on the top TNT will trigger it for you. So you can just do this and go away, except not failing to break that wooden crate. If that happened, you would have to go back. Do also beware that if you have 2 Tana tokens and you wait on that box that's a checkpoint crate, that box is a Tana token crate in a run, so make sure if you are like standing there for whatever reason and the token's gonna fall that you spin it away, or you'll go on the bonus. Alright, good strat. I'll also have to show off what you do if you're getting invincibility. to. Yeah, see there I tried to go over it, but it's a bit weird. Also, a very minor thing, when the guy throws the barrels, they bounce a little bit. That seems to be RNG, but it's very, very, very rare that it actually affects you, so don't worry about it. Under this barrel, over this one, over this one, over this one. No, it was too slow. Also, these can hurt you. A lot of people don't know that. Watch out for that. Don't go too close to those. I think spin invincibility protects you from them, but there's no need to risk it. Yeah, generally it's best to just jump around the yellow barrels. Alright, I'll show off what you do on J here again. Fuck. Yeah, if that happens, you have to do this part differently. But if you just learn how to react, it's fine. Didn't get the checkpoint this time, which is nice. Sadly, when you practice this, this will be a checkpoint, so if you hit that, you'll have to redo the level to practice this again. Yeah, you want the boxes to break like that. You just have to learn the timing to break both wooden crates. Again, if you're on NTSCU, you don't need to bounce on that top TNT. The metal crate will trigger it for you. But if you're on J version, you do have to step on it yourself or else it won't break. Because it'll be deloaded. They only break if they're actually set off. When you're on the right cycle, you can beat this guy's cycle, even though it's really tight. Alright, I'll go to another level to get masks to show off the invincibility. There's some weird things you can do with the invincibility. I'm gonna get some lives too, because I'm running low. There's some back here.
What have I got?
Alright, so again, you don't want to zigzag normally when you're with the invincibility. Here you can just do that. One of them didn't break, that's amazing. Obviously, if that happened, you would go back. But as you can see, I was trying to spin through the yellow barrels, and if you time it correctly, you'll get a lower bounce off of them. I don't know why it's like that, but it just is. I'll try and give a better showing of that. I no longer do the invincibility strats, so I'll practice them. Because I do the generator room death abuse.
What have I got?
There we go. Yeah, if you time your spins correctly, you get a lower bounce, and he doesn't even make a noise. It's a thing I found out. Also, very rarely, one of those yellow barrels will deload, which will save you a little bit of time if you do this. No one knows what causes it, though, so... yeah, I guess I'll just finish the level again. Why not? Try and show off the ending again. And the TNT strat here. I don't even like hold X at all for that. Buffers it pretty well. J version strats. Very nice. Yeah, these are the proper cycles I would get in a run. And if I'm fast, I can beat this guy. Nice. Alright, that was very good. Would have been very good if I was still doing the invincibility strats, that is. Alright, that's Toxic Waste. Alright, Pinstripe. This boss has a cutscene, but just like Koala Kong, it's not faster to skip it, so you don't have to worry about it if you don't want. Now, it's actually faster to not hit him the first time he's vulnerable. And the reason is it makes the fight shorter later because he does less bouncing around. It's funny, Every task that's been done at this game doesn't do that, so they lose time in this level to real-time runners. It's funny. But the second time he's vulnerable, you want to hit him. And for some reason, you can hit him over and over again for the first 3 hits. But you can't for the last 3. For phase 4, what you want to do is you want to be as close as possible. You don't actually have to be behind something to dodge his bullets. Crash just has to be in this like animation where he's like ducking or whatever. That's all it has to be. But yeah, for the third or the fourth phase, you want to just be close enough to him to get a fast spin, kind of like that. And the last 2 hits are a bit different in that since you have 2 masks, because bosses give you that, you can damage abuse to get a frame perfect hit on him and not have to worry about bullets. You can also spin through bullets if you ever need to for whatever reason, but you shouldn't. When you damage abuse on this one, get it so you're standing up there, so you'll actually get a frame perfect hit on him. It's free time save. There's no soft lock to worry about on that. I talked about the soft lock on Papu, but I guess I never talked about the one in Koala, so I'll just quickly go back there and talk about that. So with Papu, when you defeat him and his corpse is falling, if you get hit by his corpse on the wrong frame, you soft lock, and you'll have to re-enter because the fight won't be beaten. The same thing applies in this fight when you defeat Koala Kong, except with lava. If you get hit by the lava on a bad frame, you'll soft lock. So when you defeat Papu, don't go near his corpse, and when you defeat Koala Kong, don't go near the lava, and you'll never have that happen. Alright, High Road. Pretty basic level. One thing that's relevant though is that it is shorter on the Japanese version. But I will talk about a strat you can do on the one part that isn't in the J version, or yeah, isn't in the J version. How you can do that part fast. There's a mask at the start here. People used to just spin it when they spawn, but that's actually slower, and you'll see why. Yeah, it's a secret area. Again, don't do, like I said in Road to Nowhere, don't do spin jumps off these platforms. They're a bit weird and they can eat your input. Only do it in the air. Yeah, the reason you want to spin this mask now is because you have more momentum, and you can also get a bit of speed off this ice. You can do a sub jump. It's a very small optimization. Also, wow, it just ate my jump there. Let's try that again. Zigzag really breaks this level. Makes it easier. These are the jumps I do. You can delay your jump a bit, do a ledge jump if you want. Here what I do is I jump immediately off the ice. I land as close to the ice but not on the ice as possible. Then do if it doesn't eat my input again, do a diagonal jump like that, curve around, and that's how you break that. Now beware if you don't do that or you fail it. If you try to jump on top of this, there is an invisible ceiling up there. And it'll kill you, I believe. Or maybe it's only if you jump. I know someone said they died to this. Maybe it got some other glitch or something, but yeah, just do the other strat. The sort of gimmick in this level is you're supposed to flip these turtles over and bounce off them, and you get a super high bounce, but obviously that's slower because you're slowing down, you're losing your momentum, and you have to wait for the turtles to flip over. And so we can use sub jumps and zigzag, or just zigzag and sub jumps to clear jumps. Sometimes as well you can just bounce off the turtles, if you find that easier in whatever spot. Like here, might be easier for you. But again, you want to avoid the ropes, because the ropes are slower, because you're going out of your way, you're getting less zigzag, and you're not getting boxes, and you'll miss out on any ice boost you can get. Here for these boxes, I land to the right of the checkpoint, spin diagonally, and they'll break easily, kind of like butter. Now, be very careful on this spot right here. This is a known dropped input spot. It doesn't hurt to just stop and then go on that spot. That spot has eaten like everyone's inputs. And this part of the level is very easy because, yeah, they made it shorter on J. But funny enough, the camera things are still there. So if I jump out here, the camera still follows me. It's a pretty cool thing. But yeah, there is a formation of boxes on the other versions that isn't here. Basically, what you want to do there is you want to bounce off the checkpoint. Yeah, you want to bounce off the checkpoint, move a bit left, hit the box that's in the air, and as you're falling, you spin the box that's between the TNT and the metal crate. You don't have to worry about spinning the TNT. If you do it early enough, it'll be fine. And then the TNT will blow up when you go away, because it'll be set off by the metal crate. And that's it. Yeah, they removed the turtle jumping. Yeah, maybe they did fix it on J. That's possible. There is one glitch in Insanity Beach they actually fixed on J and PAL, but like nothing else, which is weird. Yeah, this level was like infamously hard, casually. I didn't find it that bad personally. I found levels like Sunset Vista and stuff more hard than this, but I guess they heard that feedback and they wanted to make it shorter. Turtle jump? Is that what it translates to? That's funny. It's really funny. Alright, Sunset Vista. On the other version, Slippery Climb is here, but we covered Slippery Climb earlier because I'm doing it in the order of the J levels. But now we're going to cover Sunset Vista. If you're on the American or PAL version, then Sunset Vista will be at this very point in the run. Yeah, we already covered Slippery Climb, so I'm not going to cover that again. This is the longest level in this category. Let me see how long my best segment is. 4:13. That's 4 minutes and 13 seconds. That's a very long segment. It's by far the longest. It's a very, very long level. Now, the first thing I want to talk about in this level, so I just talked about how they moved it to the third island. Well, that caused a few issues with the cycles. Cycles in this level on the J version can desync. It's a very bad issue, and the desyncing can make it so that cycles are either impossible to get through until they sync up again, or you only have a very small amount of time to get through them before you die. But because like the cycles desync because they're going for a while, and the fact that cycles reset when you die, what we do at the start of this level is we death abuse. But we don't only death abuse because of the desyncing cycles, or else we wouldn't do it on the American version. We still do this on the American version because the cycles also happen to reset to pretty fast positions. This can save like 30 seconds over global cycles, so this is very much worth learning. Even if you're not fast enough yet to catch any cycles I'm going to show here, it's still worth it if you're on the J version to reset the cycles here, because you'll hopefully not get desync cycles. I don't know how long it takes for the cycles to desync, but it may happen if you're going really, really slow in the level. I'm not sure. But yeah, pre late 2016, we didn't do this respawn cycle. We did global cycles, and this was a very scary level at those times because of the desyncing cycles. Very scary, but now it's a pretty easy level if you just practice the respawn cycles. They're consistent. This is now a fully scripted level. It's all about how much practice you put in. So, let's do it. Die at the start, just fall in the water similar to Lost City. The first trick in this level is to move a bit to the right before going to get that box back there. This triggers the flame. This is similar to the trick in Temple Ruins. It's just so we don't have to wait on it. The cycles at the start here are pretty basic. Just watch out for these bats. Mask and there, I skip it by pressing circle and doing a 180. Here, do a short bounce, spin through those, spin that turtle so he's out of your way. Skipping those cycles, as well as if I were to jump to this next platform, doesn't save time. Save yourself the trouble. Because I would have to wait on this. Here you can land on the second one. Now, these cycles I noticed when I messed around on the American version are a bit different. You might have to bounce on the first one instead of the second one. But if you're on the J version, do this. There's a mask in that cave thing back there. But you shouldn't need it. This part is pretty bad. This is a pretty stupid part of the level. But I think they made the bats a bit slower on this version. I can't tell. It might just be like one of my PS2s is laggier than the other, and that does affect stuff like this. But yeah. There's no need to damage beast here. Just wait for the flame. I didn't know what part the flame was on because I was messing around. I'm going to redo this. Yeah, you might have a bit more trouble there if you're on the American version. At least that's what I noticed. But you can still time your spin appropriately. I would say with these cycles, the first floor is the hardest, so at least you kind of get it out of the way once you're past it. Some people might disagree with me on that. I think some people might find the third floor harder. Might depend on who you ask. Second platform, fifth platform. Again, that part seemed to be a bit different on the American version, so you might have to jump on different ones, but you'll still be on the same cycles for the rest of it. Wait a bit. Yeah, I feel like these bats are faster on this version. Or faster on the other version. Now this part is a bit weird. I wait a bit so that I can bounce off the lizard onto this, and this is all very smooth. Bam, like that. Now if you fail to bounce off the lizard and land on those platforms, you'll have to wait for the pushers, but you can still make these ones that I just passed. You just need a lot of zigzag, and you may have to jump around them. It is a backup though. The vertical sections are pretty simple here. Break these boxes just with jump and spin. You have a lot of time to get the cycle anyway. On that last board there, you can do a pulled board jump like I showed off in Lost City. It doesn't actually save a cycle, but it might make it easier if your movement is bad though, so maybe consider it if that's the case. Just make sure that if you do it, that you have it so you can curve back onto the previous platform, so you don't fall all the way down. When you jump to this platform, you can land on the side of this regardless of whether that pusher is out. Don't worry. I'll show off a backup thing you can do. You don't have to get that mask there if you didn't lose the previous one. I didn't mean to miss it, but yeah. Ideally you just get that mask, just because why not? Here you can just walk onto this, very easy. Strat here, there's an exclamation point crate in the sky. You're supposed to bait the lizard over and bounce off him to break it, but this is much faster. You just bounce off the checkpoint and break it. Luckily though, if you fail that, you can still just do it the intended way and get the lizard. In those boxes I just broke, normally there's a Cortex token. Be careful in the way you spin those crates or else you'll spin it away. Here, I like to try and get hit by the flame instead of the bats. It's just more consistent, because again, bats can be kind of weird. Here, wait until the cycles start moving again before bouncing up. Make sure you get that Cortex token, land on this and land on that. Do that movement there, that's the simplest thing you can do and it doesn't cost you cycles. Here, this might be a bit different on the American version actually, I can't remember. You'll just have to see for yourself, but on the J version you can just do this. Go under them. You don't always have to go under them, like as you saw I was fast enough where I didn't have to. Here you can just jump over these. And here's the Cortex bonus. Now I can't access the Cortex bonuses on this save file because I've already completed them and they're like locked out when you finish the game, or when you finish them. But basically, I think I can just explain with words what to do, though maybe at the end of the tutorial I'll show off if I have another save file with them not beaten. Basically, for the first stack of boxes, you want to do a ground spin to break the top box, that also makes you sub-jump off the wooden crate below it. And then you want to jump around the next wall of wooden crates. And if you zigzag a little bit, you can make it so you collect the key before it gets thrown up into the air where you have to wait for it to come down. And then if you do that, we have a strat where you can actually fall behind the portal and die in the bonus. And that's actually faster because you keep the key and it actually skips the password screen, like the saving screen. It's a very minor time save, but yeah, there's videos on it. And I may actually demonstrate it at the end of the tutorial. I just don't want to spend time like going through the entire level again, like just to show that one thing off. I'll show off all the cycles again, but I won't show that off because I'd also have to go back to the title and get lives and find the file, because I'm not sure if I have one without these beaten. So yeah. You do keep your masks. Any mask you had entering the bonus you keep regardless of whether you died in it. You also don't lose lives. And you keep the key. Cycles also do reset when you finish the bonus. I think I explained this when I talked about cycles at the beginning. But yeah, damage abusing on this doesn't save time. I still do it anyway because I usually have a mask there just out of like, that's what I've always done. But you don't actually have to. These cycles I'm getting right now aren't what you will get in a run, but they're basic enough where you don't really need to know what they are. These are pretty much what they'll be anyway, except for that. If you get a cycle like that, just do that. But they shouldn't be like that. Here you can do a sub jump if you need to, if you're like behind on the cycle or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty simple once you're past the bonus. Yeah, I'll show off the level again. It's a lot to take in, very long level. Move to the right to trigger that flame so you don't have to wait on it. It's funny, a lot of people think that people are missing the first box and they just like go back like, oh, I forgot, but no. It's actually intentional. Get this mask, I skip it with a 180. Pressing circle, small jump there. Spin that lizard. Skipping these cycles doesn't save time, save yourself the trouble. Trust me, they don't save time. I'm the one who developed all these cycles. This part's pretty basic. And then you have this part. No need to damage abuse here. And a little hop there. Wait a little bit for that to sync up. That there will take practice. Practice that a lot. But if you do fail that, remember, you can still make the pushers I just went past. You just need good zigzag, good spins. Remember how we talked about before what fast movement is? And maybe a jump around, and you can still make it, and you'll be on the normal cycles. Yeah, you shouldn't have issues with the vertical sections. They're pretty easy. Again, pulled board jump here if you need it. I failed it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually save you a cycle. Actually, I might do a third visit to this level to show off the backups you can do here, but for now I want to show the proper cycles. You don't need this mask, but why not get it, in my opinion. Luckily, you don't have to worry about those bats. I believe you do in any percent, if I remember correctly. Here you can just walk onto this. You'll never fail that. Checkpoint strat. Oops. Okay. Just pretend I got all that stuff. I haven't failed that in ages. I'm glad that wasn't in a run. Or on the proper cycle. I'd rather show off the proper cycles. I showed off that the first time. Wait for these to move again and then go up. It syncs it up perfectly. And you're not actually going slow back there because you would have to wait on these anyway. As you can see. You have to wait on this anyway, so you're not losing time, don't worry. You can do these jumps if you want. Just be careful zigzagging because they're not attached to the wall. You can fall behind them. And strats in the Cortex bonus again. Jump over the first wall by doing a sub jump off the top box. And jump around the second pillar. If you zigzag enough, you'll get the key early. And you can jump behind the portal to skip the save screen. Oh, I guess when yeah, I'm gonna try and show off that one part again, like backup strats, but if you die in the bonus, you do have to re-enter the level to access the Cortex bonus again. And if you do that, if that happens to you, you should finish the level to get the box gem. And if you have to re-enter for the key, what you can do is this. Oh, if I don't fail it, I don't like play any percent these days. This is what you do in any percent. But basically, when you spawn in the level, don't move up or down. Because when you spawn, you're on the correct plane already for this to work. It's a specific plane. If you spin at the right time, it'll be like this. And then once you're like this, you can start mashing jump. And then as you get higher and higher, start holding left, and you'll be up here. Obviously, you don't do this normally, because you have to get the boxes. But yeah, I thought I would just show this off in case you do have to re-enter for the key in one of your first runs or whatever. It's a bit of a faster way to do it. But yeah, I would advise if you fail the bonus, do finish the level to get the box gem. And then go back for the key. There's no Cortex token till the 3rd floor, so don't worry about missing any until then. Now, I don't know anything about cycles if you have to re-enter the key, because I've been at the point where that just kills my run anyway for years, but yeah. Remember, ledges are generous in this game like that. You can do that. Yeah, what I want to show with these cycles here is a few different things you can do. Yeah, so this is how you're supposed to do it normally. It might not work actually if it's not a glitch cycle. Actually, it should work now. It's not letting me. Oh no. I feel like you have to do this more in any percent. Okay, maybe if I wait like another cycle, it'll be what I want. There, that's what you can do, except if you ever have to do that, that pusher won't be in the way. It'll be glitched, so that won't happen. But yeah, that's something you can do. If you're feeling confident, you don't even need to do it with the submarine jump. You can do just a normal jump. I personally prefer a sub jump though. I'll also show off the out of bounds on the 2nd floor. Oh, actually, do you even want to do that if you have to get the tokens? I'm not sure. I've never like thought about this stuff. Doing a tutorial definitely can teach you things, not just teaching others. You still want to do that if you're coming back for the key, because that triggers the Cortex token that's in here. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't be able to do the out of bounds. In any percent, you do the 2nd out of bounds here, but you won't be on the right plane. You won't be able to death abuse, because you have to get that token. It's probably not worth it anyway, because you have to come down pretty quickly after to get the next token. Oh, I don't have a mask. I'm so used to having a mask there. That's funny. These bats take forever. Like, they actually take ages. You don't have to worry about them if you're feeling a bit slow. You should never die to them. Yo, Evil, thanks for the host. And yeah, again, once you're here, you can start going up here once they start moving, and it'll sync it up perfectly. It's a bit synced differently because I'm not on the proper cycles, but yeah. When the cycles are desyncing, if you don't die at the start, this is like the worst spot for that. These cycles like really start to desync. Like, it's not supposed to be even like that, but yeah. just at the start, you shouldn't have desyncing issues learning the cycles. And yeah, if you die in the bonus and you have to enter for the key, get the box gem first and do the out of bounds and do what I did, and you'll be fine. Alright, I'm gonna take another quick washroom break and get some more water because I'm talking so much, don't want my throat to hurt. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, Lights Out 1. This is the last level in the run that needs 2 visits because you need a color gem because we don't have a skip for it. I guess I'll also mention since at Vista, if you're on J version, or I guess it's the first key on either version, but the key from that level unlocks Whole Hog. This path becomes available. Whole Hog is a pretty bad level, and I'll explain why when I get to the backtracking part of this tutorial, but yeah. I suppose if you want, if you're on the American version, you could get that level done early by going here, and it's not very much time loss, but yeah. Oh, I still have BRB on. Glad I caught that. Yeah, Lights Out 1. There is a glitch you can do that keeps the light on forever if you like die at the same time you get a mask, but it's not fast, it's not useful either, so don't worry about it. Also hints, every other mask in this level doesn't have a hint. Though if you die or skip a mask, that changes. That one you should do a sub jump off. Here you can do a sub jump off that. Oh, I'm getting what we call hard squares right now, where you have to do a bunch of scenery jumps. Bam, that's hard squares. If you really are confident in your sub jumps, you can go for that if you get those cycles. Otherwise, you just wait and they sync up fine. Now this cycle is the exact same every time. I'm a bit slow because I'm like dawdling, but you should be able to catch this with decent zigzag. But if you don't, a backup strat you can do is diagonal sub jump off that. I'm just gonna re-enter. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if you're on the American or PAL version, you should Death Abuse on that first checkpoint. Gives you better cycles than the second one. I can get a clean Death Abuse like that without touching the ground. The cycle is like this if you Death Abuse there. I like to sub jump off that thing, but you don't have to. You can also just like jump past it, I'm pretty sure. And it'll be fine. The cycle should be fine too. Same with this one. Don't have to do much for these. Yeah, I'll catch this cycle. It's actually paying attention. Here, I like to try and snipe these boxes with a rat. If not, though, it's not a big deal. Oh, and you can spin through the pendulums if you want. Just remember that if you do it in the air, you have less frames for it. And this is the sub-jump cycle. You can do it like that. You can also sub-jump off the table if you want. It's just preference. As you can see, just watch your jump height because of the archway. A third option actually is if you zigzag really hard, you can get on it without having to sub-jump. It doesn't really matter though. Have fun if you're stuck in the dark. But with zigzag and also just you'll know the levels from speedrunning, it's pretty much impossible to ever be in a situation where you'll run out of light. Also, that's weird, I got stuck there, I've never seen that. Be able to spin that. Nice. Again, don't spin jump off the platforms that fall, these green ones. Don't do that for any platform that has properties like that, because they're too weird. Alright, yeah, that's one of the shortest levels in the run. But yeah, just Death Abuse on the first checkpoint if you're on not J version. Alright, this level has a respawn cycle. It's a bit difficult when you first try it, but once you practice it a bunch, it's not that hard. I think I'd still not advise for new runners to go for it, but it is going to be the first thing I show off. This mask isn't here on the other versions,
What have I got?
but you do get it. You do want Invincibility in the blue gem path. Here you can kind of slow down and it buffers this diagonal jump a bit better, so you need less zigzag. It doesn't really matter. Again, you can spin through spears. If you're too fast there, you'll get hit by that flame, so be careful. These cycles are a bit tight to make, but not the worst thing, honestly. Here you can jump early off this thing. You don't need to do like a super huge early jump, it really doesn't matter. Here, you can do a summary jump on the second set of spears. If you're doing the respawn cycle, you don't need to do the first one. And again, the flame skip, like in Tumble Burns, you don't need to do that flame skip. It does make the cycles easier though, because you have one less mask to pick up, because you saved this one. Here, don't worry about breaking these boxes fast, because if you break them too fast, you'll be too ahead of this cycle. Whereas if you break them a bit slow, it buffers perfectly. You could still break them fast and just wait there, but that's what I prefer to do. There you can jump off that blue gem. If your zigzag's bad, maybe just wait a little bit for the gem to get closer. There I do an air spin, so I'm walking by the time I'm on the ground. But you can also do a sub jump, like off the bottom of the snake if you choose. It's preference. Here, don't skip this corner. That torch is solid, you'll bonk on it. You can do like a sub jump or a weird ledge jump to get around it, but I don't even know if it saves time, but even if it does, it doesn't actually save time, because if you play this level well, you'll still have to wait a bit on cycles, so yeah, don't worry about it. Here, there's a couple different ways that I know of to break through these boxes easily. One's kind of risky. You want to land on the platform on as far right as possible. I'll try and show it. Yeah, something like that, and then you curve while spinning to break all the boxes. Here, just brush up against that, everything breaks. Here, land left, and then you can just walk. Easy. You can just go like that. Yeah, I missed the cycles, that was going a bit slow trying to show stuff, but yeah. Ideally, you don't have to wait on these cycles. I'll do if you go through this level. This sub jump here is risky because you have this snake. If you don't remember from playing casually, if you spin the snake and he hits the TNT, the Cortex token is gone. So be careful, because if you get hit by these spikes attempting a sub jump and you have iframes and you touch the snake, he's gonna go into the TNT unless you're diagonal, because you can do it like this or in the other direction and he won't snipe it. So you have to be on your toes, ready for whatever might happen there. The way I like to break this is I wait till Crash is not in a running animation, so the spin works properly. Like the TNT won't hit. The TNT might blow up if you spin it while still walking. Yeah, I'm like this, and then I do that. If you miss that, I would go back to make sure all the boxes blow up, because sometimes I've noticed they won't. Here, if you want to zigzag, land on every other platform. That is the consistent way to do that. Don't do any spins, because they're falling platforms, as I said. And you can also do one here, unless you're bad like me. Yeah, the snake is a really awful trick. It's evil design. You can do that jump for swag if you want. I don't think it saves time. I have to wait on the flame. Alright, Cortex bonus. This one I can definitely just explain with words. Basically, you jump onto the TNT and then try and land on the floating boxes, but don't like bounce off them. You want to do a submarine jump off them, and that does a sequence break within the bonus, because otherwise you have to either wait for the TNT to blow up or blow it up. You can blow it up with a spin jump if you want, but regardless you have to wait for a little bridge to spawn of boxes. But if you don't do that, you can just submarine jump and it's faster, and then just bounce on stuff and finish it. Just like the Sunset Vista Cortex bonus, you can zigzag enough and you'll get the key right when Cortex throws it, instead of having to wait for it to fall down. But I think it's a bit harder in this one than the Cortex bonus in Sunset. And you can also do the bonus death abuse again to skip the password screen. Same stuff. In addition, the cycles reset when you finish the bonus, regardless of whether you died in it, so... again, if you fail that bonus, finish the level, get the box gem, because that way you don't have to redo the entire blue gem path, which takes up a decent chunk of time in this level, so... Yeah, when you get to the blue gem path, you just go the other way, because there's no Cortex tokens in there. When you finish this bonus, you can do a sub jump here, go a bit diagonal early, and a strat here is to do that, except with actually breaking that top box. I need a lot more practice in it, but I think you get the point. Since the cycles reset after the bonus, doing that actually can save you cycles on the crushers at the end. Though it doesn't seem like it's always necessary. If you go fast enough here, I think you might be able to make these crushers with the finished bonus cycles without that strat. But it's a bit tight for sure. Is doable though, I think. Alright, I'm gonna do another pass of the level with the respawn cycle. Because yeah, I want this tutorial to be usable by all skill levels, so I do want to cover hard stuff too. Yeah, you may struggle with those cycles at first when you start, but they'll get easier. Again, you only need to sub jump through the second set of spears here. And this flame skip doesn't save time, but it makes the cycles easier because you have one less mass to pick up. Here you don't need to go fast because you have to wait up here anyway. I like how it buffers it perfectly, like this. Oh yeah, I can snipe that box with the snake. It's a minor thing that kind of helps. I like to do an air spin here, like that, so I'm not spinning when I hit the ground. Don't have to even sub jump. You want this invincibility? This gem path is way slower without it. Yeah, when you try and like crash into the middle of the boxes there and then do a curve through it. I honestly feel like you have to get a feel for it rather than me explaining how I do it. There we go. Cycle can be a bit tight to make, but I feel like it's definitely... Wow, I barely made that. It's harder to do stuff I normally do when I'm also explaining it in detail. Yeah, try and spin that TNT. And if you fail it, go back and make sure they all blow up. Oh, I got the strat. Yeah, that's what you want to do if you want to try and make these cycles up here. These aren't the cycles you would get because they reset after the bonus, but yeah. You can save a cycle by doing that. Alright, I'll talk a bit more about anything that is different with the respawn cycle, and also there's actually other stuff I can talk about. Other little hints I can give. You can just do this here if you want. It might not always work, though. I'm not sure. Maybe don't take my advice on that. Oh yeah, in these tunnels and temple ruins and jaws, you can just be on the side and they won't hurt you. I sometimes forget the bats are even there, to be honest. They're nothing like the bats in the Lost City or Sunset, which are actually a problem. Yeah, with these sub jumps, just remember the basics of a sub jump. If you press X during the spin, you will not get a jump out. And this dying here is a humongous death. It's like dozens and dozens and dozens of seconds. Even though it's before the first checkpoint. Oh, I got spin timered. That's fine.
What have I got?
that box. Make sure the TNT doesn't blow up that bottom box there, because it has the first Cortex token. Oh, and hidden box up there, if you forget. More evil level design in this one level. Yeah, you'll have to get a feel for how to break those boxes quickly. Those boxes can break with a bit of delay, but they'll break every time. Made it again, a bit more than last time. Yeah, I can see why I may not advise going for this for new runners, because of the cycles at the start as well. A bit tricky. I didn't mean to show off the respawn cycle again, but I died, so I thought might as well do it again. It's not like it's much different with global cycles. Though actually one thing I do want to demonstrate is with these, you can stand in between them. This one I'll show it off better. Yeah, you're perfectly safe here. Yep. Should work on this one as well. Yep. Nice safety spot. I think that's about it for that level. Yeah. That has a blue gem path, but you get the blue gem in this level, so you don't need to worry about skips or a second visit. Actually masks, you don't want to leave, you want to leave that level with as many masks as possible. Just because it makes this level a bit nicer. At least in my opinion, I prefer to get Invincibility. Yeah, but if you leave with one, it's not a big deal, because you can still get Invincibility. You just have, like, one more mask to pick up. I'm just gonna get masks. Get a second one. Alright, so this level has kind of a gimmick. Nice voice crack. This level has kind of a gimmick in the speedrun, where it has a cycle that isn't a global cycle or a spawn cycle. It's what I call a local cycle. It's the platform at the end that goes up very high and goes very low. It takes a long time to go up. It's a local cycle because it starts moving when you spawn in the level. So it starts moving about now. So the reason I say there's like a gimmick in this level in speedruns is you have to play this level fast enough to be able to catch that cycle. The cycle everyone goes for, pretty much is the Jesus cycle. So it's a cycle behind a faster cycle you could get, but that cycle is really demanding with what you need to go for. First things first, you can actually go through these platforms from below. It's not necessary. I don't practice them, as you can see. They might be needed to catch the God cycle, but they are a thing you can do. I might be the only one who doesn't do them, actually. Yeah, I don't like them very much, but is a thing you can do. There we go. Yeah, they're not solid from below, for whatever reason. Lazy developers. But yeah, the good thing is with this level is you can choose what strats you want to do, as long as you try and catch the Jesus cycle. That's kind of the goal, and I think most runners, except maybe super new, inexperienced runners, should be able to catch them. And you can jump around those spikes, by the way. Yeah, you can jump from below these platforms, but I don't like it personally, so I don't do it. It's not necessary to catch the cycle. Again, you can choose what strats you want to do to help yourself catch it. Get that mask if you only have one. Again, spins on conveyor belt, fast. 3D range here. If you have to pay attention there to how big your curve is when you're falling. If you notice your curve is very big, you should be zigzagging to make sure you fall back into the level, or else you'll die. Also, try and do that in the spot I did. It's the most consistent, and the camera will follow you. You can jump around these pipes. You can jump around the one I did below. I just don't do it. It's not necessary. You can jump through the bottom of these platforms too. And here's where you can get invincibility if you got it. You just have to react to these steam things. Don't forget that they'll bounce you up if you touch them. I suppose I'll go over non-invincibility stuff as well after. Careful with these boxes. Make sure they all break. You have to get some airtime, in my experience, for them to all break. If you just immediately walk on the ground there, I've had one of them not break, so watch out for that. Some more spins here. I'm pretty ahead of the cycles, I can tell just from experience, so I slowed down a bit. The way I'm gonna do this bridge here is really easy, but still fast enough to catch the cycle. Oh, I actually missed it by a bit. Okay, I guess I slowed down a bit too much. Oh well. But yeah, if you miss this cycle, it's like 10 to 12 seconds lost. I definitely thought I was more ahead of the cycle, so I shouldn't have slowed down. At the end, like in heavy machinery, you can do 3D range. It's pretty consistent. And then you can damage a piece here. Oops. I got stuck there a bit, so I reacted with fast zigzag. And there you go. I think I'll do another run through with invincibility. And then I'll try and show off the box bridge a bit more, different ways you can do that, because there's lots. The way I do it is consistent for the Jesus cycle, and also easy. This level's pretty boring, in my opinion. You have a lot of waiting on these platforms. That's why I'm kind of glad that it's skipped in 90%, because it's not too interesting, except a couple things like this is cool. Yeah. Yeah, you can do a 3D range jump on this one. I never bothered. It doesn't seem to save much time. But this one is more important, I think, for sure. Yeah, if you get hit by that one, the leftmost one, you can just zigzag over. Yeah, give yourself airtime on those crates and you'll break them all. Oh, be careful here. Watch where you're jumping or else you might bonk below on the thing below those bouncy platforms and die. It's happened to a few people. Alright, so I bounce on here, do a little sub jump. Sub jump isn't necessary, but it just gives you like more reaction time. Yeah. That there is the... That's how I like to do that bridge. You don't need to do it any faster to catch this cycle. I must be really far ahead of it this time. Yeah, I was really far ahead of it. You may have a tougher time catching it. Just need practice. I'm not going to get this checkpoint. I'll show off the end again. 3D range. Damage abuse. Try and land on the center of this pipe so you don't get a weird momentum screw up like I did. Very good. Alright, I'll show off some other ways you can do the box bridge. Always jump over this spike. Just have more momentum than I just did. This spike can be a bit of a troll if you're not paying too close attention. Yeah, have momentum and you're fine. Another way you can do it is this way. Not like that. It's been a while since I've done it this way, because again, you don't need a fast box bridge to get the cycle. Yeah, something like that. Another thing you do need to watch out for, though, is if you are hugging the wall, I'll see if I can show it off, you'll fall behind the boxes. Yeah, like that. See how I just crashed through it? So make sure you're kind of like in the center, in the Z-axis, when you're doing this, no matter what method you're using for it. There. That's a faster way you can do it. It might be good to know it in case you screwed up a lot in the level and still want to catch the cycle. You could do that as a backup. The level's pretty easy though, so you might not have to. I'd never practiced it this way. But yeah. There's also Dustiel's method for it. I don't remember exactly what he does, but I think it's something like... I don't know. It's something weird. But yeah, the easy way, which I'll show again right now, is all you need to do for this. You don't need to do more than this to catch the cycle. There's no point in risking it, in my opinion. Alright. I'll get one mask and I'll show off... Actually, no, I won't. I'll show off stuff you can do without invincibility. Oh wow. Nice. The local cycle near the end of the level still resets when you die. I don't know how much it changes though.
What have I got?
There I had a big curve, so I zigzagged to make sure I got back on the level. Very important. Oh shit. Speaking of paying attention, I was not. Oh, this mask will have a hint if you're not getting invincibility. The reason it didn't just now is because I died. And that's how it works. These steam vents, just like the ones in Heavy, and the ones at the end of this level, you can 3D range. This one, obviously, if you're gonna get hit by this one, just damage abuse. You can spin bounce off this, but you can also 3D range. Also, I forgot to point out, if you have invincibility and you're walking on these, you can just do that. You pretty much just like hover over this. You don't have to jump here. Could make the difference between making the cycle or not, so do it. Going fast here, excuse me, let's try this again. You can have it so you bonk your head, but not on a corner. Like, you only bonk your head, you don't like bonk your face, and you'll get zigzag out. Another option is to wait for them to respawn again. Jump in the 3D range and then zigzag. That's another option. That one's definitely better, but you can also just time jumps. That's the fastest way to break that if you don't have invincibility. There's another way you can do it as well. There's also a strat here found by Jack, actually. Yeah, you can do something like that. That may not be exactly how you do it. I don't have that in my strats library for this level because I don't need it. But yeah. And again, the easy box bridge is this. You don't even have to do that last double box spin if you want, probably. Probably still catch it without that. Oh, you can also, if you're barely gonna miss the cycle, you can damage abuse off a camera robot to try and bounce up and catch it. I totally forgot about that. There may be times where it is that clutch. This is also the dumbest strat I ever came up with. Except actually making it. Imagine going for that. Alright, so I think that's all I'm going to talk about for Castle Machinery. Next up is Nitrous Brio. This boss has a cutscene at the start that you do want to skip. I know it's dumb how some bosses it doesn't matter and some it does, but for this boss it does matter if you skip it, so... It's also a bit weird with how it works. You want to hold triangle right when the loading screen starts and keep holding it. If you don't hold it for early enough from the loading screen, it won't be buffered properly for some reason, and he won't have his arms raised with his vials in the air, and it'll lose a bit of time, it seems. Because I think you'll throw the potions a bit later. I'm not sure on that, but just do it, because it's definitely good to just skip the cutscene fast anyway. And you want to break the slimes in the way I'm doing it. You can't kill them right away when they spawn. They have to have been spawned for a little while. But they're kind of like lizards, in that if you're in the air and you spin them, they die really easily. For the Brio monster phase, I like to stand on this B here, because it sets me up to land on this falling boulder thing. And then I do some curves in the air to land on them. It is pretty easy to lose time in this fight. I'd say it's worth practicing a little bit. I buffered it properly. And yeah, you want to get away from him as fast as possible. Because when you get close to him, he raises his arms. I'll shut off. Yeah, he'll do that. And that's slower because he'll do more animations before throwing his next thing. Oh, I didn't buffer it properly, see? It was a bit slower. I guess you can say you wait for the slimes to be able to jump, and that's when you hit them. I guess that could be kind of a visual cue. But honestly, I just have muscle memory. And to survive the pink potions, I just walk in circles and it works fine. Stand on the B. The boulder falls based on where you are, like it tries to land in the opposite side. Sometimes it doesn't though, I've noticed. I don't know what's up with it, it might be a bit buggy, but yeah. That's how you do that. Buffer it properly. Good stuff. You don't want to be slow on killing the slimes, because that can also make him do more animations. Especially in the one where he throws 3 slimes. I'll kill him slowly. See what happens. Yeah, see, he's doing a bunch more animations. And that lasts a few seconds there. So you do want to be able to kill the slimes quickly. I can also tell by the music that I'm behind. If you fail a jump, don't be like this. Don't be trying to bounce on him when you're not even on a rock. It won't work. You have to be bouncing off a rock to hurt him. And don't try and spin him either. I've seen people do that too. Alright, I'm gonna take another washroom break, sorry, because I'm just drinking a lot of water so my throat doesn't hurt. This one will be quick though. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, the lab. This is the last level that's done before the backtracking segment of the run. Now, if you're on J version, they actually added a mask at the start. But if you're on any other version, you don't have that. And on those versions, this level can be kind of scary. But I'll try and tell you everything I know. You can clear this jump if this trapdoor is open. The door itself triggers the door, though. Again, you can spin through electricity. I like to spin both those in one spin. Same with these. Yellow slimes like this, I like to just jump over. Save spin timer. This is one of the worst spots in the level. I would advise not jumping through this electricity on the American version. You can also sometimes get a glitch cycle, which means instead of having a delay between when they shoot, like right now, it'll do 2 sets of firing, so it'll shoot 6 times instead of 3 times. If you're on the J version, though, at least you have the mask, so you can go for that. And that's how you do that room. I'll cover that more on following and playthroughs of this level. These scientist guys, you're supposed to spin them over to the hole, but you can just jump around the 2 of them. They're in the level, so... Again, jumping over this slime. Time your spin there appropriately so you have a second spin for the electricity. Here we're gonna do a snipe this... okay, I'm just gonna restart. I shouldn't, like, pause in the middle of, like, when I'm literally about to do an action. But yeah, that scientist, you do want to snipe into a bunch of stuff, and you'll see how effective it is. So yeah, what I do is I break the bottom crates, and then I spin the top one, break that top one, and then blow up the TNT. If you're too slow there, you won't make the door cycle. It's kind of like a box one cycle, as I call it. You want to be able to do that room fast enough to beat the door and not have to go back and hit the switch again. Again, there, that part I just passed, I do 1 spin for the switches and another for the electricity. Be very careful with your spin there. Snipe this guy forward, and he blows up a bunch of TNT and opens everything. Very convenient. At this spot, the left half of this trap door can despawn, but you'll be able to see it from far away. So you have plenty of time to react to it. Jump around this guy. Here there's a few things you can do. I think this is the easiest thing in this category. Some might disagree. Here you can do a sub jump if you need to. Now this TNT, this is important. If you don't want to do that TNT spin, which I especially wouldn't blame you for not doing if you are on the NTSCU version and don't have a mask, you do have to wait for them to explode before leaving the level, or else they will not have blown up yet by the time the box screen loads, and it'll say you missed boxes. So if you aren't, just wait. You can be on the portal while they're exploding, but if you're too fast, they won't count, so be very careful. And yeah, that mask will have a hint on Jim. Oh, you can also do a sub jump like that there. I hate that strat, personally, but it is an option. I prefer to just do separate spins and just go through the lasers. But yeah, that is another thing you can do. So again, we're gonna break the bottom boxes. Do that, and we do it. I'm gonna die though, because I want to show off different ways you can do that room. Yeah. So you can pretty much do this the same every time, but here you can do it like that. Oh, I'm out of lives. It's pretty good. We didn't game over until now throughout this whole tutorial. Once again, an easy place for lives for practice and learning is Castle Machinery. You just need the green gem. also do it like that. I think the first way I showed is easiest, but I guess it is just preference at the end of the day. These guys, you can also jump around on the right, but it's slower and also more awkward, so I don't recommend it. I would just do the left. Remember, time your spin here correctly. Oops. Do the snipe here. I'm actually gonna die to show what you can do if you don't get that. If you don't get that, you can just do this. Oh, another thing you can do here is that. That's what I do in any percent, but I feel like that works better in that category. You don't always have to sub-jump there. When you do this TNT jump, make sure you land on, at least try to land on the third TNT. If you spin one of the early TNTs, you'll likely get hit by the explosion, like midair. And it'll be hard to save yourself at that point. Or if you're on a not J version, you'll be dead. Same with if you lost the mask. Yeah, the first method I did here was this. You can also time this or position this so that you bounce over these lasers if you need to. It's a very subtle thing, but worth practicing if you want to do it that way. And yeah, these are safe spots. You can stand here, you can stand here. It's what I tend to do if this trapdoor is open or if I'm not, sure what it's going to do. Oh, you can also stand here. And if you want, you can do a sub-jump similar to a lights out one. Alright, I think that's all I want to talk about for lab. 5 hours, woo lad. Alright, so when you finish the lab, make sure you're not mashing X or else you'll enter this level, which we don't want to do yet. After the lab, you can do either lights out or fumbling. Or you can do lights out or leave fumbling for last, but I think Kane's the only person who done that and I wouldn't recommend it. It's kind of it can be kind of a shit level. I think it's best to just get it out of the way, but yeah. It doesn't matter if you do fumbling or lights out first, because no one's tried to carry cycles all the way from Jaws to here, so yeah, it's pretty much preference. I've just always done lights out first, so that's what I do. I did test though. This level does have a really hard respawn cycle. If you do it, you don't get good cycles in lights out, so I guess that's less reason to do fumbling first anyway. But yeah, since I do lights out first, I'm gonna talk about the revisit first. It's very similar to the first visit except the yellow gem. And it's just more scary because you can't die past a checkpoint. And if you're on NTSCU, you would have death abused here on the first visit, but on the second visit you'll do like a sub jump there. Make sure you get boxes like this life crate, which you might just walk past on the first visit. Make sure you don't do that on the second visit. I think I've done that before. Oops. I didn't buffer that correctly. Died to a maskin. That's what maskins can do to you if you're not prepared for them. Again, this cycle will always be the same on both visits. It should be fast if you zigzagged enough. Alright, this time I got the snipe. That snipe isn't necessary, I just like it because I have more space there and less spinning near ledges. Spin onto this yellow gem. You can spin away that mask if you like. Don't need it. And all there really is to do here is jump off the yellow gem early. Like, see if I can try and get it back down. Oh, no. Yeah, that tower does have death triggers in it. So be careful if you Like, be careful not to fall, basically. Because they put death triggers in it.
What have I got?
If I could get back there.
What have I got? What have I
Hey
got?
everyone in chat. So yeah, all you can do here to go faster is pretty much just jump off the gem early, break all those in one spin, and land on the portal in the same jump. That's all there is to that part. Again, it's basically the same as the first visit. Alright, fumbling. This level has a respawn cycle. I don't know if I want to talk about it. Maybe I will. I don't know, but I'll talk about just general stuff first. When you spawn, you can do like a sub jump here to make sure you won't die, because you kind of can't see. Some people I've noticed when they start the level, they'll like get this mask first, but that's just like dumb and slow. So just when you start, just do a sub jump there, you'll be fine. You don't even have to know where the platform ends. And knowing sub jumps for that part back there is really nice, because it's a bit of a weird section. If you need to on global cycles, you can do a sub jump here to catch this. I can't recall, like if you have to do that, I can't recall what other cycles are like, so I'm not sure if that saves time. You don't need to do that on the respawn cycle. But if you're on global cycles, you will not make this cycle, so don't worry about it, but it will be the same every time, so you don't need to worry about reacting to it. Again, you can spin through pendulums. They don't have a solid hitbox. This one, you can do a sub jump, and you'll dodge the pendulum and still be able to move forward. This cycle is also the same. When you arrive, it'll be something like this, most likely. But you can make it on the respawn cycle, which I think I will show. This spider seems to jump at you at different times. You could just like jump and land on it. For some reason, I'm just silly and I tend to just wait till it jumps to kill it. Actually, another thing you can do that Koji found, if I don't screw it up, you can still make that cycle without the respawn cycle, or without actually like catching the platform. If you do that. So that is an option. Here there's a billion different things you can do, mostly involving sub jumps. To get through that, just knowing sub jumps and air control will let you survive any situation there pretty much. You can also do the right side there, I believe. There's an example of that. Sometimes there's a spider here, sometimes there isn't. He doesn't spawn sometimes, I don't know why. Or I might be thinking of this spot. I know a spider definitely spawns sometimes here. It's not like he's a huge threat anyway. Okay, this section. You do not want to spin these rats into the mask, because sometimes if you get the mask by sniping it with a rat and also get hit by a pendulum on the same frame as that, you will die even though you clearly have a mask. It's one frame, but why risk it? So I tend to, I mean, if the pendulums aren't in the way, you can snipe them like I did, but I tend to just bounce on the rats. It doesn't matter if you get hit, because you'll get that mask up there anyway. Actually go behind this portal. It's not solid back there. So yeah, you can sub jump at the start. Never get the mask and then turn around. That's just silly. You can sub jump up here if you need to, though again I can't recall if it actually saves time. You sometimes get a weird cycle here on global cycles, but you can always make the jump. Just react. Wait a bit on the green platform if you need to, and then once you jump, you can always make it. This cycle is linked to previous parts of the level, so it's the same every time. You won't be able to make it without the respawn cycle, most likely. Some of these platforms are weird. If you undershoot them, you should still like spam X because you can get a wall jump off them. You won't make this cycle either without the respawn cycle unless you do that. Do sub jumps there. Yeah, see, this time I got a spider here. He's not a threat though, so. Yeah, see, I'm gonna bounce on the rat. So I don't want anything to do with that one frame death. These pendulums, these are one of the biggest run killers ever, so just wait on them. I'm just like gonna say that straight up, just wait on them. I've seen them kill so many runs from people and it's so painful. It's just that when you get hit by them, it's very hard to save yourself because of the scenery that's around you. And also the fact you're on a falling platform, which as I've said, don't like spins, so yeah, it doesn't hurt to wait there. Now I'll show off the respawn cycle. This is very difficult. I do want to have it implemented in my runs at some point. And you'll see it's pretty difficult. It looks really cool, but it's quite difficult. It's not difficult in terms of like zigzag, but more just the crazy jumps you have to do. It's simple up until here. Where you gotta do this, and then this, and then this, and then that. It's not even over yet, there's more shit coming up. You gotta jump through that, do this jump, jump here, barely make this, and that's pretty much it. And because of all that, you will then catch the cycle with the shields next to it without issue. And you won't have to do those big jumps to the side that I was doing before. That's why it saves so much time. See? That's the respawn cycle is pretty much the only way you'll catch these pink platforms, or whatever color they are. Orange, beige, I don't even know, dude. Cool, I got this first try, though. It's definitely not always the case. Also with these, you can sometimes walk between them, like that. It's very risky, though. It's an alternative to anything spinning. But honestly, I'd advise just waiting on those last pendulums, because they're awful. Also, make sure you don't zigzag too much or hold X too much on the ending spiders, because you can overshoot them. Alright, so that is all of Island 3 complete, except for the Great Hall. If you're not doing Cortex Power skip, people used to often do the revisit here, but you can also just do it right after you get the blue gem. It's not much time loss to go 2 levels back after you get the blue gem. What you want to do after Fumbling in the Dark, though, or Cortex Power 2, if you're not doing the skip, is Whole Hog. And the reason is because Whole Hog takes away your masks. And the only other place you could do it, pretty much, is before Boulder Dash. But Boulder Dash has a damage abuse spot, so you definitely want to do Whole Hog right now. Now, this level is really buggy. It would be literally free if it wasn't. But I'll tell you what I can. Try and avoid the bugs. Also, you can just hold neutral at the start and you won't die until this part. It's kind of cool. Alright, the first bug that can happen in this level, you see that box up there on the left, a bit farther up? That box, you can sometimes just like walk through it or walk over it. We call it box glitch. But there is a consistent way to avoid it. And what you want to do is you want to break it from as far right as possible, and you also want to be neutral. And by neutral, I mean just going forward, not like touching the D-pad, until you have to move to get the next box that's on the right. I'll show. Oh, I missed that because I was paused. But yeah, if you do those things, you shouldn't get hit. The next buggy part is this rotating hog cycle. Sometimes it's just... The thing is, like, their spawn cycles. Cycles are affected by lag in these games, unfortunately. And different circumstances can make it so this is really hard to jump over. Like, I just died to it right there. It's very awful. If you do die to it, though, it's not a re-entry, at least, I guess. But yeah. This run is a run killer because of how buggy it is. But it is only those two things you have to worry about. The rest is as it should be. The box glitch is definitely your fault if you get it. It's not random. Just hit it from as far right as possible like that and be neutral. It might still look like the hog like steps up for a bit, but it still works. There. Did it. Just learn how to time that jump. Yeah, the rest should be normal. Doesn't even need explaining. In the Hog Wild part of this tutorial, I explained the mechanics of the hog. Anything that's relevant for speed. Basically, it's all on rails. You can't boost it up. You don't need to corner cut. Zigzag doesn't work. Buffer jumps don't work. Yeah, I think ledge jumps work, but you don't need them. Yeah, that's that. Alright, so now you want to go back to Island 1. And you want to do it from left to right. So if you fail to skip in Jungle Rollers and Great Gate, say it's like your first run and you didn't feel like resetting or thinking, oh, I'll just do it in the cleanup, you would do Jungle Rollers and then Great Gate in that situation. If you didn't do Upstream skip, which is 99% of people, again, don't go for it until you're top level, you would do it here. And I'll talk about the second visit. If you're doing the second visit, you don't need to get that mask. You obviously need to break the crate, but don't get that mask. You have to lose it anyway in Rolling Stones, trust me. It doesn't save time to get that mask. It loses time. Or I guess it doesn't lose time, but it's just pointless, really. Actually, yeah, it does kind of lose time. Just don't get the mask, it's pointless. Again, here's this strat, air spin. Still do that on this visit. We can do the same cycle skip here. Now this box under this bridge is pretty weird. But one thing you can do that, like, this used to work well for me, but every time now I try it, it just doesn't work. But what I used to do is I used to bounce on the box, just like doesn't work anymore. You can see I'm like bonking on it. Yeah, I used to try something like that. It just doesn't work anymore. But yeah, just be careful down here. Spin it. I prefer to go onto the right and then jump back up, but some people I've seen just turn around. I don't know what this cycle is supposed to be when you get that like that, but just be careful. On Japanese version, you can make this jump with breaking the box. Oh yeah, that plant glitched, I forgot. Like that. Pretty risky for the revisit, but yeah, it is a thing you can do. Same with that sub jump again. You don't have to ride that orange gem at all, just do the jump. I don't even think it needs zigzag. This is another thing you can do on the revisit, a sub jump, but you also have to spin the plant. Those boxes, you don't need to break those boxes fast. I'll show you why. Oops. I don't know if this jump here is possible on the American version. Haven't tried it. Yeah, you can break these boxes as slow as you want because you have to wait for this leaf anyway. I'll show you an even easier way you can go about it that will have a 0% chance of killing a run. Because I've seen people kill runs to that part thinking they have to like go fast for the plant or something. But there's no need. You can nudge up behind these, be stationary, spin, do whatever you want. Though I would advise, have a bit of speed when you're spinning them so both of them break, and then you'll be fine. And yeah, that plant shouldn't be going right. It's not going when you do upstream skip. So I doubt it is here. It was just a bit screwed up because I was messing around. Yeah, break it like that. I think that's the easiest way to do that. You don't need to go faster than that. The only way breaking those boxes faster saves time is if you do a double jump, which I'm not covering in this tutorial. Waste of time. But if you are curious, there are 3-frame jump you can do off mainly leaves, but some other moving platforms. They're pretty much only useful on leaves. But yeah. They're definitely not necessary. Yeah, that's the only situation it would save time, is if you did that double jump. Don't worry about double jumps. Even the 90% world record doesn't need those to be beaten, so especially not 100%. Alright, when you beat that level, you move over one level, and then you go to Rolling Stones. I have a strat to break the wall of boxes pretty quickly. I just do a standard snipe, and it should break like this. It makes this shape. I don't know how to describe that shape, but that's the shape it is. And then you can break it like that. It's pretty simple. Very easy. I do lots of square inputs on that left stack of boxes, for obvious reasons. I missed it. It's fine. We don't try and skip this cycle on this visit because it's extremely difficult. But if you did want to do that, I can kind of show off what you want to do. I'm not going to like keep attempting to get it though, it's a waste of time. Basically you want to get all the boxes and then make the cycle. Wow, I barely made it, Jesus. And then you have to spin jump off the arrow crate to break that and then get through this cycle, which is also a bit difficult if I remember. And you still need a good spin timer to break stuff up ahead. So yeah, you just get the mask here.
What have I got?
And then it syncs up stuff fine. You can also take your time on these boxes because you have to wait on these too. The beginning's pretty easy. Except in the future, whenever we have to go faster there. Yeah, snipe those. If you miss that snipe, like you'll obviously get the mask, I imagine most people would, but if you do, make sure both TNTs are set off. Usually the top one won't if you just get the mask, in which case you should just bounce off it, and it'll be fine. Here you do a spin jump off that. That'll lag a lot more depending on what model console you have, or if you're on like a PS1, so watch out. These cycles are the same as the first visit. I talked about it on the first visit. Here you want to damage abuse again, and then you want to damage abuse again here to hit the... There's a bouncy crate up here, if you don't know that. The reason you want to damage abuse there instead of just bouncing off it is because that also snipes it into this mask crate, so you don't have to spin it and wait for the mask.
What have I got?
And then you can just proceed through here. Shoutouts to White Paws for that strat. And here we have the blue gem path. There is a death trigger below that blue gem, but all you have to do is just step on it and the death trigger is gone. You don't have to write it down. There's no worries at all with that. This section's a bit awkward if you're not used to air control in this game. You have to do a very small jump here. But an alternative I've seen people do is, I don't even know how to do it because I've never done it, but I guess I'll show it off. It might be useful. Yeah, you finish up down here. Also, this is how I break the boxes. I do like a curve. It's one spin though. What you can do here is jump back and then go forward. Some people might find that easier. Or actually, okay. Jumping off the half pipe instead of onto the blue gem, I guess, is what people would do if they were uncomfortable with the other thing. Oops. Yeah, I assume people just did that. I know I've seen people do it that way before because they hit that tiny jump. It's honestly pretty easy to forget to get these boxes, because they're just kind of weird. But yeah, make sure you break them on the second visit. I know myself and others have forgotten to break them on when we're just finishing runs or whatever. I'll go over that level again. Ideally, you want to keep one mask out of this level. You'll get one at the start of Native Fortress anyway, but it's very easy to lose a mask in Native Fortress, and you need one for a damage abuse in Boulder Dash too, so yeah, try and keep one mask out of here. You should be able to. Most of the time. Yeah, see, this is what happens when... Oh, they self-detonated, but if they didn't self-detonate there, I would have had to bounce on the second TNT, so they were both going off, because remember, if one TNT is close to another, but the other TNT isn't set to count down, then it will usually not blow up the other TNT. And it'll say you missed a box at the end of the stage. There we go. It's a very nice strat. Again, just touch the blue gem and it gets rid of the death trigger. Curve. One square input there is good. Like I said on the first visit, doing anything fancy on these rollers doesn't save time. But if you do get hit by them, be very careful because there is scenery in the ceiling that you can get stuck on. And you should try and land like back on the half pipe instead of going forward. Alright. We're definitely getting through these revisits a lot faster because I talked about more stuff on the first visits. When you finish this level, just like after Upstream 2, if you do that revisit, you want to go past one level. It's really bad if you enter Hog Wild because you'll lose the mask that you kept after Rolling Stones, which is really bad for Native Fortress. It's not the worst thing, but it's just like less safety. More of a chance you might lose time in Boulder Dash too. There's that turtle strat again. Again, lots of reacting to global cycles here, just like the first visit. It's a very good skill to have in this category. Learn it. I like to bounce on these turtles, so my spin timer's fine. That's especially important on the second visit. If that flame is going, you can bounce off the checkpoint over it. Sub jump here, hit the. I did cover him in the first visit, so I guess I don't care. I messed it up, but yeah, you want to bounce off him, then bonk your head on the life crate, and if you've done it correctly, the bouncing will be cancelled. And break those boxes like that. At least that's how I like to do it. It's just a bit weird with checkpoint crates. It's not as smooth box breaking as it could be. I talked about how to do this on the first visit. Obviously, you don't do the out of bounds on this visit because you'd have to come down and get boxes anyway, so don't bother with that. If you have no masks at this point, it's not the worst idea ever to get this one for Boulder Dash, and also, I guess, safety for the top floor if you want. This strat here, to land on the turtle, is definitely useful for this visit, so you can break that box easily. Oops. Remember, you can dodge that flame like that. Make sure not to death abuse here, because second visit, need the gem. And still do like these strats on this visit if you get the correct cycles. Here I like to bounce onto this gem, and then I do buffered inputs to get fast jumps. You can jump from this gem onto here, but it always seems slower to me and it doesn't always work, so like the gem needs to be at a good height as well, so just don't bother with it. Okay, yeah, if you like land on the edges of boxes, sometimes they don't break. I've never had that in that spot, but yeah, you can bounce off the box that's here and then zigzag onto that a little bit faster. Again, remember air control. When you bounce off that, do like a 180 with your D-pad. Don't just hold right and then hold left, or else you'll be in trouble. These, what you want to do when you want to bounce off the bouncy crate is you want to be on the left side of this tower of boxes and if you do it well enough, you can break them all in one bounce. The worst one's the life crate, because if you do it in a certain way, it like bounces up like that, but not a big deal. And you can jump off this top cloud to the next area to get a bunch of zigzag in. But if I do that strat, I tend to just try and land here and then quickly jump. That's the best thing to do there. And it is faster to break this life crate. I believe it's faster to break it, not on the way up, but the way down. So don't try and break it like this. Don't do that. Do it on the way back. And ideally when you fall, you want to fall to the lowest point possible. And I'll show you what I kind of try and do. I start moving right when I see the second bouncy crate, and then I land all the way down here. It's very satisfying to do that. Very smooth. If you're not comfortable with that, you can just land here. You have plenty of space to land on. Oh, also be careful bouncing up these. Make sure they're diagonals and not sideways, or else you could fall through them and maybe die. There is an invisible wall here. Yeah, I kind of zigzag it a bit, not too much, but it helps get that smooth fall. And yeah, the clouds aren't solid from beneath, which actually makes sense. So yeah, you can do that early. Very nice. Sometimes you'll have it where, say, that flame on the right is going, but these aren't. So yeah, it's kind of a glitch cycle. It's to do with the clouds. So watch out. Oh, also, I think I can't remember if I got to show this on the first visit, but I'll cover it again just in case. I did say you can cancel bounces, but you can do this in this spot. Needs a decent amount of zigzag, but not the worst thing ever. Obviously, it's only necessary if the flames are going to be going. So, like, this kind of cycle, where the bouncing on the third one wouldn't be an option unless I wanted to damage abuse, which would be an option since I have 2 masks. If you have 2 masks here, you can try and damage abuse. Just be aware that things sometimes get a bit weird when you damage abuse on these flames, in that sometimes your bounce gets cancelled. Like that. You have to watch out for that, because you might just damage abuse there and expect to get a bounce off the next flame, but you just walk off it and die. I had to learn that the hard way. It wasn't PB based, thankfully. Yeah, see, you gotta watch out for this. Be very careful of that. I don't know why it cancels your bounce, but that's how it is. I don't have a mask now, I'll have to go to another level. You can break these in one spin. Here, you want to try and break all these in one spin. And you can recall what we learned in Crate Gate about how to deal with stuff like that with bouncy crates. It's all about like how much you hold X on the previous bounce and where on the crate you land on. Like that. Very good. I actually did zigzag a little bit to try and get to the right faster. And lastly, we have this life crate. Strat is to do that, except actually land on the portal. I want to die and show off a backup strat for the other crates. Here's a free refresher on the Native Fortress 1 cycles if you are on the American version, or if you get bad cycles. Oops, over-optimizing. Remember to hold diagonal on these, it's faster than left and right. That's how the game works. Alright, so if you screw this up, you can do that for the last box. It's a little backup strat. I'll go through that level again. But yeah, you do want to try and keep 1 mask out of there. If you're really scared of the Boulder Dash 2 gem path, then you could try and get 2 out. Because I know that section can be really scary. But the strat for these boxes is actually the same for Great Gate. Just hold diagonal and they break. It's very easy. Oops. I didn't zigzag that nearly enough as I should have. Yeah, you can fail that strat to get on the turtle. There we go. Yeah, sometimes that can happen. Just react. Oops. Yeah, don't forget you can get a awkward bounce sometimes off those enemies. Really gotta pay attention for levels like this. There, that's the kind of bounce you want. I advise new runners don't go for that Islander jump. That one kinda sucks. It's also good to bounce on that monkey so your spin timer's fine for this climb. You can get this mask if you want. The ledge jump is good enough for that strat. You can do that for swag if you want. That is really dumb. Oops. Very nice. Again, landing on the lowest cloud. And free fall here, I start moving right when I see the second bouncy crate. A little bit of zigzag. Easy. Am I gonna make this? Yep, cool. Very nice top floor. The sky part is really satisfying to do well. Same with this if I get it. Yeah, I think definitely zigzagging into those boxes makes that easier. Alright, so that's the second to last backtracking level, at least if you do the same route as me. Just, I should have pointed this out before, but whatever you do right after the lab, at least one thing has to be lights out too, because it has a color gem. It has the purple gem, which you need to complete this level. You can do fumbling last if you want. I think Kane's the only person who did that, but eh. I think most people definitely prefer to get it over with, so yeah. And again, we don't do whole hog now because it takes away your masks, and we wouldn't have masks for a TNT damage abuse you can do here. It's faster to break these from the side, as we've done many other times throughout the run, but sometimes one of them won't break, and usually before you react, the boulder's triggered and you can't get them back, so on good runs I tend to just break them from behind, which should pretty much guaranteed break them all. Jump over that fence. Losing my voice after 6 hours of talking. Constant talking. Alright, here again, be careful not to spin too late or else you'll hit the TNT. It won't matter as much here, but the way I like to go about damage abusing here is I like to hold X, which will also give me some good zigzag and get me over this next fence. The TNT does break this bouncy crate. It does look a bit far away, but it breaks it. Oh, I should have also pointed out, the boulder doesn't break crates for you in this, like any of them, so you have to break them all. Luckily in Boulder Dash, though, there isn't any, like, on the part where you're getting chased, so... Oh, nice. Now, you don't have to damage abuse here, you can also just do that, but it's pretty risky for the last level on the run, so... Like, you can either die to the TNT, or you can just miss it and the boulder's chasing you and you're screwed. But, there is a strat in this last boulder chase called Boulder Skip. If you zigzag enough, you can get on the purple gem and have it take you to the secret area without having to wait for the boulder to come to the end and fall. It's not that difficult, but you may have some trouble with it as you learn zigzag, which is fine. Do keep in mind, though, the boulder apparently does move a bit slower on the Japanese version, so it is a bit easier here. You may struggle with it more in the American version. Just learn how to move around those fences nicely, practice zigzag, do plenty of spins. Just be careful in the last area not to get a drop jump. And you'll get boulder skip. But if you feel like you're going to fail it, just wait before the boulder falls, and then ride the purple gem. Now, you do need to be careful here. You need to be very careful here, because there's death triggers in the ceiling, and you might think it's not the ceiling, it's the death trigger for the part where the boulder's chasing you, but I've been told by people who have used Crash Edit and stuff that the death trigger in the ceiling of this gem route is actually a separate one from the one where the boulder's chasing you. It's more questionable things Naughty Dog did, but it's whatever. You can learn how to deal with it. So, wait a decent bit to walk off the purple gem. You can still have a decent fall, but you don't need to really risk much. And to break these, what I do is I jump onto here, I do a diagonal, break it, do a curve, and do that. Just be on your toes to react if you miss a crate. Because at least if you broke this bouncy crate but you still have the life crate up there, you could bounce off this. But be careful, because you can actually if you bounce off the bouncy crate and then bounce off a life crate, you can hit the death trigger in the ceiling that I was referring to. So yeah, a few scary things at the end here, but they won't affect you if you know how to deal with them. Depth perception. Depth perception is a big issue here, but there's a visual cue that I use. Once the plant moves, you can start spinning, even a little bit before that. I like to think my reflexes are decent sometimes, so I've never had an issue with it. I'm gonna have to die again to show how those boxes should be. Actually, I have a glitch right now. If you might not be able to hear it on the stream, but the game is making sound as if the boulder is right behind me, but it's not. That's a glitch that sometimes happens. It's not supposed to be like that. Yeah, it's still making that noise. There's no boulder. Let's do this like that. It should snipe those bouncy crates, but if not, you have plenty of height to break it without anything. Usually the last crates remaining are these 5, which you can just go through. Just make sure they're actually broken before jumping on the portal. And that's that. So, after you beat that level, your percentage will jump from 35% to 100%. And the reason that is during the speedrun we don't do the Tana bonus rounds because you don't need them for 100%. And because of that, because we're only getting percentages from gems and the 2 keys do give you percentage too, by the way, the game assumes we're not completing levels. It's just because of how the game's dumb saving system works, but luckily they made it so that once you get the 26th gem, you do get all the percentage that you would have from beating levels. So you don't have to worry about that. There's no need to do any Tana bonuses. So yeah, after you finish that, there is one more thing to do. Timing doesn't stop. After you get that last percentage, you do have to go to the Great Hall. It's the level after this one. Once you turn after this level, it's a quick entry, so be ready for that. The camera can be a bit weird at the start here, but as long as you know where to jump, you'll be fine. Sometimes the camera doesn't follow you. It's in the wrong spot. I don't really know what causes it. But yeah, just know where to jump. Yeah, imagine Burger. Who would die here? Yeah, it happens to a lot of people, honestly. Same with getting depth perception. There's 2 corner skips you can do. There's that one. They're both very easy. You can also do this one. And to actually save a little bit of time, you don't want to you can jump Well, you can jump past the trigger to start the credits and actually die back there, but you still want to touch the ending trigger from as like close as possible to like this archway. If you know what I'm saying. That was probably a bad explanation, but yeah. It's like here. And there you go. Timing stops when you gain control, and then your run's completed. We don't fight Cortex because we get this better ending anyway, and it would be kind of dumb anyway because you would have to save before doing Cortex because it sends you to the title screen without auto-saving. So yeah. Skylar. Not be so mad at this game. Nice. Here, Victor. Alright, so I guess that'll be the end of this tutorial. How long did that take? 5 hours, 49 minutes? I said it could take anywhere from like 3-4 hours to like 7 hours, so that's a good time. Hopefully it's not too daunting to anyone who wants to watch the video if it's less than 6. If people want, I could like split it into islands or segments or whatever, but it shouldn't be necessary. Yeah, I'll probably just highlight this whole Twitch VOD, download it, and then cut out bathroom breaks. But if not, I don't think it's a big deal for someone to have to skip the parts where I'm AFK. Like, that would be a very, 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 very minor inconvenience. I don't think anyone could blame me if I'm too lazy to do that. Oh, hell yeah, I can. Tutorial were. Yeah, good timing, Burger. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty well-paced tutorial. I feel like I didn't waste too much time, but I also think I showed off everything I want to. So, with that being said, I think I'm gonna find a host. I did have to take quite a few breaks because I was drinking lots of water because I didn't want my throat to hurt from all the talking. I don't think anyone can blame me. Oh, that's YouTube, not Twitch. Sure, Scholar. Just give me a few minutes after I stop stream. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I hope the tutorial can help people. It will be highlighted, it'll be put on Twitch and YouTube for sure. To be watched. Whenever. Alright, who's live? Someone doing Crash? Oh, Michael's doing Sparrow. I'll host him. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you later.